technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It is Friday and therefore it is the last stream of the week. For some, a time of great rejoicing. For others, a time of still some rejoicing. Soon the weekend will be upon us, and you will not have to put up with my big rubbery face for much longer. But I will inflict my presence on you for just a bit longer in today's stream. And today's stream is anything goes, baby. Anything goes. We've had a few specific streams this week. We've had a little bit of beef, and we've had a little bit of hobbying, and now we're just seeing the week out with a nice, chill Friday stream. So anything goes. You want to talk about Warhammer 40k, new and old. You want to talk about Old World. You want to talk about Bolt Action, Konflikt 47, any other games, maybe a bit of Battletech, bit of drop Fleet Commander. If Trooper and Decided Vivic are in here, they'll want to talk about those. So anything goes. Bit of Mordheim. Yeah, bit of Mordheim. And we could talk a bit about competitive play and a bit about casual play, army lists and hobbying and all of that good stuff. We're just going to see the week outright with a nice chill stream. So with all, the briefing is anything goes, baby. Anything goes. So with all of that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And of course, we must begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. Let's see who's in the stream tonight. It's time for roll call, baby. We have got Lee Whitehouse, Airborne, Sir Newbie, A Gaming Stuka, Patrick H, Jar Watt, Cyrillic Dude, Jesus Dominguez. We have got Tosh Meme Station, Halen Jedi, Zello, Sam Wilson, Tank Charmer, It's a Me, Rev, Ozra, Sephiroth, Pigeon Toady, Trench Rot Shovel, Freeform Room, Mr. Lackey, Atomic Tyranny, Akashareka, Orion 220. We've got Amir Hayak. We have got Russell W. and Bildberg and Squidfist and Artie was here and Florence Hendrick and Joseph Wigley and Jared Mann and Sonsu and Mike P. Hooray! We've got a few more people coming in here as well. We've got Deanstein, Heartfire, McCon, Christian Team Camp, Simple Logic and The Wasion. Hey! Well, and Robert M. and Cal Herbert and Morpheus. Hey! Got a few more lads sneaking in at the end there. Amazing. Well, thank you so much to all of you guys who joined today's stream so far. Thank you to everyone who's liked and subscribed and all that good stuff. And if you've not done so, don't forget to do the cheeky like and cheeky subscribe. And also a massive thank you to everyone who has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all of the super chats and the gifted memberships and all of that stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through, say some thank yous, and show our appreciation for those people that have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. So let's have a look here. Little Drinky Poo, Randy. Shit wins, Bubbles. Shit wins. I've been watching too much Trailer Park Boys recently. Starting us off right, we have got Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Russell W, thank you so much for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Thank you for doing your part, sir. We've also got Simple Logic. Simple Logic, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Sir 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for your support. Thank you for more than doing your part. Sir, amazing effort. We've also got Dark Knight Curran. Dark Knight, my boy. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Just saw the preview of the Marcher US infantry and power suits. Wondering if they would look good for 40k Imperial Guard and a theoretical late Rift War for the US, or did they look too specific to Marcher? Let's have a look. I think someone posted a link to these in stream discussion earlier. So I'm going to try and see if I can find it. And then we can have a look. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, maybe it was in the Konflikt 47 bit. 1 minute. Aha, here we go. Let's have a look here. So, Marcher Empires at War, 3 hard plastic sets. United States GI Infantry, 20 hard plastic diesel punk figures. I mean, they do look pretty good. They don't look so... they don't look too power armored. I'd probably... I'd probably think of them as just like regular infantry, maybe. Definitely good for the Imperial Guard. 100%. If you're someone that, especially if you've got like the 3D printed like Lehman Russ Sherman pattern, combining those with these would be really, really cool. And then you've got the US Veterans and Command. Those look pretty good as well. I like the flag. Hey, they look pretty cool. I have to say, I like the look of them. Yeah, I have to say, I like the look of them a lot. I like the assault rifles. Potentially a very good place for some assault rifle infantry for Konflikt. And then look at these big bastards, the Badger hard suits. It definitely looks like, I would say it's more 40. If you're going to use it not for Marcher, I would say it's more 40k than Konflikt. And the only reason I say that is because these guys definitely feel like Ogren / Bulgrin. Because you look at the size of them, they're too big for like US power armor in Konflikt, right? And then you look at these guys and they don't look quite armored enough for power armor in Konflikt, right? So yeah, I would say these would be really, really good American-themed Imperial Guard infantry. Yeah, for sure. Like using the big suits as Ogren or Bulgrin, and then using these as like command squad bits, and using these as your regular infantry. Yeah, I think that's really cool. Yeah, I think that's really, really cool. if you did that and then there was a bunch of like 40k scale like Shermans or something, like the 3D printed ones, I think that would look sick. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Marcher does look like a good game though. Definitely something to keep an eye on. You know, definitely something to keep an eye on. And I'm all up for seeing more and more games break out into the industry, you know, because I've been saying this for a little while. And don't worry, we're not getting salty. We're not getting salty. I've been saying for a little while though that the more games that we can have as an industry, the better. Because personally, I believe variety is the spice of life. And secondly, also, the more games that pop up, the more I would say that GW's grip on the market isn't quite as strong. And look, I actually don't really have anything. Sounds crazy. I don't hate Warhammer 40k, and weirdly, I don't actually have anything against Games Workshop. I kind of had we had that revelation yesterday, the 17th revelation, money. But we had the revelation yesterday, which was once you understand that Games Workshop, every decision they make is because it makes them more money, and we let them get away. We as the consumers keep buying stuff. So it empowers them to keep making decisions that are more about them making money and less about us getting served as customers. So the more that there's other games out there, and the more potential competition for Games Workshop, the better, because it could potentially force a shifting of priorities. And we've seen that when they tried to do something like this back in 7th edition, and eventually enough people walked away that Games Workshop was genuinely on the verge of going bust as a company. There's like many stories from people that worked at Games Workshop who, credible, reputable people that were like, if 8th edition hadn't landed, then things would have gone squiffy. So we've seen that Games Workshop isn't this unassailable thing. And so it's not that I want GW to fail. It's just that I want them to have a bit of competition, and I want them to have incentives other than making money. Incentives like, survival and having to win back customer loyalty and all that kind of stuff. Competition is very, very important. Very, very, very important in the market. Yeah. There you go. Edgar, competition is only viable if the customer actually buys it. So buy some not GW models today. Do your part. Exactly. There you go. All right, but no, Dark Knight, I think they look really good. And whether you use them for 40k or not, or use them for March or not, I think those are really cool models. Yeah, I think they look good. They look hard plastic, good sprue layouts, easy to build. Looks good to me. What do we got next? Brown Bread, my boy. Brown Bread, thank you so much for renewing your channel membership. 28 months, sir. 28 months on the front lines. Thank you so much, Brown Bread, for doing your part. Thank you for supporting the channel, man. We've also got the Lower Decks. My God, he's back. It's been so long. We've got a Lower Decks lore update. Let us cherish it, boys. Let's see what degeneracy this mad bastard has been up to recently. Not the painting desk. The screen. Sir, now we are playing the waiting game. Now we play the waiting game. After what seems to be several weeks of crushing labour that has driven me to the edge of sanity, a break is now in sight. We have secured the ruins and placed the black powder wagon in the centre of what looks like the most important area. Having paid the mercenaries, I bid them farewell. These brave men, well compensated, will no doubt continue to make the most of the infighting over who will claim the throne of this world. I'm sure the Eldar have been monitoring me carefully and will soon show their pointy ears. Do they not claim to see the future? I find that the Eldar's ability to see the future is greatly overstated. I mean, after all, if they could see the future, why wouldn't they stop themselves from getting purged? Oh, the strands of fate, the strands of fate. I feel like, if you could see the future and you could defeat your enemy at every turn because you knew what they were going to do, that would be pretty powerful. I'm just saying, we've all seen the film Edge of Tomorrow. Why? That's how the mimics were able to take over Earth, or nearly. It's just pointy-eared copium. Exactly. They just say it to seem more powerful than they are. Either way, in a week that's taxed with the limit, we can now take a load off and wait for our opponent's next move. As the impression of the lower decks is weak. Oh, it's a cute deer. What's going to happen to it? That wasn't actually as bad as I thought it was going to be. That was more funny. I genuinely thought like the deer was going to like eat the leaf and like explode or something. I've spent too much time on the internet. There we are. Yeah, mimics basically. Jason Whelan's right. Mimics basically save scum. That's how they do it. All right. Wasn't that a point? Quick side note. Someone who knows the game better than me. Isn't there a character in Morrowind? Maybe the guy who's got like the metal sun face. Who has it's like a bit of like a fourth wall break. And he knows that the player character is a player character. And he knows that there's no point in fighting you because you would just, if he ever defeated you, you would just reload the previous save. And he even like says that to you or something. I'm sure there's a bit of like a fourth wall break or maybe they say it using like in-game like that's the guy my name is based off Vivek. Ah, is it? Fair enough. Yeah, there is a character in Morrowind who like knows that you can basically manipulate time, and that's why he'll never fight you. It's quite good actually. Yeah. What do we got next? We've got Atomic Activity. Thank you for the 4 months, man. Hobby update and mystery box in stream discussion. My God, sir. My God, sir. Let's have a look at this. Look at this. Can we talk about the insane value of Warlord mystery boxes? I got the epic mystery box at Christmas and got all of this, £168 from Wayland for 100 quid. Amazing. Astalia Old Army is coming along, painting as we speak. Old World, Best World. Bro. Warlord mystery boxes are so good. I will say, it took them a few years to refine the formula. It did. Like, they weren't always this good. There was a time when, like, they were more of a traditional mystery box where you were you're always guaranteed, like, one, maybe two good things. And then they were just, like, generic mystery boxes. And then they'd always took a bit of bolt action in there, you know, because they knew that's what most people were interested in. But then, like, a lot of the rest of the box would be, like, bits of other games because they were trying to like encourage you to like buy the games. But I think they eventually just accepted the fact that a more, you know, a more focused mystery box is better, because at the end of the day, it's still, if you buy like the Allied mystery box or you buy like the Epic mystery box, you don't know what you're gonna get. You don't know what you're gonna get. So it's still a mystery. The fun of it being a mystery is still there, but now the customer is just getting more value, and not is that good for the customer, but it's good for you as a business, because people think about how much free social media like Warlord gets every time people talk about the mystery boxes. Yeah. Like, yeah. It's this is I want to go off. It's a bit early. It's a bit early for a tangent. So I'm just going to say it quickly now, and then maybe circle back round to it, and we can deep dive it as like a stream thing, like a stream highlight or something later. But tangent. I think, I don't know if it's on purpose or if it's by accident, but I like to believe it's on purpose. But I feel like Warlord Games has become ever increasingly more adept at what I would call modern effective marketing, aka community marketing. See, the issue with a lot of marketing done by big companies, and whether it's Games Workshop or other big companies, is that big companies tell you what you should be excited about. Buy this product. Be excited about our next product. Buy it. And that's like, as we've spoken before, that's like manufactured hype. And I feel like the era of manufactured hype is coming to an end, and it's less and less effective. People have been hyped up one too many times by companies which then haven't delivered. I think a big part of this has been with what happened with like Star Wars and everything. There's a lot of very jaded consumers out there. And so having a marketing strategy where you tell your customers what they should be excited about is actually not that effective anymore, because people just there's a lot of skepticism and there's a lot of just not believing anymore. Whereas what has been really, really effective marketing is when you don't actually do any of the marketing yourself. You just I'm not quite sure how you do it, but basically you make like a really good product, or you make like a really like interesting concept, and then it gets picked up by the community, and then the community basically does all of your marketing for you for free. And it's way more sincere, because it's not coming from a company saying buy product, consume product, then buy next product. It's coming from the people, your fellow war gamers, your fellow video gamers, your fellow moviegoers, who are like, guys, this is worth seeing, this is worth buying, this is worth playing. Like, and you're seeing it, and then more and more people are picking up it. Like, a great example of this was like Helldivers. Helldivers basically had a little bit of marketing. There's a few like funny trailers and stuff, but Helldivers basically just exploded because the community picked it up, and then a bunch of streamers a bunch of communities told a bunch of streamers like they should play this game. And they're like, oh, I'll give it a go, and they played it, and it got massive. Yeah. And so I feel like bringing this back to Warlord, I feel like Warlord has done basically fuck all marketing on these mystery boxes. All they've done is basically refine the formula over a few years, and then now, they've released a few good mystery boxes, and now and people were like, "Hey, look at what people took to social media," and were like, "Hey, look what I got in my mystery box. It was a really, really fucking good deal," and they dispelled this image that mystery boxes had of, oh, it's all filler, no killer, and now people will actively look forward to the mystery boxes. And that's all come from community hype and community marketing. And this is an example of this. Like, this is an example of it. Like, hey, look, you're getting 170 quid's worth of stuff for £100. Like, it's an amazing deal. Yeah. It's an amazing deal. So I think that's the way that marketing is going. And it'll be really interesting to see how Games Workshop responds, because obviously right now their go-to marketing technique is, Warhammer community article, and send out a bunch of free stuff to influencers under NDAs, which they don't really do as much of that anymore, and then basically FOMO it. Like, that GW's current way of doing things is basically, fake, manufactured hype and false scarcity, and it's been very, very effective. But I wonder if it's almost how to put it, very last year. It feels very out of date now. The way they do things, it's like that's so old fashioned. That's so old fashioned. Do you know what happened? Do you know what used to happen? Let me raise your hand if this happens with you. All right, and be honest if it doesn't, and also tell us if this doesn't happen to you. Okay, I want to hear this from both sides. When they first announced like FOMO boxes, they obviously didn't call them FOMO boxes. I was like, oh, I gotta get that. That's really good. I don't want to miss out on that. Like, I don't want to miss out on the Cadia Stands box. I don't want to miss out on the Double Dawn box. I don't want to miss out on the on the 10th edition like Guard FOMO box. And now I'm like, nah, I'm just not bothered if I miss it. Like, I used to be like, I used to like, oh, yeah, I want to get those. And now I'm like, Siege Platoon? Nah, it's fine. But it's really good mod. Oh, yeah, it's a great box, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I think that's, I think I just don't care about FOMO boxes anymore. Yeah. I almost, if, you know, I don't care if, I don't care if other people buy the FOMO boxes. I just don't feel the pressure to buy them anymore. Yeah. That was me with the Kroot, but then I had to remember that I hate Kroot. Yeah, like, well, I mean, I love Kroot. You're an absolute bastard, Dark Knight Curran. But but I know what you mean. Yeah. The only one was when the voter came out. The Night X was box, sadly didn't get it, and Creed Combat Siege box. That's it. Yeah. I can't be bothered. I get excited and they price me out every time. I get excited by the Dominoes for some reason, even when I think Papa John's is better. Kelzo's just talking about pizza here. Bro, you must be hungry. Go and get some food. Honestly, they're all sold out before getting to my city, but I don't care anyway. Too expensive. Fair enough. Without the hype, there's no reason to increase my pile of shame. I mean, I think it. You know, I think the point that I've got to with Warhammer is that, like, I don't think the FOMO boxes are really for me. So I can understand why some people get really hyped for them. But for me personally, it's like I'm a bit more of a patient wargamer now. So it's like, oh, if I need, like, oh man, that's like a cool unit, I'll get to it. You know, I'll get it eventually. I don't need it right now. Like, I'll get it eventually. Yeah. Like, one's got a Kroot for flavor, but they're not tough enough for what town need. Tough roadblock. That's why you need the Fire Warriors, baby. But I know you're a Fire Warrior believer, so don't worry, Dan. I'm not preaching to the choir. Yeah. 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 So, but yeah, that's really, we went off on a bit of a tangent there. But yeah, basically, I love the Warlord mystery boxes. And I think a big reason why I love them is because I see people in the community excited about them. Yeah. Like, just seeing people in the community who are excited about them and just being like, that's cool. Like, I see this and it makes me want to start painting up my own epic Napoleon. I really want to do that, you know. I'll tell you what, boys. I'll tell you what. If 11th edition, unfortunately, crashes and burns, and I don't want it to. There's no hope for that. You know what I mean? I want it to be. I always want Warhammer. I want all games to do well, right? But if 11th edition goes full Horus Heresy and just flings itself into the fire, I will I'll go full send on my Waterloo stuff. There you go. Someone in the community like hacks into like the GW like servers and starts like changing all the rules. Just like, we gotta change it all. We gotta make Morty do epic Waterloo. All right. And let's have a look what we've got going on here. Hey, we got another unit for Old World, man. Nice. I like this look at this wizard looking motherfucker. You know, sometimes just a wizard in a robe with a big pointy hat is all you need. It doesn't need anything more than that. You know, how do you know Gandalf the Grey is a wizard? Because he's got a staff and a pointy hat. How do you know this guy's a wizard? Because he's got a staff and a pointy hat. That's what wizards are. Like, I don't need anything more than that. That's all I need. Yeah. I like that. Nice. Very cool, man. Very, very cool. Troy Tierney getting us started off on the tangents already, man. And dude, I'm really excited for the epic Waterloo mystery box, man. That's cool as fuck. We've got Jared Man next. Jared Man, thank you for super chat. For King and Country, Alt F4, some British K47 and K4 terrain in stream discussion as basic bear. Let's have a look. Hey! Let's have a look, man. I tell you what, it's not looking too shabby, mate. Look. Oh, man. When the 40k player gets into a non-40k game. How long you been playing Bot Action for? Oh, yeah, only a week. Jared, man, don't shame me. Card player starts new game. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I'm really into Konflikt 47. Yeah, yeah. Like, how long have you been playing it for? Oh yeah, just this weekend. This is the thing that people don't realize about I think about wargamers, like, and this might sound a little bit like hoity-toity and, you know, a bit like, you know, elitist, but I don't mean it in that way. But wargamers, generally speaking, don't have a problem with spending money. They have a problem with when they don't feel like they're getting value for money. So a lot of people who feel priced out of Warhammer 40k, of course, for some people, it will just be a raw cost thing. Like, they just cannot afford that. And that's obviously sad. Like, we don't want that. I want this hobby to be for everyone. But for a lot of people, it will be not a case of that they couldn't afford to pay those prices. It's a case of that they just don't feel like they're getting value for their money. But if you take that person that would have spent £1,000 to get, let's say, one Games Workshop army, and then you give them the opportunity to spend enough money to buy one Warlord Games army, even if that army is only going to cost them like £105 for a starter army, they'll still end up spending £1,000 on it. Because they'll just go, well, I had £1,000 to spend anyway. Now I'll just get 10 times as much. You mean for what I would have spent on one army, I can get 5 armies? All right, then. Guess that's what I'm doing. Like, that's kind of like the that's kind of the situation, I think, with wargamers. I've said this for years. Because, you know, I am a wargamer, so I often just kind of say, what's interesting is I often just sort of say my opinion and find that it kind of is in line with a lot of like the vibes of what the community has. And that's not because I'm clairvoyant or anything like that. Send me to the black ships. It's not like that. It's because I'm a wargamer. So I'm a wargamer first. So I often say, like, you know, what would I like? What appeals to me? And then I find that because I'm a wargamer, my interests and what appeals to me is often very, very similar to my fellow wargamers, because, you know, they're my brothers and sisters in arms, right? And so it's like, I've never really had an issue with spending money on like Warhammer 40k, even when I've been like a dirt poor student, when I barely had like, you know, where, you know, going to Nando's was considered like a Christmas treat kind of thing. So, you know, I've been like super, super, super poor. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, literally, like, you know, we're talking, I'm counting up my spare change to see if I can afford my shopping this week, kind of thing, because I spent the rest of it on booze at the club, and I was very short-sighted. Right? It's just student things, right? Between drinking and eating, one's getting picked. But the point is that, like, even then, I still made sure, you know, to find time where I could like buy a little box of like Snapfit Guardsmen or something. So I've never really had an issue with spending proportionally, you know, a lot on Warhammer. I've always had, but what has put me off Warhammer is I feel like I just don't get my money's worth anymore. That's kind of like the big thing, and I feel like that feeling that I have often reflects quite a lot of often reflects what other people in the community feel. Not everyone, of course, but I feel like quite a few people. Yeah. Like, for example, like I use Cosmic Drew as an example, right? You know, Cosmic, I'm just putting you on the stand for a moment here. But like, Cosmic, I've seen you go full send on like Space Marine Army. I've seen you go full send on like Konflikt. I've seen you go full send on like Star Wars Legion. I've never seen you ever have an issue with like, if you like a war game, of going into it, right? Never had an issue with that whatsoever. But Cosmic, you've always, whenever I've seen your like hobbying projects, I've always felt like you have never had an issue with spending money, but you've always made sure you got good value for your money. So like a good example of this, Cosmic, is like your Space Marine Army. You did a really good job of repurposing a lot of stuff you already had from like your when you first did it. And this was sort of like the second go at it, right? But also you did a really good job of like getting some sprues like Infernus Marines and like Terminator, stuff like that. Like I think there's like some like Combat Patrol magazines, maybe. Some, do you know what I mean? You were a savvy spender. You didn't mind spending the money, but you made sure you got your bang for buck, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And likewise with your Legion, and likewise with like your Konflikt, you know, you split a Riftbuster Mega Bundle with like Jenny, for example. So the thing is, I think that wargamers never really have an issue with spending money. Just comes back to what I said before. Wargamers like to make sure they feel like they're getting value for money. Yeah. Exactly, Cosmic. A lot of my guys came from Leviathan Box. I split with Jenny so we can get Marines and Knits. Exactly. There you go. Like you wanted an army, you made it happen, but you made sure you got good value for money out of it. Yeah. So yeah, but going back to Jared Man's thing here, bro, like that Pile of Shame is excellent, man. That Pile of Shame is excellent. And I am loving the Konflikt stuff here as well. We've got Churchill Meteor, Humber, Tesla Sherman. I'm seeing a mixture of old and new power armored bozos. I'm seeing some old and new like infantry, some of the robots and stuff. To me, this kind of feels like, are they? Although they're the new robots. Although they're the old ones. Ah, would I be correct in my assertion, mayhaps, Jared, that you have built this army mostly off like two British starter sets, the new one and the old one, and then you've added some other bits to it? It looks good, man. Yeah, I just recognize like, because you'd get that and the robots in the and the regular infantry in the first starter set, and then I can see some of the you get the power armor guys and the other robots and stuff. Maybe, I don't know, Jared, but went to war in October and picked up the other one. Ah, there you go, man. Yeah, I thought so, man. Yeah, Jared, it's a good collection, mate. And I know I went off one a little bit. I talk about Piles of Shame stuff, but just know that I always say a good super chat is one that triggers a bit of a chat. So yeah, you're right, my bro. Old, new, and a couple of extras. Nice. That's the way to do it, man. Hey, here's some of the new robots. Hey, I quite like the way you've painted those guns with the green. Is that green and brass, or is it brown and then silver? It's cool, man. Either way. I do love the Brit robots, man. They look great, don't they? Yeah, man. Absolutely sick, bro. Absolutely sick, Jared. Awesome stuff. Balthazar Gold. Ooh, very nice. I do love a bit of Balthazar Gold, I have to say. All right, what have we got next? I need a quick drink, actually. I might have to go and get a drink, guys. 1 minute. I'll tell you what, I'm doing a lot of chatting today. I'm deep diving the super chats. We're not breezing past them. We're deep diving them. So let me go and grab a drink so I can have have my throat freshly lubricated. And then we'll get into some more super chats. That Wazian, you're going to be up next, followed by Butt Mounted.
serve.
Oh, just in medicine, you want to do the antibiotic? Alright. We've got a big old glass. There we are. Alright. The Wazian, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Happy Friday! Dude, happy Friday to you too, man. Do you have any list building guidelines for bot action / Konflikt 47? I like the pillars for the guard. I struggle with bot action list building sometimes. It's a great question. So I've just been... Oh, got a bit of cat hair on my face. So, it's a great question. I feel like the 4 pillars of the guard are pretty applicable. Competitive bolt action is just like any game, you know, you just skew the shit out of it. Take like 9 Polish light tanks armed with autocannons and just trundle around the board like blasting people. But that's not the way. Competitive action is so niche that it's just literally like 1% of the community plays competitively. Do you know what I mean? So it's not really worth thinking about it in those terms. It sounds kind of crazy, but you know, I often just sort of look at the starter armies. Like what does the starter army come with? 36 regular infantry, some weapon teams. Typically, if I'll just basically take I call it like a starter army +1. Not necessarily like +1 unit, like 1 level up from like a starter army. Yeah, so I tend to just sort of look at the starter armies and then sort of mix them up a little bit. Yeah. So like a good example Yeah, I mean, that's basically it, really. I can give you some staples, though. I tend to find that I should never leave home without double medium mortar. Double medium mortar with a spotter on each one. That's always really good. And I tend to say you should always try and have. I like a pair of medium tanks. A good brace of medium tanks. If I'm skewing, I might go like Soviets to like 3 T-34s, but it does cut into my list elsewhere. And then after that, it's really just focus on infantry. But yeah, I just make sure I've got enough medium. I make sure I've got at least a couple of medium anti-tank guns. Make sure I've got at least a couple of mortars. Make sure, but medium anti-tank guns are probably on the tanks. So medium tank with medium AT, the classic med. Yeah, that's really it. Like, I just don't skew. I just kind of build an army to look like an army. I guess that's my guiding principle. I want to look down at my force and for it to look like an army. Guess it's just the way I've always done things. In any game that I play, I like my army to look like a force, not a collection of models, which sometimes holds me back. But I'll tell you this, and it's a little bit adjacent, but I think it does sort of, it allows me to wank myself off a little bit, whilst also sort of emphasizing my point. Which is, I am 99% confident the only reason I have 3 best painted awards for Old World is because even when big bricks of infantry weren't that good in Old World, my army always looked like an army. Always. It always looked like, if you look down at it, you could imagine it was a force that it felt like it belonged in the setting it was in. Yeah. So, and I think that's the same with with 40k. Look at the list that I ran at the tournament last weekend. The video that came out today. That army looks like an army. It doesn't look like a random collection of models. So that would be my advice. Just build a force that looks like it makes sense. Make sure you're taking a nicely fleshed out rifle platoon, a couple of medium mortars and a couple of medium tanks, and you'll probably be all right. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody was asking before about I can't remember who it was, about my Lehman Russes, and I can show you. So let me scroll up and see who it was so I can reply to them properly. Gwaka, I've got a question. What are his Lehman Russes with the extended side armor? It's a great question. So these are these are actually the Horus Heresy Lehman Russes. So you've got the Lehman Russ strike tank and the Lehman Russ assault tank. But basically, the only difference between the kit is one comes with a barrel on the back and one doesn't, basically. So it's the Lehman Russ, Horus Heresy Lehman Russ strike tank. And basically it comes with everything but the side panels. So the only thing you have to buy to make it look like this is the side panels. And I buy these from eBay. There's some bloke that 3D prints them. I'm sure if you had a 3D printer, you could 3D print them yourself. I have a 3D printer. I just don't bother because I don't mind buying them from this guy, basically. I think I've got some spare ones here. No, not there. I might not have any to hand. I found them the other day, but I might have misplaced them. Here you go. So, yeah, so basically, they come in, they literally come, I've primed these ones, obviously. You can sort of see where the primer's coming off a little bit. But they just come as these two things, one for each side, right? And so, what I do is I build the Lehman Russ, but obviously you have to mount the armor on the side to have like spaced armor. And so how I do that is, if I may say so myself, very clever. Because what I do is I take, you see the dozer blade? You see, it's meant to have teeth on it. Like it's got the, it's meant to have bits that stick out. If I show you a picture online, you'll see what I'm talking about. Armies, Force of the Emperor, Solar Auxilia, Lehman Russ tank. Okay, here you go. Right, so if you look, the dozer blade on this tank has got these teeth sticking out here. On the, you know, the rest of the tank is exactly the same as mine. If you've got the dozer blade, it's got these teeth sticking out here. And if you look at mine, mine doesn't have those teeth. So what I did is I took the teeth, because you get 7 of them, so I had 1 spare left over, and I mounted them on the side. You can see, I mounted them on the side. And then I glued this onto the teeth. Now, I will say it's a little precarious. They do sometimes come off a little bit. You just have to super glue them back on. But yeah, basically that's it. So I used the plastic teeth from the dozer blade as the mounting points. And I just put them basically... If you're wondering how I get them to look so consistent, I just put 1 tooth in the corner there. And which side do I do it on, actually? So I do it on this side here. 1 tooth on this bit here. 1 tooth on this bit here. And then 1 tooth on this bit here. So I always do it on the behind of the line, as it were. So tooth. Do the same on both sides. And that way it makes it really easy to get it right in the right position every time. And then the other thing that I do is I buy, again, just from like eBay, I buy track guards. So if you go on eBay and just type in Lehman Russ track guards, there'll be some dude that sells them to you. So basically what I tend to do is I find that, you know, if I buy one of these tanks from like a third-party seller for about 20% off, and then I buy the track guards and the extra armor, it comes to basically the price of just a normal, you know, what I save, I basically spend on pimping it out, essentially. And then I stick the dozer blade on the front, and it makes this really, like, heavily armored looking Lehman Russ. And I did this because I find that the current Lehman Russ kits, they look really, like, well, they look really, like, exposed, like with all like the exposed tracks and everything. Yeah, with the exposed tracks and everything. So I figured I actually wanted a vehicle that, I mean, you're never gonna make like a guard tank look realistic, right? But I figured I could make a vehicle that looked a little bit more realistic with things like spaced armor and track guards and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, basically that's what I did. And so I made a bit of headcanon for it in my mind, in that, like, because I basically did this big, I called it like the Mordian modernization project, because I had all of these tanks in my collection that I've been doing over the years, and they were a real like hodgepodge. And then what I ended up doing is basically spending like on and off like 3 months, A, finishing all the tanks that are in my collection, and then B, going back and like up armoring all of my tanks, including like my like Chimera. So you can see I've done the same thing for my Chimeras and everything. And so, you know, and if you look at the, you might be able to see it here, but if you look at the armor, you can see it's a lot of little bricks like that. So it's actually, they're ERA bricks. It's explosive reactive armor. So not only is it like shoots them, but it's also got the ERA bricks on the, so you can see as well, like you've got the bricks and then the armor. So the idea basically because the Mordians are my regiment that I put all of my effort into, like headcanon and lore and everything. And the idea is basically like, the Mordians got transferred because I used to play against my brother's Tau all the time, but my brother he doesn't play 40k anymore. So, obviously I don't really play against his Tau that much anymore. And so I sort of made a bit of headcanon where it's like, okay, basically the Mordians got transferred from like the Eastern Fringe to now they're fighting more in like the Galactic Center and everything. And so the idea is my regiment, the Morden 50 Rifles, and the idea is basically as they were in transit, because I go to loads of tournaments, right? And because every tournament and all the terrain in Warhammer 40k these days is L-shaped ruins, I was like, we're being sent to fight in like urban environments. And the idea, obviously, if you're fighting in urban environments, you need to be really well armored because, there might be someone that like chucks a Molotov out of a building or, or someone who like shoots you from like point blank on like your sidearm from like an alleyway and stuff. And so the reason why we've got all the dozer blades and the extra track guard armor and the spaced armor and all that kind of stuff is basically because the Mordians are involved in my regiment, the Morden 50th, is basically involved in lots of urban combat now. So that was kind of like, evolving the headcanon, evolving like my army about what I used to play and what I play now. And that was kind of the inspiration for basically doing this big modernization project. And so now all of my Chimeras are up armored, all of my Lehman Russes are up armored. All of my artillery has got track guards. The only thing I haven't done it to yet are my Hellhounds. And as you can see, I've got 3 Hellhounds I need to do it to, and I have the track guards ready for it. So yeah. That's the Great Mordian Modernization Project. There you go. All right. How's the first tanks that need armor? That needs armor. I know. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. There you go. So, yeah, that's just my little way I like to... I wanted to... My tanks... The motivation for it was I had a really eclectic mix of armor. And it was all painted in different qualities because of it being done over so many years. So basically, I went back and brought all of the old tanks up to a newer standard. And then, whilst I was at it, did all my tanks up to try and make them look a little bit better than just the standard Russ, which, looks fine. But, the standard Russ looks fine. But with all the exposed tracks and stuff, it looks a little light. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? We've got Butt Mountain. Butt Mountain, thank you for super chat, man. A question we didn't ask, but an answer we need to know in stream discussion. What is this? Could prime Tom Brady handle the German 1939 to 1941 blitz? How long is this video? All right, it's only 4 minutes. I'll watch it.
39 to 1941, nobody, and I mean nobody, in the League of Nations could handle the extreme 6-man blitz package of the German Wehrmacht. Even blue blood franchises like the French, with their rough and tough Maginot found their pocket
Charles Lecor
under the relentless lightning speed of the German pass rush. In its heyday, this natty socialist winning blitz strategy was super effective, both at home and on the road against Germany's Eastern and Western Conference rivals.
Volume up.
That is, until it all came crashing down in the 1942 Barbarossa Bowl at Stalingrad Stadium, a winter classic for the ages. But one question many sports historians have asked
is Brady too old to be facing an armored panzer unit?
Could 7-time Super Bowl champ Tom Brady move the sticks against the German blitz? Or would the Wehrmacht's pass rush force the veteran Patriots quarterback?
Can I just say, This is the kind of content that the internet used to be all about. And this is the kind of content that I think the internet needs to get back to. Yeah.
To fumble, as bad as the British and the French did at Dunkirk. Now we can't go any further
Brady versus the
with
Tiger
this
2.
famous
Who do you
connection
got?
Without first addressing several of the controversies surrounding the infamous German Blitz. For starters, Germany would often line up its pass rush over a country's line of scrimmage before making a formal declaration of war, meaning they were almost always offsides. They were
Always
also
offside!
neutral countries, which of course is a blatant neutral zone infraction penalty. And it's also important to note that throughout World War II, many German soldiers
Football
on the
girl
front
style.
lines failed drug tests and were caught numerous times using performance-enhancing drugs.
Perverted, yeah.
Math. Now, why were any of
Math's
these
not.
egregious penalties called, you might ask? Was it SSEC bias? Well, actually, it's because in this time period, the League of Nations Commissioner didn't like to intervene in officiating decisions and preferred a let the boys play attitude when it came
Let the
on
boys
warfare.
play.
So, in an era when
Fuck's
cheating
sake.
both on and off the battlefield was overlooked,
That's true, Rat
who
Bastard.
better
That was
to
on Live
fire
Leak, though.
with
Early
fire
YouTube.
than the New England Patriots under Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. I know what critics are thinking. DocuWW don't even start to make this argument that Thomas Brady could handle the German Blitz. Even with some of the most impressive blitz-busting stats in the
Blitz-busting stats. Do not blitz Tom Brady.
He could get a pass off faster than a schwere SDKFT 31 Panzer Sparwagen could bulldoze his O-line and sack him in the pocket. Well, what if, perchance,
This is so
that somebody,
stupid.
prior to the start of the game, took all the Sparwagons into the bathroom at Foxborough Stadium for 90 seconds, and then all of a sudden their tires were deflated for the entire duration of the game. How fast would the German Blitz be then? Okay, but even if that happened, there's no way Tom Brady could react to the sheer mechanized speed of the German Blitz. Well, what if, with the help of the OSS, Alan Turing, and having your team photographers...
I hate how
footage of the German
so many of the names are just slightly wrongly said.
to decoded Enigma signals, meaning they would know every play call before the German soldiers even stepped onto the field. It wouldn't be that hard
Decoding
to blitz with
the
a
play
simple
calls.
route if you knew exactly how and when it was coming at you. So as long as we level the battlefield by allowing both teams to cheat, all I'm gonna say is one side in this scenario has 7 Super Bowls, the other has 0 World Wars. I'll let you do the math.
How did the fall of Constantinople affect LeBron's legacy? These videos are terrible. Fuck's sake. Nah, it's fair enough. It's quite funny, man. Yeah. I like it. Wasn't expecting that, but I have to say, I quite enjoyed it. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew! Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Good news, bad news. The Space Opera Song 8 is complete. The video, however, is not literally spending the time I got home till now. I have not finished project till Monday or tonight. Sorry. Cosmic. You are denying our ears the attentions of his tentacles. The Flare's very own 8 arms. I can't even look at you right now, man. I can't even look at you. It's a disgrace. It's unfair. Nah, man, Cosmic, it's all good. Better to I said better to take your time with it and get it done right than to rush it and not have it perfect. Yeah, there you go, man. Morden, do you not put heavy stubborn on your tanks and chimeras? Heavy stubbers? I do. I just often can't be bothered. Here's the thing, right? During my... It's a great question, DeFore Studio. During my long and somewhat varied successful career, it's questionably successful career, as an Imperial Guard commander, there have been many editions where stubbers were terrible, and many editions when stubbers were great. And so, often, I just don't bother with them. I just don't really bother with them anymore. The only... If they come with the kit, then I sometimes do them. But, like, often I don't really bother. Like, it was actually a big thing with the Russes that I did. And the Chimeras that I actually bothered to put the Hunter Killer missiles on. But they're on in a way where if, let's say, 11th edition came out and I had to start paying for them again and they were terrible, I would just like I'd literally snap them off and then paint green over where the break was, basically. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's it, right? But I wanted to I actually, with the Lehman Russes, they've got the coaxial stubbers. I don't know if I showed it before. So you can see on the Vanquisher ones, on the Vanquisher cannons, they've got the coaxial stubbers. But truth be told, like, I've got these turrets aren't glued in. So if I show you, like, they're not glued on, so I can take it apart and put a different turret in there. So if I ever needed to, like, go for a non-Vanquisher, I can just swap that out, and it's very easy. Yeah. There you go. But yeah, I obviously always play game-wise. I always play with them having stubbers because, you know, stubbers are can't turn down some potentially 6 free shots from each tank, right? Especially when I'm running my Met Guard and I'm running 5 tanks and 5 Chimeras and 5 Lehman Russes, and it's like that's literally 10 stubbers. That's 60 extra shots a turn. Yeah. What have we got next? Ibram Gorn, thank you for super chat, man. Question and acquisition in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Ooh! Got a character for my upcoming 2nd edition Space Marine army. Also got a total core pre-ordered. I was thinking today, given that 40k's problem with being an IGO-UGO system is that every unit can act in every phase, do you think that bot action could work as IGO-UGO, and do you think it would be fun? That's a great question. I believe bot action could work as an IGO-UGO because one side could activate every unit. Well, a little bit. The thing is, it kind of starts fucking with things like ambush. It starts fucking a little bit with ambush, so I think you could do bot action, IGO-UGO, but I think there would be some orders which would potentially become too powerful or would lose some of their potency. But I think you could do it. Yeah. Do I think it would be fun? Well, I think bot action is inherently a fun game, so yeah, I don't see why not. You got 2nd edition. Let's have a look at what you've been... So you got the 2nd edition... Chief Librarian Tigarius. Nice. And then you ordered Festung Europa and the Totem Rotter to army and Von Zogling. Yes! Nice. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. If ambush and snap 2 be the only things that would need changing? Yes, correct. Yeah. So yeah, I think it could work for sure. Also, I love that you're getting in on Old Hammer and Konflikt. Baby, this is the way. Ibram, this is the way, my son. This is the way. What have we got next? Sir Newbie, Evening, bit of homebrew lore and stream discussion. Kept it short. This is a very, very short and background lore description of my Imperial Guard Krieger Spider Army. I was very late last night using ChatGPT to flesh this out, but I shortened it, else there'd be tens of pages, maybe hundreds. Callus was once a calm agri-industrial world. It's peace-shattered by a hidden word-bearers cult that sparked a 300-year civil war. Though victorious, Callus was transformed into a loyalist bastion world that never demobilized. Loyalty became law, betrayal is erased from memory, and faith is proven through endurance and annihilation of heresy. Its people live on permanent war footing, their land scarred into trenches and fortresses, their regiments forged by generations of attrition. Most notably, the 49th Armoured Siege Regiment, famed for unyielding defence and grinding siege warfare. Callus is devout, ruthless, and effective, respected and feared across the Imperium, tolerated by the Ecclesiarchy, watched by the Inquisition, and known by a single creed. We bleed the lie dry. I quite like that. That's cool, man. That is cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah. Pardon me, a little burpee. Pardon me. But yeah, that's cool. I like how it's obviously Krieg inspired, but different enough. Significantly different enough. Yeah. Nice. Mr. Lucky, thank you for super chat, man. German. Teutonic Night Song. 2 hours to pay wherever children start building K47. Vocal spinners turn now. Mr. Lucky, we're not taking song requests tonight because it's not a hobbying stream tonight. But I can have a look at that song just in general. Oh, it's by the same guy that does the Lanchdeck song. All right, well, let's do a minute of it. You know, I said I wasn't going to listen to take song requests, but this is one exception. It's cool. This feels like it would be perfect for an Empire Knightly Order. Cool. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. It's not a hot take. It's not even it's not even close to being a hot take. It's an absolutely normal take. I think knights are cool. I think knights are cool as fuck, man. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I think there's something about knights that like capture the imagination. Like whether you're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance or whether you're playing what do you call it, Bretonia, or whatever it may be. I just think that knights are cool. Yeah. Bretonia better than Empire? Well, no, I think the Empire knightly orders are cool as well. Yeah, yeah. Quests, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, yeah. That's it. I mean, it's just sometimes it's like, yeah, quest, honor, glory, all that shit, man. Yeah, yeah. And it's funny, like, we had this conversation the other day on stream. And, you know, I kind of want to come back to it a little bit. Because I'm quite far behind on my super chats. And this is potentially kind of like a long one. But, yeah, I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it because it's a long one. And I want to, like... I want to touch on this, but yeah. Let me just make a note so I don't forget. Chat, don't let me. I don't have a pen on me right now. Chat, don't let me forget. I want to talk about how knights are cool and don't go out of fashion. All right, Don't let me forget about that. All right. So that's probably good. You might need to remind me like 30 minutes or so, but that's what we're gonna get to it. Okay. What do we got next? Where are we up to? We've got Zello. Zello, thank you so much for the one with Mumflex, man. Good evening. Good evening, sir. Thank you for supporting the channel for a month, mate. Fantastic. We've got Cosmic. Thank you for super chat, man. I'm sorry, Spriggs, it's not ready yet. Cosmic's like frustrated himself, self-flagellated. I'm sorry, Spriggs. I'm sorry, the player. You gotta go on like a penitent crusade, Cosmic. That's what you gotta do, man. Tim Bob, thank you for super chat, bro. Even lads, hope we're having a good one. Cheers. Song request, Synthhammer, Sly, Marbo. We're not taking song requests today, Tim Bob, because it's not a hobbying stream. I made an exception before, but I don't want to be doing lots and lots of song requests because obviously it's not the right stream for it. I just want to make sure I've got the right thumbnail and stuff on, because it might be my fault if I've got like a pain. No, I was just chatting. Okay. So yeah, we're not taking any song requests. Don't bury MG in song requests. Stop it. Stop it. I'll have a listen though. I'll have a listen. I won't take any more, but the ones that are in the... Because obviously some people wouldn't have known that. No, it's alright. I can take a look. I'll give it a little listen. That's fine. But I'm not taking any more since I've made it clear we're not doing it. That's the fair way of doing it. Is it 1 minute? Let me just... Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna have it as a bit of a background music whilst we're chatting, and then I can listen to it at the same time whilst I'm chatting. There we go. It's just like instead of having the normal background track on, we'll have this one on for a little bit. Spriggs, thank you for the super chat, man. It's okay, Cosmic. Perfection takes time. Indeed it does. See, Cosmic, the Ink Prince himself has said you have time to make this right. There you are. We've got Joe. Thank you, super chat, man. Old World Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's take a look. I have to say, Tim Bob, I do love this kind of music. I do love it. Finished my first Pegasus Knight. I know there is almost a taboo of painting green heraldry on your knights due to a line from the 6th edition army book and stuff with the Green Knight, which I stick to for most of my knights. But I make exception of this guy because his heraldry is my family crest, which has some green in it, which I attempted to paint, although a bit shoddily as I'm not the best freehand painter. I don't know, man. Looks pretty fucking good to me. Looks pretty sick, man. Nice. Dude, Lore is there to inspire. Lore is there to inspire. Lore is there to help you and all that kind of stuff. But I've seen plenty of green Bretonian knights in my time, so you're all right, mate. Yeah, yeah. It might just be that this guy's, you know, family have a history with the Green Knight. Yeah. There we go. I love it, man. You guys are making me want to paint up some Bretonians. I do have a full Bretonian Knight army built and primed. I just need to paint them. Well, built, somewhat primed. I need to get them finished. Okay, question. Chat. I want to do a Bretonian Errantry Crusade army. Pure Knights. I also want to have like a Bretonian Peasant army. So eventually it'll be, you know, a big mixed army. But it's by the by. Question. Do we go Knights Templar or Teutonic Knights? I'm thinking basically white and red. It's basically the white and red cross or the white and black cross. Which one? I think we need a poll for this. I think we need a poll. Both are very good. Do you know what I mean? I'm not doing individual heraldry. I've tried that in the past. Not for me. Shall we do a poll? Let it run throughout the stream. There we go. There we go. Let's see. We've got the poll going there now. That was a cool song, that was. I enjoyed it. There we go. Let's see what people vote for. Let's see what people vote for. Both are good. I'm happy. You know, either will do well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get one of the speed paint pens. So I'll basically prime them white, go over them with the army paint like holy white, and then basically get the speed paint pens and go. I wasn't that bothered about Knights Hospitaller, to be honest. I did think about them, but I'm not that bothered about the blue color scheme, to be fair. Yeah, but for me, it's always been like I've always been well, not always. I've recently been enjoying a lot of like medieval history. For those that like watch the channel for a little while, no, I've always been a bit of a history fan. But I actually started off deep diving World War I history, and I got into that with the Great War Week by Week channel. And then I ended up when I got into bot action, I started deep diving World War II history, And then when I've been getting into like Warhammer Old World, I actually started really getting into like medieval and ancient history. So, and I played a lot of Rome 2 as well, which really got me interested in like that. So I've been doing a lot more like sword and board history, as it were. And so, you know, obviously I've been learning about, like, I'd watched, is it the Epic History? I think it's Epic History did the First Crusade documentary. It's just like, I think it's only like half an hour long, but it's very, very good. So yeah, I watched that. So obviously that's made me think the Crusade with the red and white cross would be awesome. And then also, you know, which is kind of cool. And then there's the, but then I love playing Age of Empires 2. I've played Age of Empires 2 for decades, on and off. Not like dedicatedly, but on and off. You know, every year or two I'll install it and, you know, play a few skirmishes and stuff. And my favorite faction in that is the Teutonic Knights, the Teutons, because my one go-to strategy. So if I ever do community Age of Empires 2, which I will never do because there are people out there which have just been no-lifing that game for like 30 years at this point. But if I ever, and it'll just be like a massive, massive rollover. But if I ever did community Age of Empires 2, and if you're on the opposite team to me, just be aware that I only have one play, which is I castle up, and then basically castle up, defend until I have maxed out my population on Teutonic Knights, and then I just group them up into groups of 50, control groups 50, and then just click into your base. That's my one tactic. It's the only tactic I've ever had. It's the only tactic I ever will have. So if you're able to hard counter that, then you'll win. But yeah, I always I just love the slow moving, and then they just with the capes, and then I just love that they've got like the capes and the great helms, and they just sort of walk across the board and just like pull the swords out like ching ching ching, and they just kill everything. Bilderg, how do you access Discord? Need to be a channel member or a Patreon? Teutonic Knights the coolest unit in that game with their capes. Exactly, Joe. Exactly, right? So yeah, Joe, I'm loving the hobby. Don't get me wrong. I feel like I've gone off. I didn't praise you in paint job enough, but dude, I'm loving the hobby, loving the old world, and it just inspired me to think I need to be getting on my my own Bretonnian army at some point. Yeah. I've been saying I've got so many projects in the works. I've been saying for ages I really should just every stream should be a hobby stream. Every video should be a painting video. How I badly paint things. Just every day. There you go. Until if I did that, maybe I'd get through all the projects that I have. Yeah. What have we got next? We've got Dark Knight Curran. Thank you for super chat, man. Follow-up question. How could a US-themed Imperial Guard force work in the Imperium? Doesn't seem like an ideal environment for democracy, yeah? No, there are examples of democracy in the Imperium. Yes, there are. I mean, there are examples of it. Like in the third Gaunt's Ghost book, Vervenhive, one of the things that makes Vervenhive unique is that it has a democratic legislature. Anyway, where basically semi-democratic, right? So there are the noble houses, major and minor, and the houses ordinary and the noble houses, and then merchant guilds and all that kind of stuff. And they all have their dedicated representatives, but they can vote. So whilst the people don't vote those people in, the like guilds and various noble houses and stuff, they can vote, and they can even vote against the planetary governor, who is the master of Vervenhive, the governor of Vervenhive. So, and obviously, the Imperium's laws are, if you are the planetary governor, you got to keep your guys in line. But obviously, it's kind of interesting because if in Vervenhive's case, they ever voted out the planetary governor, that would the Imperium would probably be okay with that, because the Imperium would basically see it as you have failed as a governor to manage your planet enough to the point where these guys have actually said, you're out. And there's even like, it even sort of touches upon a little bit about how the administratum and the local government actually work alongside each other and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so it's kind of interesting. So there are basically there are a million worlds in the Imperium, and on those worlds there are many different nations or city-states, and all of them will have many of them will have different ways of governing themselves. Yeah. So, an example of how you could do like a US themed Imperial Guard force is you could probably lean into a little bit. It could be a little bit like Helldiver-esque, like managed democracy. Like technically it's democratic, but your vote is done for you, based on like what based on what the government thinks is best. So the way you would probably do it is you'd go grimdark democracy, something like that. Yeah. So you could absolutely have it work, but you could go full-blown democracy if you wanted to. You could go full-blown democracy, but essentially, if you wanted to have proper democracy in the Imperium, the way you could do it is basically the administratum is perfectly happy to let this world be run democratically as long as the Imperial tithe is met. They don't care. There's the administratum is on the planet, because there's always an administratum headquarters on every planet. The administratum is there, the Arbites are there, and as long as the democratically elected, government of this world is able to maintain its tithe and output for the Imperium, then they don't care. But there's always this threat that if the democracy ever ends up failing, then the administratum and the Arbites would have no issue basically stepping in and taking it away from them. So there's a little like, you could add a bit of friction and nuance to the idea. Maybe that's where sometimes the administratum and the Arbites get into a bit, not necessarily like armed conflict, but get into disagreements with the way the locals do things. One man, one vote for the Emperor. Yeah, everyone gets to vote, but there's only one choice on the ballot box, which is the Emperor. That's kind of a funny way of doing it as well. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat, man. Link in stream discussion. Let's have a look, bro. Started my YouTube channel again. This is our first battle report. I also do gaming news for K47, 40K, and Star Wars Legion. It's basically the same news everyone else has, but you gotta start somewhere. All the videos are when my channel was horror orientated. Let's have a look, mate. Hey. Alright. I won't watch the whole thing, because obviously it's a couple of hours long, but I'll watch a little bit of it. Let's have a look.
Alright, playing Konflikt 47 today. I'm here with my buddy.
Playing Konflikt 47. Yep, no dramas. Like, subscribe, comment. The moment you mentioned Konflikt, just straight away, 10 out of 10 video.
We are going to go over the army.
Hey, I like the terrain.
This is the American side. Go ahead, Dave, whenever you're ready.
All right, so this is going to be the first assault platoon with an inexperienced officer. 2 points.
Min-maxing triad bastard.
Both guys have rifles and ATRDs.
All right.
They're taking the piss.
2 identical Paragon squads, 3-man squads, 2 Rift dice each, 2 SMGs, 1 heavy Tesla rifle, and the close combat weapons.
All right.
So the officer is inexperienced. These guys are veteran.
All right.
Second platoon is a armored walker platoon.
Nice.
The command vehicle is the Kodiak.
Nice.
It throws all the dice ever.
Yes.
Followed by an M10 tank destroyer, a heavy infantry squad, taken as veteran, all with LMGs, so 5 guys. We've got
half track for them.
Just as it comes. It's regular with a HMG on the
I need some more half tracks.
And then the third platoon, we've got another inexperienced.
3 platoons. What points level is it?
Both have ATRDs. It's inexperienced. And
That's
2 points of
crazy.
guts.
Triple platoon, man.
Spend all your points on guts. That's 40 points.
No, that's 20.
No, but didn't you have 2 over here too?
That's
Yeah,
They're
because
teammates, aren't they?
no. American officers have a point of.
they
guts.
get one for free.
Oh my God, I did not know that.
It's plus 10 for a point of guts for
Even
an extra one.
even
Or it's,
more ridiculous.
but it's
America.
guts are plus 15 for a point of luck.
Yeah.
And I opted not to go the luck route.
Yeah, always go. Well, not always go guts, but guts is great.
2 identical Firefly squads, both veteran. 4 guys here.
I'm gonna have a little look at how the.
All right, in the half track. All right.
So here we've got Paragons.
Skip ahead a little
All
bit.
right.
4 hits.
Burn hands.
It's Pen 2. So you're
4 plus.
so I'm killing on 2s. 4.
All right, so I get cover for.
So you get you're
I like the board and stuff.
in heavy cover, so it should be 2 ups.
All right, we might survive this. It might be 2 ups. We're gonna check it out. Is it 2 ups or we don't know?
I'm confirming.
All right, we're confirming that it's 2 ups.
That's what that is. But
You have to forgive us. We're still new to this game. So
No!
we're gonna be looking
Every video must be perfect every time.
it does not have an ordered run.
So if I go down with them,
You're going down.
just save these guys.
So looking for anything but a 1.
Oh.
Just as from the auto cannon.
Oh, I like
Anything
the
but one.
dice
It's
tray.
Only from the auto.
I said that before, yeah.
Hey, and so far we're good.
So far you're good.
That was Shrek Wolfen, I bet.
So
Yeah,
4, 8.
cool. Yeah, no, it looks decent. Only so only thing I would say is the vertical battle report is totally fine, but bear in mind that's somewhat basically going to limit it to people watching on mobile, but 50% of all YouTube content is consumed on mobile, so it's not actually the end of the world. The other thing I would say is it might be, if you're going to film vertically, it might just, it depends on how obviously easy it is to like clip all the bits together, right? Because you've got different clips on the phone. But if you're going to film vertically, it might be better to sort of focus more on like action shots rather than like dice rolls and the full flow of the battle. And that's simply because you've got less perspective. So if you've got like a wide board if you're doing it like horizontal, I'm feeling romantical. Horizontal. Even though you're rolling dice, you can see other bits that are going on the board. Like you can see a bit's terrain. Whereas when it's vertical, you've got less that perspective. So it might be worth doing more like, and then this happen, going through like this happen, going for like action shot kind of thing. Or it might just be worth considering going horizontal. It's kind of up to you. Yeah, it's kind of up to you. But yeah, Florida Eccentric. I thought the board looked great. I thought going through, I thought it was a very good like classic style of battle report. Going over the armies first, going through the missions, rolling the dice. I feel like it's a classic style of doing battle report. So I did like that. I would just consider doing horizontal filming rather than vertical and seeing how that works out, because it is worth mentioning that I feel like whilst 50% of content on YouTube is viewed vertically, it might be that not that high percentage of battle reports are viewed vertically, right? Like it's like you've got the overall stats and you've got specific stats for each kind of like content that's consumed. So that's the only thing I would say. But yeah, no, I thought it was a very, very good first stab. I thought it was cool, and I'm happy to put a link down in the chat for people that want to check it out. There we go. Hope that helps, mate. Hi, Marshall Bungle. Thank you for the super chat, man. Krieg update, work in progress in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Still need to work on the basis thing. I'm going to go for the classic mud and trenches look. I mean, can't go wrong with mud and trenches with the Krieg. Nice. Yeah, they do look good, man. Yeah, they do look very, very good. High Marshal Bungle. I'm liking the color scheme. The gray and the gray and the black and the silver works very nicely together. Feels like a proper drab sort of trench uniform. Yeah, man. But then you've got the bits of brown that really make it pop. Yeah, I like that. I think if you do the base is muddy and then the base rim's black, I think that'll look perfect. Yeah, I think that'll look really, really good. All right, let's have a look here. There we go, man. Nice. And then we've got Richard Seaton. Thank you for the 22 months, man. Xbox, baby! Still here, 07. God knows why. Because it's a cult. And once you're in, you can't leave. Except you can. There you are. I want to say a big thank you to Swordsman Smith. Swordsman Smith, thank you so much for the 32-month member flex. Double Xbox, baby! The Dark Gods. This week's hobby project pictures in stream discussion. Okay. The big question is, will it be Chaos? Or will it be Gene Stealer Cult? It will be Heresy one way or another. And it's Chaos! Hey! He looks sick, man. Bro, the blood sticking to the feet. Very, very cool. Very, very, very cool indeed, man. Nice. Yeah, I have to say that looks really sick. I have to say I'm a big fan of the Soul Grinder. Yeah, I like the Defiler as well. I do. The funny thing is, I've always found the Soul Grinder doesn't really fit in as an Age of Sigmar model, but it was always billed as you could use it in Sigmar and in 40k. But to me, it's just a 40k model. Yeah. Yeah. Really, really cool. Really, really cool, man. It's been around a while, the Soul Grinder, but it's a venerable old model that still looks great. Still looks like, modern, dynamic, all that good stuff. And you've done a great job on the color scheme, man. That Blood River is fantastic. Soul Grinder done for an anti tomorrow. Plague Legion walk through walls. Praise be. Praise be. Praise be. There we go. Praise be to Nurgle. There we are. What have we got next? Let's have a look. It's in Legends at AOS, is it? Ah, that's a shame. Were they from Fantasy? That's a shame. They're in Old World, I think, though, aren't they? I think they are. I mean, we can check. Why not just check? Warhammer, The Old World, Legends, Demons of Chaos. They might not be in Old World anymore. Maybe they're only in 40k. Oh, there it is. Soul Grinder. It's still in Old World. There you go. There you are, boys. Don't you worry. Good Old World's got you covered. It's always got your back. It's always got your back. And of course, 40k does as well. Swords and Smith. Villainy inks and enamel paints are awesome. Use them on the skin. It does look good, mate. I want to say, very, well done. Massive effort and big shout out for the Soul Grinder model. Because I think you did a good job on it. Yeah. Definitely looks like it's... it definitely looks like it belongs. Definitely looks like a proper demonic, demon engine kind of thing. Yeah, it's cool. What have we got next? The Boss Grand. Thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, thank you so much, man. Happy Friday. The dozer on the Lehman Russ is peak. Oh, thank you, man. I quite like it. Some people say it looks like a piano, but I don't take that as a criticism. It looks so good in stream discussion. I shared an update on the game I'm working on and some hobby pictures. Let's have a look. Super excited to be able to say that I was able to launch my Steam page for Fame or Folly. I already have 100 wishlists, and I'm going to be doing a limited public playtest starting in March. Can't remember if I showed this off before, but here are some pictures of my black coach. I just finished the bay for it the other day. Let's have a look. The base for it, I think. I remember you saying you were doing this game, man. That's kind of cool. Fame or Folly. Fame or Folly is a push-your-luck card game with all the fun of Renaissance Fair. Gather lively performers, acquire powerful game-changing banners, tempt fate for towering scores, and unleash outrageous crowd-pleasing combos. Alehouse Bard, Somber Knights, Honey, Peddler, Pirella. There you go. Nice. It looks cool. Yeah. Hopefully, if it's already got 100 people wishlisting it, then hopefully it'll be a nice little, nice little money spinner. Nice. Let's have a look at the black coach. There you go. That's what it's all about. Nice. We actually had a conversation the other day about new black coach versus old black coach. And, I will admit, I did say I preferred the old black coach. But that's because of nostalgia. That is because of nostalgia. The new black coach model, you can't really deny it. It is still a pretty beautiful model. It's still very, very cool. Yeah. I love the base that you've done for it, man. Really, really immersive. I actually think the base you've done for it is better than the GW one because it feels more like it's hurtling across the land rather than sort of flying through the sky like some sort of necromantic Santa's sleigh. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, it looks great, man. Yeah. That I do love Oldhammer, but I can still respect a well-painted model, no matter where it's from. Yeah. Nice, excellent, man. Boss Grant, thank you so much for the support, bro. And I sincerely hope that the game launch goes well for you, man. We got Josh Hammer. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, shared my work in progress. British 8th Army / SAS Western Desert Force. Just to apply the decals, then weather the vehicles, dude. Loving it. Share my work in progress with my British West Desert Army. I love it, man. I really like the sand and black camo. I need to figure out how to do that myself. I mean, how I do it is I just bite the bullet and get a fucking airbrush eventually. But until I crack, I need to figure out how I'm going to do it. Yeah. It does look good, though. Is that a Valentine tank? It looks sick. Yeah. It's cool with all the extra little bits on it. Is it like a Rubicon kit or something? It does look. Oh, is that the Crusader? I have to say, I do have a soft spot for the Crusader. Yeah. Because everyone goes on about, like, the Matilda. And everyone goes on about, like, when, the Shermans turned up and they were really helpful and all that kind of stuff. But the venerable old Crusader was still doing some pretty fucking good work. Before all the, newfangled American tanks turn up. Yeah. It's cool. Hey! The Matilda, still the queen of the desert. One of my favorite things, well, the favorite things about the Matilda for me is that it served throughout the entire war. It served with the BEF in the fall of France. It served in the Western Desert. And then when it became somewhat obsolete in the Western Desert, it still was a second-line tank. So it's still, okay, we need a bit of armor to bulk up this push, chuck a few Matildas in. But they actually ended up sending them a lot of them over to the Pacific. Because even though they were a little obsolete in Europe, they were more than capable of taking on Japanese tanks in the Pacific. So, yeah. Yeah. I love it, man. That's cool. Nice. I think you did a cool job, man. Yeah. I do like the tan and black camo. It's very, very well done. Very well done indeed, sir. Very well done indeed. Oh, wait, we've got a few more. Don't want to miss them. The Matilda and the Crusader are probably my two favorite British tanks. Yeah. I do like all the like Chevy trucks and stuff though for the SAS. They're kind of cool. I saw a funny thing the other day, and it was actually earlier today. I love all like the twin machine guns and stuff, man. Yeah, just literally just rock like. The thing is, they still. I don't know if they still do it in the British Army. I have to admit, but the idea of taking very light vehicles and just strapping loads of machine guns to them was something that was still very much done by British Armed Forces in the early 21st century, like the old Snatch Land Rover, where basically it was just a Land Rover that we just stuck loads of like machine guns on. I think they ended up being a little. I think they ended up going a little out of fashion, sort of post 2003 invasion of Iraq, because they were fine for doing reconnaissance in, but for doing a lot of the like occupation stuff, or nation building stuff, they were just very susceptible to getting shot up essentially. But yeah, the idea of just having just a fast moving buggy just covered in machine guns, yeah. Oh, that's true. We have the Jackal, don't we? Yeah. But what I love is I noticed this like Vickers on the back, and I saw a funny meme today, and it was someone. It was the military the Maxim gun, a movie, and it was the Star Wars intro theme, like dun, dun, the Star Wars intro theme. It's like has like the scrolling text, but instead of the scrolling text, it was just a slow scroll of like the Maxim guns, like all the wars it's been involved in on the Wikipedia page, because it was like from like 1886 to present, like they're just like going all the way up. It was pretty good. Yeah, there we go. That's cool though, man. Very, very cool army. Loving it that you're getting in on the 8th Army and the SAS stuff. That's cool. What do we got next? The Wazian, thank you so much for super chat, man. Has to wait, but just listen to answer my last question. Thanks, mate. Very insightful. Have a good weekend. Dude, my pleasure, man. Thank you so much for support. I'm glad I was able to help. 07, you magnificent bastard, and have a great weekend, bro. There we are. Maxim still used now. I saw one in Ukraine that was too well together, the big red dot optic. Yeah, the Maxim still used today, not just in Ukraine, but I think its most famous current conflict is Ukraine, because well, basically, I think they had like a few thousand of them just stored. Yeah, just stored away. And at the end of the day, machine gun's a machine gun. It's got a relatively slow rate of fire, but yeah, basically there's a bit more. They are still second line guns. So what they basically did is they had a bunch. From my understanding is. I'm sure some have been used on the front line. I'm sure many of them use front line. But my understanding is they basically have, obviously, lots of military presence. The Ukrainians have got to defend their border with, like, Belarus, because there's always that risk that the Russians come through, like, Belarus. Because I think they did once already. Or maybe there was just a threat. I can't quite remember. 2022 was a little while ago. But the point is that there's always the threat of them coming through there. So they still have to have a lot of military presence all along that sort of border. But what they realized is like, okay, that's not we need to protect it, but it's not as pressing, obviously, as the front line over in the east. So they basically took some of like the modern machine guns and equipment that they had on that area, sent them over to where they were more needed, and then replaced them with the second line equipment like Maxims and like DP. I think the DP-828 machine guns and stuff like that. So that's why when you hear like, oh, they're still using like World War II equipment, and sometimes like World War I equipment in Ukraine, it's often, these second line units that are defending the less active parts of the border. Yeah. Well, but not always, but like that's often where you see it. Yeah. Yeah. One of the longest shots made in history in the world was made with a turret man 50 cal turret by an American. Another was made with a Confederate soldier in the US Civil War. That's true. The famous, what you're ducking for? They couldn't hit an elephant for this distance. Yeah, there you are. What do we got next? We have got Richard Seaton. No, sorry. Richard Seaton. I'll do you next anyway. Richard Seaton, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Big Chief. Big Chief. 1 vote for Knights of St. John. I didn't think of the Knights of St. John. Let me have a look at what their colour scheme is. Ooh. Red and white cross. Oh, that is pretty hardcore. That is pretty hardcore. Yeah. It's like, yeah, fair play. Fair play. I'll show it off to the people, so other people can see what I'm looking at. But yeah, yeah, it's pretty. The red and white does go pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie. I do already have a mostly red color scheme though on my dwarves. So even though I would love to do this, I basically already have a red and silver color scheme, which is my dwarf. So yeah, but it would look very, very good. Yeah, it does look very, very good. Yeah, let's have a look. That's a good shout though, a very good shout. All right, what do we got next? We've got Umamex. Umamex, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. I now know why I've been cut off. See my shame in the stream Discord. Let's have a look. What are you talking about, man? Okay, so I have some work to do. I wondered what you meant by cut off. I thought you meant you'd been kicked out of the Discord. No. You've been cut off. No more hobby funds. Yeah, bro, just like, I can't help myself. I just keep buying Beyblades. You've got a problem. Ubermax, you got a problem. Problem is you haven't got enough Beyblades. Octoblade doesn't mean you make one Beyblade 8 Beyblade variants from one Beyblade. It means you first buy 8 Beyblades and then start getting the other variants. Yeah. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. I don't think you should be cut off. I think we should be giving you more funding. There we are. What have we got next? We got Tim Bob. Tim Bob, thanks for chat. Not a request, a tip. Synthhammer, paint them minis. Is that a tip for a song I should listen to? Let's have a look. I'll put it in the not in the queue as well. I'll paint them minis music video. It's got fucking Henry Cavill in it. All right, I'll keep it. I'll add it to watch later. There you go. I've saved my watch later on YouTube, mate. There you are. Oh. Pardon me. I love the reaction in chat to that Beyblade list. Get this man more Beyblades. Now that's a recon list. Oops, all Beyblades win. I think this guy's, he's already on it. He's on the oops, all Beyblades. Not oops, though. Not oops. Oh, how did that get in there? Just like added the Beyblade to cart. Oh, man. Dark Knight Kurum. Thank you so much, Super Chat, bro. Thanks for the advice. I'll definitely think on it. I love the nuanced idea you presented, and I think I'll definitely play around with that idea. 07. Dude, no worries, man. I do like the idea. There's a few different ways you could approach a democratic world in 40k. There's ways you can make it flawed. There's ways you can make it less flawed. But at the end of the day, it would be a relatively unique concept in the universe, or well, in the world, in the galaxy of Warhammer 40k. So yeah, dude, it's my pleasure. I thought it was an interesting concept. Good to throw a few ideas around. So mate, appreciate the support, man. Thank you. We've got Mr. Lucky. Thank you for super chat, bro. Build progress picture in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let me have a look here. All right. Vogel Spinner with Machine and Javert took the loadout advice from the lads. Nice. There you go, man. There you go. Looks good. You can't go wrong with the old Machine and Javert. There you are. I love how it's Machine and Javert instead of Machine and Gewehr, which is machine gun. So stupid. Pardon me. Yeah, man. That's cool. That's very cool. I like it. Can't go wrong. What colour scheme are you thinking of going for it? What colour scheme are you thinking of doing for it, I should say? You going for like a classic grey one or maybe some sort of camouflage jobby? I'm just checking something on my end. Nothing major. Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool. Let's have a look. Nostalgia Vivek. It looks like me and Warpforge will be having our learner games with K47 next month at our LGS. Yes! Yes! The fire rises, Nostalgia Vivek. You must go forth and play the game in front of other wargamers. And they will become curious. And it'll be your job to guide them to the rift. No, fuck that. Just play the game and have fun. That's cool, man. Great to see you and L Warpy fucking playing some games, man. Make sure you take lots of pictures. Let us know how it goes and all that kind of good stuff. Because he's got Brits and you've got Axis, so it should be a pretty good matchup. Yeah, yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. It'll be curious. I would be curious. Obviously, I'm always looking to spread the way of the rift, of course. But I also want you guys to be focused on just like playing the game and enjoying it. But I would be curious, not only on your thoughts, but also if you do get even just a few people looking over, like any sort of tabs on the curiosity would be, would be kind of cool. If it goes well and we learn it, might be a thing to become a K47 ambassador since the LGS is looking for ambassadors for more games. Well, there you go, man. If the local game store's looking for it, sounds good for everyone. You guys get more opponents and the game gets to be more successful and the local game store gets to make a bit of money, which is win-win-win for everyone. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Nice. All right. What have we... I'm going to be taking as many big warpy shits as possible. Wait, what? I'm going to take as many big warpy shits as possible to draw eyes. Just like... Okay. Just like sat... Just, I can't tell if you mean you're going to be just shitting on Warpforge or if you're just going to be just dropping some fucking terrible shit in the game store's box. That's, yeah, I was going to say, that sounds like a comment rather than me taking loads of warp units. Yeah. I thought you were just going to be like fucking giving the local plumbing a damn good thrashing. Oh, man. Yeah, you're going to be taking loads of like weird, wacky units. Cool. I think that's a good idea. Yeah. That's a good idea. So people can see it. And people can see it and be like, oh, cool. What are those things? Oh, cool. What are those things? I'm fucking crying, man. The medium of text, ever the perfect communication method. No one's ever misunderstood each other by text. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. What have we got next? Before I end up pissing myself of laughter, what have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Monkey Fist. Fun fact, the first mechanized warfare was done by young George Patton with field-made technicals against Mexico. That sounds like something from Konflikt 47. Is that true? Dude, that sounds really interesting. If you can find a link to that, put it in stream discussion or something. I'd love to have a look at that. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, man. Nice. Just that sounds a bit. Cut one out with the green vault. Lay a brick with the green vault. There you go. Monkey Fist. Bro stole trucks and put machine guns on them to chase down Pancho Villa. Really? Huh, cool. Pattern indeed invaded Mexico. Crazy times, man. Crazy times. Ah. There we are. It does sound very American. That's true. It does sound very American. What do we got next? Godlike Poet. Thank you for Super Chat, man. Got the 0 hour rulebook. Have a good weekend, man. Nice. It is a beautiful rulebook. It is a beautiful rulebook. And it looks like a really, really fun game. It's probably a game that I'm not going to like get round to like immediately. But just you know, having it there on the back burner. And it's definitely something I do want to try out at some point. Just need to basically get a couple of big armies painted up for it, which won't be that difficult. Basically, actually to sit down and paint 200 infantry. Why that? Yeah, that's like a week. It would take me like a week to paint 200 infantry. Yeah. Speed paints, Stargate. No streaming, done. There you are. I tell you what, boys, this streaming thing, it gets in the way of all my hobbying. I could get so much hobbying done. No, I'd do it all on stream, probably, to be fair. I remember I painted a whole orc army in 1 week, just because I hobby streamed every night, and then I streamed, and then I just painted every day. Yeah, it was like, basically, it was basically about 14 hours of painting every day. Yeah. Morning Glory, it's another game I have. A game to play when we finally have a day together. It's true. Yeah. I feel like the thing is, I feel I haven't decided anything formal yet. I want to make that clear. I'm sort of going to see how this weekend's after action report goes, because I've got one coming out tomorrow. I'm sort of seeing how this weekend's after action report goes, because if it goes really well, I'll probably go to a few more tournaments. But if it goes if it goes okay, I might not go to too many tournaments before 11th edition, because there is I might go to like 1 or 2 RTTs or something, but like at the end of the day, I've been here before. I've been doing content, end of 8th edition, my after action reports, because you got to think like they are quite time intensive and effort intensive. It's like go to, full weekend of gaming, so that's like 2 days, and then it's probably about 2 days worth of recording as well, between the army overview and the report itself, especially if it's a GT. So the thinking is that's like 4 days to basically make like 2 videos, which is okay, obviously. But I found at the end of 8th edition and the end of 9th edition, the last sort of 6 months, no one really cared about the tournament reports, which makes sense, by the way. I'm not even like mad in any way, shape, or form. It's like in video games, right? If you know like a new season of a video game is coming or something, you sort of just wait until the new season comes out, right? And then you jump on that one. You jump on it then. And so obviously there's 40k is very like that, where people aren't that bothered about watching. Like, people aren't as bothered about 40k content right now, because it's not interesting. It's just that people are already looking to the next edition. It's that simple, right? So my thinking is, I noticed at the end of 8th edition, where after action reports, were fine, but not popping off. And I noticed at the end of 9th edition as well. And if it happens again here in 10th edition, what I'll probably end up doing is only going to like a couple more tournaments before the end of the edition, if that. But what I'll do, the reason I'm mentioning this is what I'll probably do instead is do loads of community like battle reports and stuff, whether it's Midhammer or whether it's Konflikt or Bot Action or Old World, because I've not done any community battle reports in about a year, because you've got well, probably about 18 months, because you've got to think, like, I was doing loads of them at the beginning of the edition, and then the last 18 months I was going really hard on tournaments, and then now we're sort of, it's a good time to do them again. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll see how it goes on the we'll see how it goes on with this weekend. But if the tournament reports end up just doing fairly mid, I might just basically take an opportunity to touch base with a lot of people in the community that I've not spoken to or taught, you know, because I've not had a game with Godlike Poet like in years at this, like a couple of years at this point, which is mental. And you know, obviously we met at like Thanatos, but that's a little different, right? So it would be good to, like, you know, do a, you know, go, you know, do a few, organize a few, instead of going to tournaments at weekends, organize some battle reports at weekends, and being like, hey, I've suddenly got like 4 days free, you know, each every 2 weeks, because I go to tournaments every 2 weeks typically, and just see, like, you know, just basically get loads of battle reports in the bank for other games, cruise a little bit till 11th, and then when 11th comes in, just be nice and refreshed and just hit the ground running. I'm thinking that's what will happen, but we'll see how the tournament after action report goes. Yeah. David Stanford, I care huge about the tournament reports. They drive my painting and hobby and give me vision of what my hobby life will be like after I finish the models for a good list. Well, I mean, the tournament, it's a great point, David Stanford. I appreciate your perspective. You know, the tournament report series is by far my most successful video series. Like, all of my most viewed videos are tournament reports. So I do obviously want to keep doing them. I just mean I won't be doing, like, you know, for a little while there, I was doing one a week. You know, for a little while there, between all the different games, I was doing one a week. So, yeah, we might just cut down to, like, one a month. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, but we'll see. Like, I would have been at one this weekend, but with the cat's bum falling off, I need to keep an eye on him this weekend. So, yeah, won't be going to one this weekend, but hopefully after that I'll be back on them. Yeah. Yeah. So Godlike Poet, yeah, it'd be good to play a few games of we need to get a 40k game in, and we need to get a K47 game in as well, for sure. At least one. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? DG Painting, thank you so much for the 28 months, man. Double X Force, baby! You've made me get the Japanese K47, you mad lad. Yes! Banzai! 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 There we are, man. Dude, I have no regrets. I was actually, I was tempted this stream to do a building stream, because I've got a bunch of Japanese stuff that I need to build for Konflikt. I've got 18 Ashigaru that I want to build as Shiburu Rifleman. And then I've got 7 of the Ghost Warriors, but the Ghost Warriors haven't turned up yet. Well, 5 of them have. I got a little sample one from Warlord, which is kind of cool. And I've got the special one who's phasing through the wall. But yeah, when the Ghost Warriors set up, I'm probably going to get those built and painted. My Japanese, I will make the Japanese work. I will do. I have great faith in the Empire of the Rising Sun, and I will make them work. There we are. I was watching a couple of battle ports on the Japanese, and they actually won. And I was like, okay, taking lots of notes. Yeah. All right. DG Painting. Let me just say, welcome to the Rift, brother. The fire rises. The revolution spreads. There we go, man. Let's have a look. Godlike Perrot, I'm still unclear what happened to Loki. Is he alright? Oh, yeah, so basically he got a big abscess. He got a big abscess, and we're not sure quite how he got it, but my prevailing theory is he got a cut on his bum. It's on his haunch. He got a cut on his bum. And because he has an underlying medical condition which lowers his immune system anyway, and we've had to have like all but 4 of his teeth removed because of this. He's a sickly boy, unfortunately. Basically he's licked it, and they get abscesses normally from like cat bites, but our cats don't really fight. So he's obviously got like a cut or a scratch. Could have been something as simple as, sitting on a bit of sharp litter. Because, we've got litter trays and they fucking spray it everywhere. They're annoying as fuck. And he could have easily sat on that and it gave him a little cut. Something as small as that, and then he's licked it to try and clean it. He's got terrible oral hygiene because of his underlying condition. So then he's basically abscessed himself. That's my theory. Anyway, basically, he was a bit unwell. He was a bit like lethargic and unwell a couple of days, like last Thursday, Friday. And we're like, okay, we'll keep an eye on him. And then on Saturday, this abscess burst, and we know Mrs. Mordian noticed because she came. He was sleeping on the bed, and Mrs. Mordian came home and was like, "Oh, I was recording upstairs with Mordy, bro. I'd been checking in him because he'd been unwell, but it must have obviously literally happened in the hour between I checked on him and Mrs. Mordian got home." And she was like, "I think the cat's been sick." And I was like, "Oh, he's not feeling well, but it's probably best to have it out." And then she checked on him and was like, she picked him up to make sure he was okay and felt like his bum was all wet. And was like, "Oh, what's that?" And there was a big fucking hole. It wasn't even that big, though, at the time. There was a big hole in his bum. And she quickly brought him upstairs and was like, "I think I need to take him to the vet." And I was like, "Take him to the out-of-hours vet. Damn the cost. Make sure he's okay. He's got a giant hole in his bum. Not on his bum, on his flank, on his haunch. Take him." As anyway, she took him. They gave it a good clean. He came back with the cone of shame on, but the vets were like, "It's going to get bigger." So it ended up, and he's only a little cat. It ended up he had basically a patch of exposed flesh, and it was with a couple of deep holes in it from where the abscess had formed. So it's like you had the exposed bit and then the holes in there as well. And the exposed flesh is probably about the size of a 50p piece. By the time it went from like a little hole from like a 5p piece, then the other flesh came off. So that went to like a 10p piece. Then it went a little bit bigger to 50p piece, and then it went back down again. So obviously, he's very that we were warned that was going to happen though. So he's been on like antibiotics and everything. And then basically, I took him to the vet. We've basically just been looking after him. We can't take our eye off him though. That's the thing. So basically, I watch him throughout the day, and then Mrs. Morgan comes home and watches him all evening, and because we can't take our eye off him because even though he's got a cone on, he could, when he tries to he's going to try and lick it, he could scrape it with the edge of the cone, and that could infect it or make it worse. So basically, we've got to keep an eye on him. So that's been the reason why I've not been able to go to tournaments. I've not been able to do much recording this week and all that kind of stuff. So by the way, if next week is all stream highlights, you'll know why. But anyway. But anyway, the point is, we took him to the vet yesterday, and it was doing really well, but he's had his bum stapled up. So he had 4 staples put in his bum. And it's amazing how quickly cats heal, because we obviously, when he's first been stapled, it's just basically 2 bits that have been stapled to get stapled closed, but you can still see it's not really connected. By this evening, just before I went live, obviously we've been keeping an eye on him and checking him. And it's already the skin has fused together, which it's healed together. It's amazing how quickly it happens. Yeah. I always say it's funny. In sci-fi or in sci-fi movies and stuff, they're like, "Oh, it's got super healing." And I always think it is super healing is a really cool power, but I always think it's actually amazing how good regular healing often is. If you get a big gash in your leg or something, they can stitch it up, and after a few weeks, maybe not that long, after a few days, basically it's closed up. Yeah. So yeah, it's regular healing is about as cool as super healing in my mind, and it's amazing how quickly, with a bit of assistance, obviously, because it basically the reason it got stapled up is because it would have healed naturally, but skin only heals about 1 millimeter a day. So basically, pull them together, staple, it just makes it happen a lot quicker. And yeah, so yeah, he's already doing very well. He actually had he's had his cone off this evening. He's going to sleep with the cone on because we can't keep an eye on him when he's asleep, when we're asleep, obviously. But whilst he's had his cone off all night tonight, and he's been having a great time. Yeah, he's all right, Godlike Parrot. Yeah, and we're very, very, very attentive of him because he's our little man. So we do keep a close eye on him. Yeah. Cats are hard animals. Yeah, he is a hard. He's an hard bastard, and you wouldn't think about it looking at him because he's the cutest little, tiniest little Kit Kat. But the vet, I said this yesterday, the vet actually said, like, because the vet was like, I'm gonna try stapling it once, and if he obviously reacts badly, we'll leave it. So we'll do 1 staple in the middle, but ideally I'd want to get 3 in. And I said to the vet, like, he'll probably be okay. He's a very good boy. And I was like, I know, but this is going to be painful. So the vet pulled it together and stapled it, and he just didn't even flinch. Didn't even react. And the vet actually was like, okay, bang, 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 3 more staples that quickly. And he did not flinch. He did not react. Like, he obviously felt it because he tried to look straight away at what had happened after, when we sort of let go. And, but the vet actually said, like, wow, the vet actually said, and I quote, wow, he is a good boy. Because I said he's a good boy. He's well behaved. We went, wow, he is a good boy. So yeah, you could tell the vet was like genuinely impressed. But it turns out I got chatting to the vet because I always get chatting to everyone, and the vet has 2 cats. Yeah. So you could tell he was genuinely. Obviously, he's got cats, and obviously he sees cats every day. But yeah, it was very. It was quite cool to see that the vet was actually impressed by my cat. Yeah. Anyway, where are we up to next? Russell W, thank you for the super chat, man. God delivered today in stream discussion. Slice of nostalgia. Oh my days. Yeah, man. Let's have a fucking look at. Yeah, baby. Look at this beast. Look at this. Gaming material for Warhammer 40k. Chapter approved. Leaving Russ Exterminator. Look at that. That's OG. That is. Got some Forge World stuff in there. The old resin Baneblade. Nice. Imperial Guard Armored Company. Yeah, man. That's cool. Imperial Guard Armored Company summary. You can take basilisks, chimeras, griffins, the old griffins, hellhounds, salamanders, destroyer tank hunters. Would you like a 40k stug? Yes, please. Lemurus battle tanks, vanquishers, exterminators, demolishers, the Conqueror, the old Lemurus Conqueror. Beast of a model, man. Yeah, has a slightly less powerful. Had a slightly less powerful battle cannon, but the big thing about it is that it wasn't an ordnance weapon, so you could move and shoot it and all of the other weapons without penalty, because otherwise you could only shoot ordnance weapons or support weapons. Yeah, on the move, that is. Yeah, cool. Very, very cool. Very, very, very cool indeed. That is a little slice of nostalgia. Chapter approved 2001. Wow. Let's have a look here. Mankiewicz and Bronski, thank you so much, Super Chat, man. Just got back from my run. Are we getting jacked as fuck or what? You are right, Mankiewicz Bronski. I've been very bad at doing the lifting this week. I did a big Giga Chad like last week, but I've not been... I've not done any this week. Might do a big Giga. Well, we will do a big Giga Chad at the end of the stream to see it out, because I think that's the best way of doing it. But then, basically, I'm probably going to be back on doing them sort of on the hour, every hour with the with the timer next week. I think that's the best way of doing it. Yeah. There we go. And Bimbo Wit, thank you for 17 months, man. X-Force, baby! I love the core. 60 eBay Cadians arrived today. Nice. Are they the new Cadians or the old Cadians? Or the really old Cadians? All are good. All are good. All are great. But yeah, dude, that's the way, man. You need a good infantry core? You need it to be official GW? Go to eBay. Yeah, there we go. You can hoover up a lot of the old Cadians for very cheap now. Well, relatively very cheap. Yeah. Nice. There you go. Black Carnival, do you like the Demigriff? Controversial opinion, I'm not a fan of Demigriffs. Not for any gameplay reasons. I think from a gameplay point of view, they're one of the Empire's strongest units. It's just that peak Warhammer Fantasy to me was 6th edition. That was where there was a nice balance of weird and wacky shit and quite grounded stuff. And over the course of 7th edition and 8th edition Fantasy, I feel quite strongly like Warhammer Fantasy became a little kooky. Like some kooky shit was brought in. And I think a big part of it was, 7th and 8th edition Fantasy kind of mirrored 6th and 7th edition 40k, where they just kept trying to sell. It was like Corpo GW tried to go too Corpo too fast, too quickly. Now they know to slow boilers, but they were learning how to do it, back then. And so the idea of like demigriffs and stuff, I feel like they don't fit in with what I see is Warhammer Fantasy. My personal preference. Like, the Empire should be more grounded. Monsters and monstrous cavalry are things that should be in other factions, not in the Empire. Like, like the Empire should have regular knights and regular humans. That's the whole thing about the Empire. Yeah, so that's why I don't like them as much. It's why I didn't like the Celestial Hirokaram, whatever it was, like all like the weird like mobile wizard tiles and all that kind of shit. That always I felt like that took away from the faction. Yeah, but again, you're a spit and sword human player. Exactly, that's it, man. That's it. Like, I won't use for the longest time. And I would say to this day, I am somewhat resistant to the idea of psychers and abhumans in my Imperial Guard army. I very rarely use them. When I use them, it's because I'm doing so to test something out for like the meta. But when I'm playing the way I want to play, I won't touch them. Because psychers are the things of chaos. And I won't have any witches in my army. My collection is stuffed full of commissars and priests, not abhumans. And not abhumans and sanctioned psychers. No, in my mind, no psycho is sanctioned. In my mind. There you go. So yeah, I don't really like using them. I have used them, but I don't really like using them. Yeah, and it's the same thing with fantasy. Like, honestly, for about 6 months straight, despite the fact that it put me at a great disadvantage in game, I refused to use magic in Warhammer the Old World. I was like, nope. Instead of taking that level 4 wizard, I will take 2 more cannons. What makes the Empire great is faith, steel, and gunpowder. At no point in that saying does it say mutants. Does it say monsters? Doesn't say that. There you go. There you are. And so, yeah, there you go. Squiggle Short, I started Fantasy Edition. Everybody had access to monsters. It's always been a thing. Oh, no, I'm sure, Squiggle Short. I'm sure. And, you still got, like, the Imperial Dragons and Big Griffins. And the funny thing is, I don't really have an issue with a general on a Big Griffin. I think that's okay. I think that's fine. It's more like heroes and stuff are a little different. But, like, the blokes on the ground, I like to be a bit more grounded. Yeah. There you go. Why do you think my favorite... why do you think my favorite Space Marine chapter is the Black Templars? Suffer not the unclean to live. Abhor the witch. It's that simple. Like... Magic isn't real, idiot. It can't hurt me. Exactly. You can... I have seen many conjurers of cheap tricks chant long and verbose incantations to produce fireballs and bolts of lightning. And yet, for all that time and effort that they put into the mystical dark arts, those same wielders of eldritch power still die when you cut the head off with a bit of steel. There you go. There you are. I choose to put my faith in steel. There you go. Yeah. Hokey ancient religions are no match for a good blaster, kid. I mean, Star Wars literally proved beyond a doubt that if you have enough people with guns, you will beat space wizards. There you go. Like, Star Wars literally proved it. There you go. All right. What have we got next? Pardon me. We got Jack Handsome. Jack Handsome. Thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Don't forget, Mordian, knights are cool. Yes. I did want to talk about this. Okay, I wanted to go off on a little bit of a tangent. Thank you very much. It's kind of interesting because Jack Handsome, I've just been, in a funny sort of way, I've kind of just been talking a little bit about what I was going to say about why knights are cool. A little bit different though. Yeah. So what was I going to say? Let me have a little drink. What was I going to say? Okay, yeah, that was it. So earlier in the stream, just catching people up who might not have seen it, we were talking about knights because I think it was, it might have been Tim Bob or somebody else, but someone sent in a song and it was like a Teutonic Knight song and it was really cool. And it made me think, it made me realize that like knights are really cool and they never really stopped being cool. And we sort of talked about this in a stream earlier this week about like dinosaurs. And dinosaurs never stopped being cool. When you were a kid and you watched Jurassic Park, you thought dinosaurs were really, really cool. When you were a kid and you learned about like dinosaurs in school, you thought dinosaurs were really cool. And then as you grew up, for some reason you started thinking dinosaurs maybe weren't as good or weren't as cool as they once were. But actually it wasn't that dinosaurs got any less cool. It was that the way, like the programs and the games and all that kind of, and the films that were being made about them just got worse. So I went back and watched the original Jurassic Park fairly recently. And I also saw some clips of the old Walking with Dinosaurs, which is an amazing like sort of pseudo documentary kind of like thing. And it's really, really cool. And it's still really good. And it made me realize that that dinosaurs never stopped being cool. Like I said, they just... people started like basically making shitty movies. The dinosaurs didn't stop being good. The movies just got worse. And it kind of comes down to the same thing with like Knights, and it kind of comes down to the same thing with Knights and video games and like tabletop games as well. So like Knights, just like Knights in shining armor. And sometimes not even like chivalrous Knights, like brutal, like the weapon, basically like the walking weapons that old school Knights actually were, like in real history. They never stopped being cool. Like if you go back and play like the old like Assassin's Creed, for example, and you know you're fighting the Knights and the Knight Templars and that, like that Assassin's Creed 1 is still a really good game. Still, you know, it's not maybe got quite as much going on as some of the sequels had at the time, you know, as it sort of progressed and everything, but it's still really, really cool. And when you like go back and watch like old, you go back and watch like Kingdom of Heaven, it's still a great movie. What does Jerusalem mean? Nothing. Everything. You know, it's still a great movie, right? And I feel like we've started to, as a people, you know, nerds, gamers, you know, whatever you want to call us. I feel like as a people, we've started to remember or recapture a little bit, or I think remember is the best way of putting it. You know, knights are cool, and you don't really need to do more than just show a knight being a knight for it to be cool and for it to be effective. Like Kingdom Come Deliverance is a great example of this. Like Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and especially Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 were hugely successful, hugely popular games that are just a dude going around being a knight. You can be a good knight, you can be a bad knight, but you're just going around being a knight. Doesn't need anything else other than that, and the game is fantastic. And it's very, very widely regarded and very, very highly rated. And I think, relating this back to Warhammer a little bit, I think sometimes game developers, including Games Workshop, I think they can overthink things, and I think it is simply a case of overthinking it. They're like, okay, well, you know, we can't have like a normal knight. We've got to have like a knight on like a knight on like a on like some like mental mount with like some crazy weapon, and the mount's the size of like a skyscraper, and the weapon's as big as that sword from like Final Fantasy VII, and all this kind of stuff. And actually, it almost gets to the point where like the concept is overthought. Whereas a knight on a horse with a lance, or a knight on foot with a big fuck off sword, that's cool. It doesn't need anything else. And the more you try and make it more interesting, but all you actually end up doing is losing the original thing that made it awesome and replacing it with something that no one actually really cared about or wanted. And that wasn't your goal. You were trying to like enhance the base thing, but the base thing didn't need enhancing. So if we look at like, we've been talking about Age of Sigmar recently. And, you know, the concept that maybe Age of Sigmar 4th edition isn't doing as well as it should have done. And I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that watched that video and supported it. We had some pretty good comments in there as well. Because obviously when you do a video like, you know, the concept that Age of Sigmar might be dying, and dying is a strong word, you know, it's potentially, it could be quite inflammatory. But there were a lot of, even people who disagreed with me were pretty balanced in their takes. So, you know, genuinely well done to the community and everyone who watched that video. I thought it was a genuinely good discussion. I enjoyed reading the comments. But going back to Age of Sigmar for a moment, I think one of the things that's kind of always made Age of Sigmar like struggle a little bit, and it has struggle is a bit of a misnomer, because obviously in some areas it's doing well, but Age of Sigmar hasn't blown up to the scale of 40k, right? And obviously GW would have loved that to happen. Hence why they blew up the old world. They blew up the old world, and they hoped that Sigmar would be new and fresh and dynamic and interesting and synergy and all those other corpo words. But it's never quite landed. And one of the reasons why Sigmar, I think, has never quite landed is because it's trying too hard to make this mystical, magical world seem interesting. I think that is the fundamental issue with Sigmar, and why it can be, it just hasn't quite clicked with so many like gamers. Like, a vampire is interesting enough. It sounds crazy, but like, vampire counts, just vampires with undead, with zombies and skeletons. That is interesting enough. But you go over to something like Flesh Eater Courts, and suddenly it's all dialed up, not to 11, not to 12, but dialed up to 100. And now, you know, these and the world that the Flesh Eater Courts live in, from my understanding, is like, it's all like these little, like, they all have their own little court. And if someone, you know, there's like an infinite amount of space. So if someone else wants to make a new court, they just break off and they make a new court. And it's like, and they all like think that they're still human, but actually they're all fucked up and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, you're trying too hard to make vampires interesting. Vampires are just cool. The idea of Sylvania in like Old World, for example, like that is just cool. You don't need to explain to me why these vampires are really interesting. I just know they're interesting because they're vampires. And it kind of, you know, it comes back to this concept that knights are enough. Like, look at Stormcast. Stormcast are kind of they're like the Space Marines of the setting. They're like the knights in shining armor of the setting. And they've tried to do more stuff to make them grimdark, and how every time they come back, there's a little bit less of them. And, you know, that's quite interesting. Fair play, that's quite interesting. But the problem is, like, you're telling me that these are, like, super knights. And there's all of these, like, you know, when they die, they go back to, like, Sigmar's, like, city in the sky, and they get remade. And they go out there and they fight again, and when they die, they get remade and all this kind of stuff. And they're armed with like the best weapons and the best armor. And, you know, some of them like wield like 2 hammers, and some of them have got these crazy like bow guns and all. You're trying too hard to make knights seem interesting. You're trying too hard. Like, knights are interesting because knights are cool. A knight on a horse with a lance is enough. Because whilst you've got all of the reason why it's another reason why it's enough is because you've got the lore of like Bretonia, for example. If you want to get into knights in like Warhammer, you've got the lore of Bretonia, and there's lots to dissect there. But then also, because it's not all that far removed from the real feudal age that humanity went through, once you've consumed all of the lore of fantasy, you can then just start diving into medieval history, and there's an infinite amount of lore there because it's relatable. So you could go and find like the House of Bourbon from, that's probably, I think that is a real like house. You could go find the House of Bourbon, and it's, you know, 1097 and all this kind of stuff. You can find all sorts of mental stuff, and you could just like deep dive that. And, you know, if you do like an Elementary Crusade, you can deep dive all the history of the Crusades and all that kind of stuff. And it's almost like you're reading lore for your faction. And it's enough. And so you can read that, and it can inspire you for your hobbying and all this kind of stuff. And the knights don't need all of this weird, magical, high fantasy shit going on to make them interesting. Knights are cool, and they never stopped being cool. They never stopped being cool. And so I think it comes back to what I was saying. I think one of the issues that Age of Sigmar has had is that it's always tried a little too hard. Like, Idoneth Deepkin are a great example of this. Why are there flying sharks? It's, you know, they like float in on like the mist. And, you know, Sharknado was derided for a reason. And yet there's an entire, you know, Aquaman is the worst of the superheroes. Everyone accepts that Aquaman is lame. Okay, the only reason why Aquaman makes any money these days is because Jason Momoa is a fucking thirst trap. That's it. People don't go to watch Aquaman because they think Aquaman is cool. They go because they want to see basically Jason Momoa going around in a skin-tight suit. That's it. No one... that's it. Right? Maybe Momoa did make him Momoa is an excellent actor, by the way. I have enjoyed his works from Stargate Atlantis. Which I think was his first major role, and it's great going back and watching him in that and seeing him in the stuff he's been in recently and all that. So yeah, Momoa, I'm a big Momoa fan. Don't think I'm shitting on him in any way, shape, or form. But the point is, like, I think Matthew Sinclair summed it up quite well. It kind of insists upon itself a little bit, whereas actually all you need for knights to be cool is just to have knights exist. That's it. All you need, and there are certain factions which should be weirder and wackier, like Chaos, for example. Obviously, Chaos should be cool. But, the cool, in my mind, the coolest things about Chaos are the sort of Viking barbarian vibes of it. Chaos, yeah. Chaos is where all the weird and wacky shit should be, to be fair. But, at the end of the day, one of the most iconic, what is one of the most iconic things about fantasy Chaos? It's the Chaos Warriors. It's that, they're just brutal armored warriors. There's loads of cool things about Chaos. Dragon Ogres and Beastmen and Marauders are kind of tied into Chaos Warriors, right? But at the end of the day, what is the most iconic thing about the Warriors of Chaos? It is the Chaos Warriors. No matter how terrible Chaos Warriors were, and they were quite bad at one point in Old World, they're pretty good now. People still ran the shit out of them because who doesn't want to see a big brick of Chaos Warriors? Yeah. So, yeah. Well, Nostalgia Vivek, you kind of hit the nail on the head here. The Dark Oath aren't Viking cool stuff. They're Marvel modern tier slot barbarians that don't feel like brutal warriors, but like some LARP. Exactly. Because they're trying too hard. Vikings are cool. Knights are cool. Dinosaurs are cool. Why are lizard men so cool? Because they're fucking dinosaurs. Yeah. Master Sinclair, realistic monsters like squigs are cool. Stop complicating them. Exactly. Age of Sigmar struggles to stick the landing because it's trying too hard to say things. It's trying to say, look at how cool this is. It's like, this is cool, but it's like, it's not. It's trying to make you think it's cool without. It's trying too hard to be cool. Yeah. Like Kislev. Why is Kislev cool? Because it leans into that sort of Eastern European, like Slavic culture, the winter in the veins, all that kind of stuff. Another day in Russia, a normal day in Russia, all that kind of stuff, like bears, winged hussars. Why is Kislev cool? Because winged hussars are cool. Yeah. And that culture, which is sort of supplanted or sort of transplanted somewhat into Old World, is cool. Yeah. Now, the big question is, we've talked about Sigmar, we've talked about fantasy, we've talked a little about real life stuff. I guess the big question is, how does this really apply to Warhammer 40k? I think in some ways, it is one of the reasons why Warhammer 40k has been so enduring for so long. Because even though people like myself and many others get really fucked off with the way GW behaves, as a company, and some of the changes and stuff that they do and prices and all that kind of stuff, 40k is inherently very, very fucking cool. It is. Like, it's really fucking cool. Like, Space Marines are really cool. Like, they're not my main faction, but Space Marines are really cool. Do you want to have Roman Centurions in space? Yes. Go and collect the Ultramarines. Do you want to have Teutonic Knights in space? Go and collect the Black Templars. Do you want to have, like, actual, like, space, like, vampires? Go and look at the Blood Angels. Like, Space Marines are cool. You know, like, inherently, they're very, 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 very cool. And they're cool because, you know, space vampires are cool. Space Romans are cool. Space Knights are cool. Yeah. That, you know, and then you look at some of the other factions, like, you don't need to try very hard to explain to someone why Tyranids are fucking cool. Like, Tyranids are cool. Because we've all seen Alien. We've all seen Starship Troopers. Alien, Starship Troopers, you don't have to... The first Alien film, very little is explained about where the aliens come from. You know almost nothing about it. In fact, the more they've tried to explain the origins of the aliens, the worse that they've become. Because they're trying too hard. They're explaining things that don't need to be explained. Aliens are cool. The alien from Aliens is cool. Because it's just a fucking alien. Like, at the end of the day, right? And so, why are Tyranids cool? Because space bugs that eat everything is cool. You don't really need to explain more than that. You don't need, you know, the way you flesh that out, like, hey, why is this particular strain turning up? Because they ate a bunch of Space Marines, and now that's where they got the Tyrant Guard from. Hey, why are the Zoanthrax turning up? Because they ate a bunch of Eldar, and now these things are turning up. That's cool. That's cool, right? But you don't need to really explain the origins of the Tyranids. I will say this. If they ever explain the origins of the Tyranids, it will make the faction less interesting. Way less interesting. I don't want to know where the Tyranids are coming from. Just the vague idea that maybe they ate a bunch of other galaxies and now they've turned up to our one. Just an idea that, you know, I don't need to know. I don't want to know. It won't enhance the story in any way, shape, or form. Maybe they're fleeing from another big bad. Maybe. Maybe they're just maybe our galaxy is just one of many they've eaten before. Who knows? But you don't need to explain to me why Tyranids are cool. So, yeah, very, very good point, Loophole. Your imagination will always be more interesting to you than whatever they can write. Exactly. Exactly. And Nostalgia Vivic makes a great point as well. Too many people want the mystery gone in their setting. Very true. One of the big issues, if you look at some of the lore changes that have been made recently, and if you look at some of the complaints about the lore that's been made recently, one of the big issues is that Games Workshop has probably been answering too many mysteries, like, because they've been trying too hard to make Warhammer seem cool. Warhammer is inherently cool. It sells itself. It genuinely sells itself. Games Workshop knows this. Do you know how they know this? They keep putting the price up because they know it sells itself. I think at some point it will. There is a limit, I think, but generally speaking, Warhammer sells itself. Like, elves are cool. Space elves with psychic powers are really cool. Yeah. The Imperial Guard are cool for the same reason the Empire is cool. Because in a world where everything is, can be quite, the Imperial Guard and the Empire are cool because it's cool. Sometimes you want to play the monsters, and sometimes you want to do the glorious last stand trying to defeat the monsters, right? How many great movies have been based upon humans trying to fight fucking monsters? It's probably, for most people in this chat, it's probably their favorite kind of movie to watch. Because, humans are cool. Humans are pretty cool. Especially humans fighting against desperate odds are kind of cool. Now, I guess I don't want to go too hard onto this because it's not really the point of the video of the bit. The point of the bit is that knights are cool, and some things are inherently cool. And if you try too hard on them, you actually take away from their coolness. One of the concerns I do have with Warhammer 40k is that I do worry that they're beginning to sort of try a little hard. Like, it's difficult to explain, but I do think 40k is, you know, the more they try and explain things, the more they sort of dial things up. They, in some ways, they make the setting less cool. Like, I think a good example of GW getting it right is the new Space Wolves. Why did the new Space Wolves sell like hotcakes? Because the models were just Viking Space Marines. The armor was very, very OG. The model, the weapons, the models, everything. They were just very well done Space Wolves. And so that's all they needed to be. And despite the fact that the new Space Wolves, I don't think Space Wolves, since their release of their update, have been particularly competitive. Please correct me down in chat if I'm wrong. But I think generally the release came out, sold like hotcakes, and Space Wolves haven't really won any significant tournaments since they came out. Other things have been smash and face, but that doesn't matter. Why did Space Wolves sell? Because they're cool as fuck. Yeah. I think sometimes when you look at some things that GW releases that like don't do so well, like, I mean, what is an example of something that's maybe GW's got wrong, where they've maybe tried too hard, or they've taken something away? I personally, I think I'm wrong on this though. Well, not necessarily wrong. I think a lot of people disagree with me on this. I'm not a massive fan of like the Primarchs. I think the problem often with Primarchs is that, well, from a gameplay point of view, they're very hard to get right. They're like knights. Either they're too powerful or they're too weak, and they never quite feel right. From an immersion point of view, though, I feel like Primarchs are often, they're trying a little too hard. Like, I'm not a massive fan of like Angron, for example, which is a controversial, still controversial statement, but I'm not a massive fan of Angron. And I think I understand why Games Workshop brought Primarchs back, because at a certain point, you know, well, from Games Workshop's point of view, at a certain point, Land Raiders aren't big and scary enough anymore. When you've got, like, you know, back in the day, when someone plomped a Land Raider on the board, you were like, fuck. Oh, someone put 2 on the board, you were like, okay, I'm in danger. Now, you know, people put a Baneblade on the board and go, psh, that's 500 points I'm going to blow away, and it's going to be wasted. So at some point, I think Primarchs, you know, they had to come, they needed something that was big and bad, that, because everything was stepping up a level. Yeah. But I feel like, you know, there's a, you know, yeah, just think in Dawn of War 1, the relic unit for Space Marines was a Land Raider. Exactly. In Dawn of War 4, it's going to be a Primarch. Yeah. But I think overall, 40k has, not always, but I think overall 40k has done a relatively good job of, outside of Primarchs, and to be honest, I think Primarchs are like 50-50. I think 50-50, they're a bit too big and bold and balls out, but then 50-50, they're all right. Like, I'm not actually overly anti-Primarch. I'm about 50% anti-Primarch, not 100%. But if you actually look at 40k, like, one of the reasons why I think it still endures as a very, very successful franchise is because it kind of has resisted this urge to try too hard. I think when 40k has struggled is when it has tried too hard. Like if you look at like 6th and 7th edition, when it was just big thing, big thing, big thing, big thing, big thing. You know, you thought the Riptide was big. Here's the Wraith Knight. They haven't really brought much out like that since. You have a look at what's been brought out since then. You know, there's not been a. I mean, the biggest thing was like the Necrons getting like the Void Dragon, and the Space Marines getting like Primarchs, but. You know, it's not like back at like I think they learned with 6th and 7th edition, and I think they learned a little bit with Sigmar in many ways, is that actually you don't want to be trying too hard. And if you look at what they've been releasing recently for like 40k, look at like obviously Emperor's Children, a bit of a bad example because Fulgrim's in there, but you know, by and large, what was the bulk of the Emperor's Children releases? It was like normal fucking Marines and like the flawless blades. Why? Because they know that an Emperor's Children Space Marine is fucked up enough and cool enough to sell itself. The flawless blades, you know, the guys that literally practice, a single stroke 10,000 times before they move on to the next one because they are literally just so obsessed with like if that cut is even 1 millimeter inefficient, they'll start like self-flagellating themselves like, no, this is not good enough, you know, because they're so obsessed with like the perfect cut, being the perfect blade masters, all that kind of stuff. So I think why does 40k endure? Why does 40k remain very successful? It's because by and large they have in many areas of the game resisted the urge, or maybe not resisted the urge, but not gone. They've not tried too hard. They know when something is just cool enough to just do well. Like they know when something, like you don't need a great example for a guard, right? You don't need to tell me that Krieg are cool. I can look down at a bunch of World War I crazy bastards with mass artillery and bayonets and lasguns, and I can just tell that's cool. Like I can just tell that's cool. Yeah. So I really do hope that Games Workshop continues to keep this sort of this mindset with 40k, because I think it is probably the strongest thing. Games, you know, that the fact that Games Workshop, well, the fact that Warhammer 40k is inherently cool, and it doesn't need anything. You don't need to try too hard with 40k. Yeah. This is why I think sometimes, and I don't really want to go deep into this because this is an entirely different conversation, which can completely derail the conversation. But this is, for me, like one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of the female like Custodes changes and some of the stuff like that. It's because I worry that Games Workshop is starting to try too hard with the lore. Like Custodes being the Emperor's bodyguard was cool enough. That the fact that they were this crazy, almost, they weren't even really human anymore. They're just the pinnacle. They're post-human, frankly. You know, they are beyond the apex of humanity. That's how I always felt. And so it didn't really matter if they were male or female or whatever. It didn't really matter. The fact that what made Custodes badass. And as much as I didn't really like playing against the tabletop, I always acknowledged Custodes are cool. The Emperor's personal bodyguard, guys. The fucking Emperor's personal bodyguard. Like, of course they're fucking cool. They're like the Praetorian Guard of the Romans. Of course they're fucking cool. Right? Like the mythos. Great point, Mash Fox. The mythos, right? Yeah, it doesn't, the detail doesn't, it doesn't add anything to the setting. It's just, it's trying too hard to try and score some social media points. That's probably what it is, right? So that's for me, that's a bit of a worrying change because I think, as I said, what makes 40k cool is it's cool. You don't need to explain any more than that. Knights are cool. Space Knights are cool. Dinosaurs are cool. Aztec dinosaurs are cool, right? You don't need more than that. And so what I'm worried about is that if they start making some of these changes, it could lead to 40k trying too hard. But there's only been one or two blips along the way. For me, there's only the only couple of blips, as I would say, is the Terminus Decree and the female custodians. And of the two, I actually think the Terminus Decree is the better example of GW trying too hard with the law. Like, why was the Terminus Decree it was this tiny little sentence, this little paragraph that was clearly chucked into like the 5th edition, like Space Marine Grey Knight Codex, right? Demon Hunter Codex, whatever it was. I think it was 5th. It was either Demon Hunters or I can't quite remember. But anyway, this little line that was thrown in, and then it sort of got brought along and retconned. Not like retcon, but like it was like they reworded the sentence a couple of times, but basically it was just a sentence, right? But it was cool because the idea of the Grey Knights having a secret mission that they would have to enact at the precipice of the fall of the Imperium was cool enough. Knowing what the plan was unnecessary. You didn't need to know. A secret plan, a secret end game, that's enough. That's enough. That's cool. We can speculate all we want. We can talk all we want. But just the fact that the Grey Knights was some sort of like ace in the hole or whatever it might have been, enough. Cool. Because the concept of a final big plan, the concept of a Hail Mary on its own is enough. When they tried to explain it, and they're like, oh, it means that if the Emperor ever tries to set foot off the throne, then the Grey Knights will put him back on. It's like, well, now it's shit. Because that's a shit plan. Yeah, that's a shit plan. It didn't need to be explained because the concept of the Terminus Decree was cool enough. And this is why I would say GW has mostly resisted the urge to try too hard with 40k, but there has been a couple of little wobbles. But hopefully, I'm hoping, and maybe it's hope, maybe it's copium, lies, deceptions, every day, more lies. But I'm hoping that they've seen that they don't need to try too hard, that the game kind of sells itself, and that the setting sells itself, and that sometimes Space Knights with rocket-propelled or fully automatic rocket-propelled grenade launchers is a cool enough concept on its own. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I think, anyway. But anyway, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in chat. Because I think it does explain a lot of what we've seen go wrong in modern media and in modern video games and in some modern tabletop games. It explains what's gone wrong there. And I think when you look at what is being successful now, it's like studios, companies, and us, the people, are starting to remember what was cool. Yeah. What worked and why it worked. Like, yeah. And fingers crossed, it'll mean we'll get some more good games. add some more good units, and some more cool stuff. There we go. There we are. All right, now, I'm just going to quickly get a refill on the drink, and then I'm going to come back, read some of your comments on the topic, and then we'll catch one of your super chats. All right, give me a sec. All right. Let's have a look. I got a question for chat. Potentially somewhat controversial, but I think we can talk. I think we can talk about it without going down the inevitable rabbit hole, which is I'm just drinking Pepsi Max, Gandalf Smoke. I had a couple of beers yesterday, so I'm not drinking today. Genuine question: do you think they'll sell Do you think the... I'm going to flip a table? No, like, genuine question. Putting aside maybe gut instinct and just going with maybe a bit... you know what? I'm not even going to say it. Just genuine question. Give me your answer however you feel like it. Do you think they'll sell more custodies now or less? Or do you think it won't make a difference? I think that's... I wonder if... I'm genuinely not sure if it'll make a difference. I don't think it'll make a difference. You think they'll hemorrhage players now? Do you know what's interesting? I think they could have sold more. The new Custodians models are quite cool, but they have a couple of big issues with them, which makes them a bit weird. Like the lack of triggers on the weapons is a bit annoying. Like the weapons generally look better than the old ones because they're a little bit more. I mean, I felt the old swords were fucking huge, man. But I feel like they're slightly better proportioned. But I think the lack of triggers on the weapons is ironically quite triggering. And then the armor greaves being less detailed is also a big one. And then the weird like Chaos Dwarf style like cone heads. Yeah. I think they'll tell you what though. I think they'll sell a shitload of the tanks. I think they will sell a shitload of those tanks. Because, ironically, I don't think they were selling any of the tanks. Because I think anyone who had one of those tanks wasn't getting it from Forge World. They were getting it from Forgery World. There's a big difference. One letter makes all the difference. Yeah. Yeah. I think the... I don't think the plastic models will sell all that different. I think the... because I think the basic Custodians do have a couple of flaws on the model, like the legs, the top knots, and the triggers. But I think the plastic tanks will do well. It's the Custodian Wars that are different heads with cool-looking eagle wings sweeping out. Oh, fair enough. Are they not in the... Let me have a look at the new... Are they out yet, the new Custodians? Because they normally pre-order for like a week, don't they? It's weird, like, GW only pre-orders things on really short time spans, but Warlord's like, 3 months pre-order. It's like, well, that's going to take a while. Let's have a look. Forces of the Emperor, Legio Custodes. I don't think they're out yet, are they? No, they're not out yet. Fair. Here we go. Let me get a side-by-side up here. How do you do that thing where you can have like... 1 minute. I'm trying to do advanced computer things. Hopefully, there you go. 1 minute. Try and get those a little... Can I enhance? There you go. A bit better. The new models are a big improvement. When you look at them. It's just, for me, the head is too tall. Like, that's the... I think that's actually the worst part of the model. Because the triggers, I can get over. I can easily get over it. I can be like, it's a mind impulse link. The Imperium's had that technology for ages. No dramas whatsoever. Okay. And the greaves, the bottom of the legs, not being as detailed. Again, I can actually get over that. Until it's not great, but until someone pointed it out to me, I didn't really notice. It's the cone heads, man. They look like chaos. They right. Right. Right, 1 minute. Where are you? I'm looking for a very specific model here. That'll do. Oh, 1 minute. There we go. Corporate asked you to find the difference between these two pictures. It's the same picture. Yeah. But you know what I mean? The hats are too big. The hats are too big. Yeah, it's the same picture. Yeah. Yeah. The hats are too big. That's what it is. Oh no, I know why. Guys. I have understood. I see so clearly now. The revelations flow directly from the warp itself. I can explain the model change. I can explain the reason why GW has made female custodians. I can explain it all. It all is clear to me now. It's so obvious. What is Games Workshop's goal? To expand their licensing so they can make more money. What is one way they could expand that licensing? With crossovers, with other universes. Gentlemen, Games Workshop is going for the Simpsons crossover, the Simpsons tie-in. Why are the Custodies helmets so big? So they can fit Marge Simpson's hair in them. Why do they have to make female Custodies? So that Marge Simpson can become a Custodes. She's even got the gold skin, gold armor. It's also clear to me now. My logic is undeniable. That's it. Half-Life 3 confirmed. There you are. There you are. We knew a Warhammer 40k show was coming. We just didn't realize what kind of show it was going to be. There you go. Simpsons never dies. 40k never dies. So it tracks. There you go. I just think the Emperor's neat. Brilliant, Andrew. There you go. That's why it had to happen. That's why it had to happen. It's all about the licensing. It's all about the tie-in. It's Simpsons. Did the Simpsons predict it? I think so. There you are. Yeah. There you are. All right. Don't mention Half-Life 3. Don't mention Half-Life 3 like that. Makes me want to drink. Half-Life 3 will never come out. If it does come out, they'll just shadow drop it. You'll never know it's coming out until it happens. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look. We've got some super chats coming in here. Marold, my boy! Marold, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby! Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Ginger Billy. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic. Thank you for super chat, man. Me playing half sword right now. Knights are cool. Knights are cool. Why is Kingdom Come Deliverance good? Because A, it's a well-made game, and because knights are cool. You don't need to do more than that. You don't need to try harder than that. Knights are cool. It's just that simple. Sammy and the Motorcycle Man, thank you for the Super Chat, man. Thank you for the 10, bro. Mordian, I have a game tomorrow against Orcs. If I go first, how do I create enough space with my character on screen without giving away first turn charges? List of stream discussion. So you don't really... Okay, the way you try and avoid giving away first turn charges is by setting up... So you push your Catachans forward, and then you move your vehicles so that they will be able to, if the enemy charges the Catachans and obliterates them, they'll be able to move into position to blast the enemy back. So it creates a catch-22 for your opponent. Do they push and potentially expose their forces, or do they not push, potentially giving you opportunity to score points, especially if you've screened onto primary objectives, right? If it's a win-win for you. If the opponent pushes and exposes a bunch of their army, it might draw out their war early on, and it gives you an opportunity to blast them whilst your firepower is basically intact. If the opponent doesn't push out, then great. You've got some primary points. You don't actually worry about them getting a turn 1 charge. You just want to make a turn 1 charge less palatable. And you almost want to make them going for a turn 1 charge a trap. Yeah. There you go. Hope that helps, mate. Orc Boy Phil, thank you, Super Chat, man. Railgun goes pew. Railguns are cool. It kind of comes back to what we're saying. Why are railguns still the most iconic weapon in the Tau arsenal? This, I couldn't tell you what our Riptide's equipped with. But I could tell you out of the two weapons, the Gatling gun's the cooler one. I couldn't tell you what a Ghost Kill's equipped with because all the weapons look wanky and shit. I couldn't tell you what fucking... I couldn't tell you what half of the tower weapons are called. But I know what a railgun is. And I know why it's cool. Yeah. That responds to you saying Land Raiders are scary. Land Raiders are scary, but railguns are scarier. Yeah. Simon the Motorcycle Man, would make them waste their first combat, basically? Yes, you want them to waste their combat on a bunch of shit-munching Catachans. Yeah. Squawk, thank you for Super Chat. Will the community join me for a toast in stream discussion? Let's have a look. That's sad. Let's have a look. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in a toast to Sharky, a good dog who left us today after a brief battle with cancer. He was gentle, loving, a team player, and strikingly patient. His final days were comfortable and full of cheeseburgers and love. He passed whilst lounging in the Florida sun. Friends to Sharky. Ah. To Sharky. There we go. Passing in your sleep whilst lounging in the Florida sun. There's no good way to go, but that sounds like one of the better ones. There you go. He had a good run. There you go. Yeah, man. It's really difficult losing a pet because, you know, pets are part of the family. Just that simple. Just part of the family. And it's different, you know, whether, you know, losing a pet, your pet going through. It's like, you know, people say, you know, some people who don't necessarily have pets can sometimes be like, why would you spend so much on like the vet bills and all that kind of stuff and so on and so forth? And it's like, because it's not just a pet, it's not just a dog. It's a part of the family. You know, you would spend anything for a loved one. Yeah. So, Squawk, thank you for the support, and I hope you're doing okay. And yeah, I hope you're doing okay, man. There you go. 07 in the chat, boys. To Sharky. There we are. There we go. Yeah, hope. I'd remortgage my house for my animals. Yeah, exactly, man. It's not even a question. It's not even a question. You don't even think about it. Yeah. Yeah. Mrs. Mordian said something to me the other day, and well, she said to me a little while ago, but it always kind of stuck with me, which is your pet isn't around for your whole life, but you are around for its whole life. You know, most of the time, unless obviously you're an elderly person who has a dog, that might not always be the case. But typically speaking, you know, you're not around. They're not around for your entire life, which is why it can make it so difficult. But you are around for their entire life, and that is incredibly meaningful. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, Cry Havoc. 6 cats, 1 dog, and had a wolf, but had to rehome her to a better home. Having a wolf, Jesus, man, yeah. That's pretty, you probably did the right thing. You know, if you've got so many other, I don't know anything about wolves, but I imagine it's a little bit like, there's always an element that obviously they're a wild animal, even when they're a pet, they're still a wild animal, right? So probably an element of it needed to go somewhere like that, but yeah. It's still pretty badass. It's still pretty badass, yeah. Yeah. I spent 2.5k on my dog's knee surgery for recovery, but I joked I need to set up a streaming channel so she can pay me back. I mean, you know, it sounds crazy, but I bet, and if someone wants to steal this idea, please just credit me when you become a millionaire. Just give me a little shout out. But I bet if you made a channel which was just a series of like webcams looking at like different dog beds around the house or whatever it was, and it just 24-hour live stream to the dog beds that people could flick between each live stream to find where the dog was sleeping at the time, because sometimes the dog will want to sleep in front of the fire or, you know, in the bedroom or wherever it might be, but different places where the dog or the cat would sleep, and just call it like sleeping dog stream. Maybe just call it sleeping dogs. Yeah. But that's it. Literally, it's just 24 hours, and you just have a little thing, and it's just like any money donated goes to the welfare of the dogs. Yeah. That's how you could do it. That I'd need a camera poison in my bed all day. Money's not that tight yet. Yeah, well, you gotta be careful. Yeah, man. Disney Plus wouldn't be going under right now if instead of investing in shows, they just had a streaming Grogu crib cam back when he was big. Okay, I'm going to make a bold statement now. And I'm going to make a bold statement. But I put your hands up in the chat if you just know, intrinsically, instinctively, in your heart, you just know that you could just make a good Star Wars film. And just save Disney. You just know. You just know how to make a good one. It's easy. It's fucking easy, man, isn't it? It's so easy. Like, it's just not that hard. Yeah, like, I could make at least one, probably two, and then I'd start running out of ideas. But at least one. In fact, I've got two fucking guaranteed. You know? Like, I mean, with the amount of money that these guys are making, oh, well, the amount of money they're pouring into these things, you know, the special effects budget is covered. You know, the props are covered, all that kind of stuff. You know, you'll be able to get the good actors in. It's fine. The only thing you need is to write a good story. Do you know what I mean? The only thing you need is the ability to write a good story. And I just don't understand how, I mean, why aren't they just like a good story and a good director? It's crazy. You'd think that they would just be like, okay, let's just literally just need to do the hero's journey. Literally just need to do the hero's journey. There's I mean how I would do it. Instantly. You could literally just only have one rule. I mean, I just rip off KOTOR. Fights, no one quits. You know? You don't do your job, I'll shoot you. Do you know what I would do? Do you know what? Disney should hire me, right? You should hire me for a not so modest fee. And my job at Disney would to be the enforcer. And every time some fucking theater kid tried to put some stupid thing in, I would be legally allowed to whack them with a big stick. And I would be protected. And they'd go running to HR. I'm like, it's a hostile work environment. And they say, sorry, but it's allowed. It's covered. What if we introduced like a bullshit romance arc that like completely added nothing to the story? Twat. Gone. Bad idea. You know? Like literally, that's all it would take. Just some, every time someone came up with a stupid idea, just be like, the power of one. If I'd been in charge, the power of one, the power of many never would have made it out the toilet. Let alone onto the fucking screen. The fucking turd that it was. And every time, because the thing is, after the first couple of people got like a big twat, like it's just like one of those, like, what was it, like Kado sticks? You know, it's not, you know, it's like fencing but with big like bamboo sticks. After the first couple of guys got fucking leathered by the Kado stick, I think it's called Kado. Let me know if I'm right on that. After the first couple of guys just got leathered by the Kado stick, they'd be there in the meeting like, what if we made Kendo, thank you, Kendo stick. What if we made Revan a girl guy? And I'd be like, and HK47 was a good guy, and I'd put the stick down again. And we didn't have droid love, a droid love arc between T3M3 and HK47, and I'd just be like, literally, they'd be like, oh my god, it's so simple. And then someone goes, but we should subvert their expectations from the game. And I was like, like, like that, you know. What if, you know, what if the twist was not, you know, that the main character was Revan, but that, you know, Malik was gay, not adding anything to the story. He can be gay, but it doesn't need to be mentioned. It doesn't matter. It's fine. We don't need to know what he is. It wasn't in the game. It's not being added to the film. That's it. There you go. That would literally be it. I would be there as the enforcer of keeping it like true. Keeping it true. That's it. That's it. And that's all they would need. That's all literally. Just they need to have a little rounding error. A little rounding error in the multi-million-dollar budget. And that's all that's all I'd need. Yeah. It's that simple. And I'm telling you, they could milk the TV show for days. And they could milk it. You know? They could milk it. Because you've got all the side quests, all the main quests, all of it. Yeah. There you go. Just keep the characters the way they were. Keep the story the way it was. Yeah. Just keep it as it was. It doesn't need changing. It's like, see, I know I could have made a good Halo TV program. I know. It's very easy to make a good Halo TV program. Just make a movie, make a TV show about the game. Because why would you make a Halo TV show? And it was like, because it wasn't even really about the Covenant, was it? It was about like, to be honest, I didn't watch it. I watched like the 21 good minutes of it, which is on YouTube. It's like all the action scenes and stuff. My nan could have, and she's been dead for 10 years at dementia and never played Halo. Yeah. Like, it's not that hard. Just follow the story. You've got Halo 1 has everything you need to make a good TV show. It has an action-packed opening. It has world building. So action-packed opening. The fall of the Pillar of Autumn. World building. You don't even need to have all the it doesn't need to be like constant action, but like, you know, you've got the world building when they're exploring Halo and discovering the Forerunner tunnels. Think of the Hans Zimmer music you could have when, you know, it's like this cave is on a natural formation. You know, the Hans Zimmer music you could have, like, it's like you come across the first, like, fucking hell, what's this? Do you know what I mean? Like, you could do all of it. The epic rescue on, you know, literally each mission is an episode. The twist with the flood. Yeah. Yeah. It's quite Halo the game didn't have characters, though. Stories about people you, the audience, resonate with. Halo the game had the advantage of making you the Master Chief, so you already resonate with him. It's a very good point. It's a very good point. But I think you could still have a good Halo TV program based off the games. But because there are a lot of books that flesh it out from the perspective of like other characters. Like you could have, but the thing is though, like Squawk, I'll say this: when did the Master Chief stop being cool? It's always said before, like when did the Master Chief stop being cool? It is not. The Master Chief has always been cool. I know what you're saying, but like at the same time, like, so no dialogue, just start blasting. That's a good point. There's not a lot of dialogue with the Chief, but you know, I tell you what, if it's a choice between minimum dialogue show based around the Chief, basically recreating the video game, and the actual Halo TV show we got, I don't know, man. Cut the script and keep the helmet on. That's what I say. Yeah, give me a weapon and mount up there. So all I need to hear from Master Chief. Yeah. That's a Let's Play, not a show. True. Like I said, it's not a... Hey, if I put a bit more thought into it, I could come up with a better Halo. Thing. But you could easily make... the thing is, I think you have to have the Master Chief turn up. I think you do. You've got to have the Master Chief turn up. Yeah. That's why you don't make a show about Spartans. It's I guess that's true. It's similar to making a show about Space Marines. Space Marines should be... If we were being a bit more... yeah, Russell W., you're right. If you were being a bit more serious about it, you make a show about... You basically... You do something like Forward Unto Dawn, but with a bigger budget. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, probably the reason why the Halo TV show flopped was because they tried to make Spartans characters. I think the way you make a Halo TV show is we talked about this in the stream, like you said, you make a show about normal humans, and then one of the big things that happens is a Spartan turns up. Yeah. Like the idea of, making a show about, I mean, it's like we said, you just do Forward Unto Dawn with the big, not the exact story, but the concept of Forward Unto Dawn, but with a bigger budget. Yeah. I think Halo Wars would have been a perfect setup because you can have the Spartans in the background, but you got the characters like Captain Cut and Sergeant Ford and Dr. Jones. Cosmic Drew, 10 out of 10 point. Yeah, you go Halo. I think Halo Wars is a better shout. Yeah. Or Halo Wars like esque. Yeah. I agree with Cosmic. I stand with Cosmic. Yeah. Timbob, we could say the same about Star Trek. I mean, come on, you just take Next Gen and Voyager and carry on. They sort of had it with Picard. It really makes you wonder where they find these writers. Yeah. You can make a pretty good Star Trek. See, the thing with Star Trek, though, is Star Trek is more... I would say Star Trek is a more intelligent... like, if you were to make a TV show, it's meant to be more intelligent than just, like Halo or Star Wars or anything like that. And so the problem is that Star Trek requires a bit more nuance, even if you're just doing episode week by week, like fucking Voyager, where everything was self-contained. You need to have, which is basically like Crisis of the Week kind of thing. The thing is, you need to have better writers for Star Trek. You do. Like, Star Wars, to a great extent, can get away with being a popcorn movie, which is why The Force Awakens, the 7th movie, was good. Like, it wasn't great. It wasn't amazing. It wasn't, but it wasn't terrible. It was just a perfectly good movie. 7 out of 10. Perfectly good. Because it just was a popcorn movie, because that's kind of what Star Wars is. The expanded universe is much deeper, but for the movies, you just kind of need a, just classic good versus evil tale. Yeah. But Star Trek was the reason why Star Trek Next Generation still to this day is, even with all the kooky special effects, is still it's still unbeaten. Is because there was actually very little action in Star Trek The Next Generation. There was a little bit, like when that puddle of crude oil killed the security lady. And when the Borg turned up. But by and large, there was not a huge amount of action that happened in Star Trek. There was, the occasional bit of, if someone shot a phaser, it was a pretty big deal. Deep Space Nine was a bit different. Deep Space Nine was action packed, but Next Gen was often like, look at why is the episode Drumhead so famous? There's no action in it. There's no shooting. It's just people talking. But it's the concept of people saying that they're the good guy, but actually they're using their morale. They're using almost your morality against you to try and do bad things. Yeah. And I think the problem with Star Trek is that basically it's just not had the caliber of writer that it requires. And not every Star Trek episode is great. Fuck's sake, there was that episode of Voyager where, what's it called? Paris and Janeway get turned into lizards that fuck each other and make lizard babies. And then the Doctor just magically turns them back from lizards into fucking people. And Janeway and Paris just never talk about it again. No, we didn't fuck each other. We didn't get that Lizussy. There are some bad fucking episodes of Star Trek. But generally speaking, there's some pretty good episodes, and it's most absolute cinema. Yeah, that's peak writing. Yeah, that was mad episode. It was a mad episode. Yeah, it was a mad episode. Yeah, there's a lot of bad. There's a lot of bad individual Star Trek episodes, but they tend to overall be better. Yeah. I think the problem with I struggled with season 1 Picard, and I didn't ever watch season 2. The problem I had with season 1 Picard was everyone was just really mean to Picard. I know that sounds silly, but no one was ever just mean to him before. Obviously when he was getting tortured by the Cardassians, they weren't being nice to him, but that's not the same thing. There are 4 lights. That's not the same thing. What I mean is Picard would it was he would go into the room and be okay, it's me, Captain Picard. I've seen it all, done it all, kind of thing. It's a big deal. There's something going on here. We need to look into this. And they'd be fuck off, Picard. And he'd be oh, I'm so terribly sorry. And walk out. And it's no, who would ever tell Picard to fuck up? It doesn't matter if he's been out of the game. You would never say that. Sheer fucking hubris. What are you on about? Yeah. It was weird, they were being, he's Captain fucking Picard, bro. Even from, episode 1, we didn't know who the fuck he was. You still treated him as respect. He was the goddamn captain. And then he would go and meet his friends, and his friends would be fuck you, Picard. And he'd be like, oh, okay. Yeah, it was weird, man. It was weird. Even you could tell that underneath it all, even through the bad episodes, Star Trek had vision, probably enforced by someone taking the role of a line developer. Today, that job is Karen in HR. Yeah, see, back in the day, they had the dude with the kendo stick, with the metaphorical kendo stick, just twatting you, like if you came with a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah. Back in the day, Squawk, the kendo stick. There was a guy with a metaphorical kendo stick, and now they don't have that. Yeah. I think that's why some directors are like so good, because they're just like fucking hard ass. Like, no one's gonna tell Quentin Tarantino to fuck off. Like, no one's gonna tell him to do that. Because like you don't you tell Quentin Tarantino to fuck off, you find yourself in one of Heisenberg's acid barrels the next day. Yeah. See, yeah. Yeah. That's why there's like, that's why I like Quentin Tarantino's movies. Like, you know, not everyone likes his style, because like, you know, sometimes they can be a bit, you know, well, for some people they don't like it because they can be a bit gratuitous in places, but you know it's going to be good. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the problem, probably. There's no one, I think that's probably a little bit of the issue with a lot of creative studios these days, whether it's video games or tabletop games, or movies. You've got basically people who are just like, you've got a bunch of people who are only doing it for a job, and because they're doing it for a job, they haven't got really the vision. They're just collecting a paycheck. And you've got a bunch of people who no one will say to them, this is a shit idea. Yeah. Like, you just kind of need someone to, like, that's, you know, like, let's be real. Like, that's kind of like what's gone wrong. Let's use Terminus Decree as an example, right? Because, you know, we're going to fucking avoid, we've already mentioned Custodians twice already. I don't want to mention it a third time. Let's talk about, you know, why someone in GW should have just said, no, this is a shit idea. Oh, I think we should say the Terminus Decree is the Grey Knights have to put the Emperor back on the throne. It's a shit idea. No. Kendo stick, bang. That's all they needed, man. Yeah, that's what they needed. That's it. The best director exists outside of the studio system. It's executive producers who ruin everything for a fast turnaround and extra time. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. Yeah, I work in VFX, sorry. Yeah. It's all about the money. Yeah. The thing is, though, I will say one thing, maybe slightly controversial, but I think there is an element, and I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is true. So I would love some pushback on this if you guys think I'm wrong. If you go back and watch some old seasons of beloved TV shows like Star Trek Next Generation Season 1, right? Or even Stargate Season 1, which is my personal beloved. There are some quite shit episodes in those opening seasons. It always takes I always find it takes one season for a show to get going, to find its feet. You know, even like season 1 of like Deep Space Nine had some pretty gash episodes in it. You know, had some pretty gash episodes. And these days, it feels like the moment there's like a single bad episode in a TV program, people are just like, nah, it's shit, it's trash. Like, but do you know what I think it is? people have moved away from Monster of the Week storytelling to big overarching stories that must be present in every single episode. I think Game of Thrones basically did this. I think Game of Thrones basically like reprogrammed everyone's brains, because Game of Thrones, like, there was never like an episode that wasn't advancing the story forward. Every episode was pushing one storyline forward or another. Whereas look at Star Trek Voyager, for example, where it was like no episodes were connected, despite the fact that they were like isolated, and like that would have been a perfect time to have every story. But it's like now every episode has to like be more than just a self-contained episode. Every episode needs to feed into this big narrative. Whereas back in the day, if you just had a bad episode, it didn't like taint the rest of the storyline. Yeah. Yeah, Flame Wave. Well, there's also the episode count these days. 1 or 2 bad episodes in a 20-episode season isn't the same as 1 or 2 bad episodes in an 8-episode season. That's true. Very, 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 very true. Yeah. No way, I wish Witcher was Monster of the Week. That show shined when it was investigation, prepping, and taking down the fancy creature. The episode with the incest princess was great. Which episode was that? No, I agree. The Witcher tried to be too clever. It's all connected. It's what it came back to before. The Witcher tried to be too clever. Season 1 of The Witcher was all of this like weird like timeline shit where you didn't know if you were in the future or in the past or whatever. You didn't know any of that. You didn't know what the fuck was going on until it weirdly all came together at the end, blah, blah, blah. The only thing I remember about The Witcher, and I'm going to come across as extremely crude and lecherous right now, but the only thing I remember about The Witcher is there's that one of the witches, and it wasn't Yennefer. It was the one, I think, one of the witches just had just the biggest knockers, and like that was just like that kept me watching. I'm not gonna lie. Because the rest of it was fucking trash. I was just like, I was like, well, hopefully she'll be in the next episode. I know. Terrible. I know. Absolutely terrible. Hey, don't be calling Mrs. Mordian. Mrs. Mordian was she watched every episode with me, and let me tell you, the fucking Geralt fucking topless in the bath fucking scene, you know, Mrs. Mordian wasn't giving me any shit during that one. There you go. To be fair though, Henry Cavill is in peak physical condition, so no. Even I was like, fucking hell. There you go. Yeah, but going back to the main thing, I think The Witcher, if season 1 of The Witcher could have been so easy. Season 1 of The Witcher should just have been, each week we encounter some weird monster, and the Witcher's going to kill it. And we're going to learn about how each monster, each monster's mannerisms and like prey, and hunting tactics and all that kind of stuff. And then the Witcher is going to have to go through a process of working out what each monster is weak to, and ends up killing it and collecting a bit of gold. And, maybe in the background, there's some sort of, like bigger overarching story going on, so we can have some sort of like nice, satisfying like season finale, like 2-parter payoff. But yeah, basically like maybe like someone's been like unleashing all of these creatures in the background, and so the season finale is the Witcher like finding out who's been like creating or unleashing all of these monsters, and he's got to go and like fuck them up there. Maybe, but it wasn't that. It was fucked. Yeah, I mean that's why Stargate SG-1, even though it has some pretty bad, episodes, like it's actually it actually works, because you have the intro episode where you have like where basically the Garwold get introduced, and there's all like the fighting and all that kind of great stuff, and it was so good they recut it into a movie. That's how good the first 2 episodes were. And then you have the end 2 episodes, well, the season finale in the beginning of season 2, where basically that reconnects. Basically, they fuck off the main bad guy in the middle episode, go around exploring the galaxy and the Stargate for the next 18 episodes, and then the big bad guy they fucked off in the first episode turns up in the last episode and basically tries to destroy Earth. Yeah, and that's all it needed. And there was a few, in that 20 episode season, like every so often there'd be an episode where like they do, one of the little adventures they were having would also fuck off the big bad guy in some indirect or direct way. Like, when, Tilk returned home and basically like, they fucked up a bunch of like the Garwold that were being like, were like in the larval stage and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's what it is. We just need, that's how you fix modern TV. You just have, you just go back to episode of the week. Yeah, Nostalgia Vivek makes a great point. Look at House. Literally Monster of the Week with medical issues, and it did really well and had a recent resurgence. Exactly. It's Monster of the Week with a couple of... Monster of the Week with a few little bits dropped in throughout the entire season to connect it all. Yeah. And then at the end, there's like some big plot development. We just need adventures. Yeah. We need adventures. Yeah, like X-Files. Fuck big overarching plots. I never watched X-Files, though, much to chat's great derision. Did you try the medicine drug? This vexes me. Yeah. The time loop episode is my favorite, and that has no connection to the rest of the series. Exactly. What is one of the greatest episodes of TV ever made? Ever. The Stargate SG-1 time loop episode. In the middle of my backswing! One fry short of a Happy Meal. Wacko! Like... Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, sometimes you just need... Sometimes you need the little... You need the adventures with the big story, and they don't do that anymore. Yeah. T123H123. But viewing habits have changed now, so people will watch 3 to 4 episodes at a sitting. If you leave people at 1 episode a week, they will get distracted by someone else's show. No, I mean, you can still... Bro. I have the Stargate SG-1 mega box set. It's 3 box sets in one. And it cost me like £100 for a bunch of fucking DVDs, right? Okay, and let me tell you, buddy, I don't mind binge watching it. Like the thing is, like I'll binge watch the fuck out of it. That's the thing. Why do you think people bought DVD box sets back in the day, bro? So they could binge watch it. So they didn't have to watch it episode to episode. People would say, I'll wait until it comes out on DVD and then binge watch it. Yeah. You are absolutely correct. People's viewing habits have changed. But it doesn't mean that you can't make... doesn't mean that people won't binge watch the way... they won't binge watch older TV shows. Yeah. In fact, they probably do it even more so. But I know what you're saying, but I'm adding a bit to it. Yeah. I started SG-1 2 weeks ago. I missed it back in the day. Denzel Panther. Stargate SG-1 to this day, I think, remains just... It's my favorite sci-fi TV series. But the Fallout series is coming out weekly, isn't it? It is, Russell W. That's a great point. And if I miss a week, I watch a couple in one go. Yeah, I haven't seen the last couple of episodes this season, so don't spoil it, please. Yeah. Yeah, take Fallout, though. That's 1 episode a week. Fallout is horrendous. It's not Mankiewicz Jablonski. It's absolutely fine. It's just different. It passes the vibe check. It's a flawed diamond. Mango Jablonski, I know what you're going to say, but it's not like Fallout 2. It's not as good as Fallout 2. It's not respecting the law. Never played 2 full. Neither have I. I'm just giving you shit. I'm replaying through Fallout 3 now, man. It's such a good game. There we go. All right. No, the Fallout TV show. Some people like it, some people don't, and that's fine. Not everyone's gonna like every TV show, are they? When you think about it, yeah, yeah. If it wasn't for Goggins, it may not quite have been enough for me. Oh yeah, no. Like Goggins is literally Goggins is literally carrying the entire series on his back, but that's why you pay for a good actor. That's why you pay for a good actor. If not for Ledger, Dark Knight would have been a whole movie. Exactly. That's why the actors like can carry movies. They absolutely can carry movies. Like who's the main actor in Battle Los Angeles? Because that film is somewhat flawed. But the main guy he played Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight, he fucking carries that movie hard. And it's great. Yeah. Turns it from a mid-movie to a great movie. Yeah. Yeah. I think some of the Purnell, her dad, and Goggins was some amazing casting. Is Purnell the Aaron Eckhart? That's it. Is Purnell the main character? The main character. The bird with the big eyes. That's that's what me. Like she's like, yeah, she's the main actress. That's the one. Yeah. Sugar Bomb, that's it. Yeah. The attractive woman, yes. Yeah. No, she's perfectly attractive, yeah. It's funny though, Mrs. Morden's always like, I just can't get, like, every time we watch an episode of Fallout, Mrs. Mordian says, every time, just can't get over the size of her eyes. And I'm like, they're pretty big eyes. Like she does every episode. Every episode. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Karl McLaughlin is the GOAT. He is the Kwisatz Haderach after all. Let's have a look. Oh, wait, is that her dad? Oh, no way. I knew I recognized the fucking actor. No way it's the same guy. It's the same guy. Oh my God. I knew I recognized him. I could not for the life of me figure out where I'd seen him in. Oh. Mind blown. Yeah. Father! The sleeper has awakened! Yeah. Great. I love her cheerful okie dokie, and she tried really hard to learn the Fallout universe, which makes me respect her a lot too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have to say, I actually like all the characters. I like, obviously, Goggins, the Goggins is just doing phenomenal stuff, amazing work. So yeah, he's 10 out of 10. I really like the dad. Yeah, I really like the dad. I think he's doing great. I really like the main actress. Yeah, I think no, she's actually. I think she's actually a really decent character. Yeah, I think it just I like Maximus as well. I quite like Maximus. A lot of people think that he's like a bit shit, but I actually quite like it because he just like everyone says like I don't know. Some people say like his acting's a bit wooden and whatnot, but I actually really like it when he just has this face of just like because it's just like it's like he goes into this like fucking it's like a jaded like for fuck's sake it's like a he looks very resigned, you know, when it happens, you know, he always pulls the face when he's like just looking like he's resigned to the situation, like he's just like Max was in his head which fits his character exactly. Maximus is the player, total random choices, and always opportunistic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I will say this again. The Fallout TV show is a flawed diamond. It's a flawed diamond. It's not a perfect show, but it is a show which, despite all of its quirks, I think passes the vibe check. Like, I loved it. And I haven't seen, by the way, again, no spoilers. I've not seen the last 2 episodes of this season. But I loved it when Macaulay Culkin came out as the as one of the Caesar's legates. That was great. Like, I think even though obviously, you know, Macaulay Culkin, you kind of see him as, you still see him as Kevin, which obviously very frustrating for him. But I think he killed that role. Like, so far, I haven't seen the rest of it, so no spoilers. But I think he killed it. Yeah, it was great. Yeah. I will say the Fallout TV show did everything that the new Star Wars is trying to do. I will say that the Fallout TV show. Oh, Cosmic, Cosmic, I was translating. Yeah, basically, I think Fallout did it well. Yeah. Always happy to see McCulkin. Yeah. I will say the Fallout TV show is trying to do what the new Star Wars did, but better in every way. Yeah. Star Wars, you just can't believe what's happened to it, can you? It is so unfathomable to think what happened to Star Wars. It's crazy. Like with, you know, Force Awakens and Rogue One just did so well. And then The Last Jedi just completely and utterly, beyond any measure, fucked it. Just completely fucked it. Like, 20 years' time, they'll still be talking about how The Last Jedi fucked it. Yeah. Like, it will never, ever, ever. Yeah. I think Rian Johnson should go to jail for the murder of a beloved franchise. Yeah, basically, man. Solo was bad. I didn't like... Solo had a few good scenes in it. Like, mostly the scenes when he was in the army, basically. Yeah. Oh, Scientific Logic, I'm aware of how they fucked it. Yeah, basically J.J. Abrams set everything up. And then Rian Johnson just came in and tore it all up. Yeah. But the thing is, like... The thing is, The Last Jedi was like one... It could have just been one blip. Do you know what I mean? It could have just been a blip. They could have righted the ship. What's really frustrating is they've just completely failed to right the ship. Yeah. Yeah, the Imperial Mud Troopers are cool. Yeah. Yeah, nostalgia Vivek. I can quote most of the prequel trilogy. I can only remember, they fly now! And I'm Rey Skywalker from the sequels. Yeah. Yes. Too true. Too fucking true. Yeah. Sort of felt like they taxed it on an afterthought. Like they had a space heist movie all planned, then some exec said Solo should be in this. Yeah. I thought Solo was good, but badly needed a more brutal editor. Yes, agreed. Yeah. Tim Bob, there's a scene in one of them where a ship fires on another and the energy weapons arc like a shell would under gravity. That was the moment I got worried. Oh, yeah. I mean, like when they fucking dropped bombs in space. I knew The Last Jedi was fucked from literally the first 5 minutes. From the first 5 minutes of the film, I knew it was going to be bad and it never recovered. Because of the fucking bombers. That was The Last Jedi, wasn't it? That was The Last Jedi. Don't forget the Marvel dialogue prank call. Oh, yeah, that was stupid. Yeah. But you couldn't. But that was stupid yet understandable because Marvel was just like bumming everyone and just smashing the box office. So they were like, let's fucking cash in on some of that Marvel goodness, right? Yeah, no. I could understand the Marvelness. I could understand it, right? But the fucking, yeah, the bombers, like, what the fuck? Like, how do you... Right. Cosmic's nailed it on the head here. How do you go from the space battle in Rogue One, the Battle of Scarif, in my opinion, inarguably, inassailably, the greatest space battle in Star Wars? I know Episode 6, I know, but still. In my mind, inarguably, the greatest space battle in all of Star Wars. And I know the opening of Episode 3... Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I know, but still, right? In my mind, the greatest space battle in all of Star Wars, and then also the battle on the planet as well. How do you go from that to space bombers? How? Like, what is going on here? Yeah. Yeah, they even did the ramming thing and they did it better and with the Hammerhead Corvette. Yeah, exactly. And it was cool to see a Hammerhead from like KOTOR as well. The wiring already existed. Yeah. It's not Denzel Panda, it's not space bombers. It's because obviously the wiring was a space bomber, right? But it was the fact that the bombers like had to like slowly like glide over and then be like yeah, it was stupid. Yeah. It was just bad, man. Like, it was just bad. Like, and I knew it was going to be bad in the first 5 minutes, and then it just never got better. It just never got better. Yeah, space zeppelins. Yeah, Kirov. Now, if it had been a zeppelin in space, Iron Sky. Fuck yeah, I'd be on that. Like Kirov, like Red Alert 2 style, like Kirov reporting. If a Kirov had turned up and blown up a Star Destroyer, I would have been more into it. Yeah. I would have been more into it. Just watch the Thai anime. That's what Star Wars Bomber is. Exactly. Yeah. I think we did watch something from Synthhammer, didn't we? It was the Marbo song, I think. Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah. Don't forget you had the Gambling Planet with Slave Children, but the issue was the alien horse racing. Oh, right. I'm not going to get into this, but it's a... if you've been paying attention to the news at all this week, the real life news, you'll understand why, you know, the slave children maybe weren't apparently bad according to the Hollywood writers, you know? I'm not getting... moving on! Moving on! Moving on! You know, we're not getting into that. That is a can of worms. Moving on. Jesus, man. But, you know, it all makes sense now. There you go. Yeah, the Palpatine files. Oh, my God, right? Jesus, man. There you go. All right, but seriously, we're moving on. We're not getting into that one. You know, that's frankly, it's too heavy, boys. It's just too fucking heavy. All right, you know what? Got a couple of super chats to do anyway, so let's use those to get a bit back on track. I want to say a big thank you to Boss Grand. Boss Grand, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Boss Grand, thank you for 10 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, man. And we've also got Florida Eccentric. Thank you, super chat, bro. Thanks for the feedback on the video. Dude, my pleasure. And it was only meant as constructive feedback. I thought the terrain looked great. The armies look great. Everything's great. It's just literally something to consider. You know, try... What I would say is this, Florida Eccentric. You can't really go wrong at this point because you're finding your style. And so do not be afraid to try things out. Your audience will tell you what they like and what they don't like. Like, even as someone who's been doing this like full time, I still try new things out because obviously you can never, you know, sometimes you get a formula, you just stick with it and you keep that consistent. But especially when it's early days, you want to be trying things out so you can find your groove and what works for your channel. 100%. 100%. There you go. Yeah. There we go. Denzel Panther, I might just be old, but the prequels aren't even Star Wars for me. Soulless CGI, Jar Jar Chlorians. Yeah, so the sequels are flawed diamonds again. They are. I mean, there are a couple of stupid bits in the sequels. In the prequels, sorry. In the prequels. Like, obviously Jar Jar was a mistake. But, you know, you go back and watch it, it is still quite funny. They are, like, I think he was just very annoying at the time. But when you go back and watch it again, you know, it's, he's really not that bad. I think the prequels get better as a DVD release because you can kind of, if there's a bit that kind of annoys you, you can skip past it. Darth Jar Jar is not a thing, was never a thing. It's my favorite conspiracy theory, but it's just not true. Yeah. Yeah. Jar Jar, look, I think there's a lot of the point of Jar Jar was for kids, to make kids laugh. And look, I watched the prequels when I was a kid. They were the ones that I grew up with. And even though I thought Jar Jar was a bit silly, I still found him funny. So the thing is that I think the prequels have aged like a fine wine. I genuinely think they have done, because I think, you know, going back and watching the prequels recently, which I actually did. Let's say I did it like a year or so ago. I had to skip a couple of bits. You know, there was a bit of cringe dialogue, like, "Are you an angel? Fuck off!" Like, right? There's a, you know, really, it's just episode 1, right? But episode, like, even that I don't like sand and all that kind of stuff, like, they are really good movies. And the third movie is amazing. And I tell you what, boys. I tell you what. Jar Jar was a mind-blowing technical achievement that was 100% wasted on bad racist caricature that made non-jokes and destroyed the film. The most backhanded, like insult or compliment of the fucking thing. He was a mind-blowing technical achievement, but then all this... I love it, Squawk. Yeah. The fight choreography of the prequels was very, very good. Like, to this day, one of my favorite bits in all of Star Wars is when you've got the Naboo army and police, you know, the Naboo fighters, storming the palace versus the droids. You know, and they, like, when Darth Maul turns up and everything, but, like, literally them versus the droids, like it's actually, like, really, really good and really, really well done. And, you know, obviously the battle, like, it just took a little bit, it just took a bit to get going, the first movie. But it ended great. Yeah. Second movie, bit of cringe dialogue, but is what it is. You know, still has one of the best scenes when Anakin just goes fucking mental and just, you know, goes full Homelander on a Tusken Raider like village. just starts fucking killing them all, which is like one of the most grim dark moments in the series, and which what makes it like so good. And then all of Anakin's awkward cringe dialogue is cringe on purpose. Anakin's an incel, yeah. Because the Jedi, thing is, like, Anakin is genuinely an incel. But not because he couldn't get, you know, he couldn't get any. Because he could get some and does get some. Like, at the end of the day, he does. But because he's not meant to. Like, the Jedi are like, no. 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 No, no, no ladies for you. And so that's why, yeah, he's involuntarily being celibate. Yeah. 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 Which is why he goes fucking nuts when you know, when his mum dies and the Tusken Raiders and all that. Yeah. Anakin was exploring romantic dialogue with the opposite sex the first time ever at 19 with Padme. He's going to blunder his way through. Yeah. I think you re-watch the prequels and they are re-watch prequels and they're pretty good. They're difficult and they're cringe and all that kind of stuff, but they are pretty good. And they've got some unbelievably epic moments. Although I don't necessarily agree with Nostalgia Vivek that they are better than the originals. I think that's heresy, bro. I think that's big fucking heresy. Yeah, big fucking heresy. Like the originals. I'll tell you this though. I'll tell you this. Go back and rewatch A New Hope. It is a bit shit in places. I think Empire. I think is like Empire onwards is great, but the first Star Wars is a bit shit in places. Yeah. UC 27. Greetings from the UK. Thoughts on Old World and Square based changes becoming more commonplace. Yes, we should get back on. Is this a wargaming channel? Is this a wargaming channel? I feel like we've spent the last like 2 hours talking about TV. Is this a wargaming channel, people? Oh yeah, we're a 40k channel. I tell you what, UC. I tell you what. I think for a time there, everybody forgot that rank and flank games are really fucking awesome. They are. Controversial opinion. I believe rank and flank games are often superior to, or in many irrefutable ways superior to skirmish games. Do you know why? Because they look pretty. Look down at a classic game of Warhammer Old World, or look down at a game of like Epic Hail Caesar or something like that, and it just looks awesome. Battle lines of infantry, brightly painted, marching at each other, the clash of sword on sword, you know, the push and pull of like pike, and then, a breakthrough happening, a line collapsing. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. That's why I think square-based games are, we're seeing a big uptick in them, because they were never bad, just good. Rank and flank was never bad, just there's more good ones out there now. Like Warhammer Fantasy only got bad and died when they tried to make it Monster Mash, basically. That was the problem. And they made it Monster Mash and a huge barrier to entry. Warhammer the Old World is at its best when it's bricks of infantry fighting in the center, and like basically a bunch of monsters fighting on the flanks. Yeah. It's great. Like, I honestly, epic scale games are where it's at. I really hope one day that the wargaming community just has a massive renaissance, and suddenly everyone's like, why are we playing 28mm? It's time for the 15mm. It's time to get our epic on. It is. Marching across the battlefield. That's what we need, man. Yeah. Yeah, rank and flanks always look better. 6mm Napoleonics in World War One. Nice. There we go. We need to get back on. We need to get back on rank and flank. Like, this is going to sound like I think some people with this may come across quite insensitive, and I do not mean it in that way. So please, hopefully, no one takes any offense. But I do think that, as warfare has gone on, it has got, like, in some ways, it looks less awesome. I mean, it's difficult to say because tanks look great. Tanks are cool. And planes are cool. There's lots of cool things going on. But I do feel like, the uniforms, man. I think it just comes down to the uniforms. Yeah. Like, that's all it comes down to. I mean, war is terrible in all regards. Don't think I'm like, oh, war's less cool now. No, war is always terrible. Always horrific. Obviously it is, right? Like, it's not like fighting someone with a sword was any less brutal than someone getting a grenade dropped on the head. Like, someone's getting hacked up, right? So, like, let's be real here. That's not what I'm saying. But, war, let's not talk about real war. War games, I think, look at their best when there's, like, lots of bright colors and lots of ranks of infantry. Why do you think I play fucking Mordians? Okay, A, because, Prussia, cool as fuck. Like, first thing I did when I played Empire Total War, Prussia campaign, obviously. So, obviously, Prussia cool as fuck. But the main reason was because ranks. Yeah. I thought you played Mordians because you got it said you had to. Contract with myself. There you are. But yeah, literally just ranks look better. Ranks always look better. I can even prove it. Beyond every other example I've given you, what are the coolest Space Marines? fucking breaches with the shields and the bolters. And why are they cool? Because they can all rank up together, put the bolters in, and then the guys behind can shoot, and they're all ranked up, and they're like... That's why. Yeah. If I ever collected Heresy, if I ever got into Heresy again, I would, and if I got a Loyalist Legion, because at the moment I'm extremely traitor with my Death Guard, but if I ever got a Loyalist Legion, I would probably go like full breaches, just rank up. Yeah, that would be cool. And even if I got blatted, I would rank everyone up every time. Yeah. I stopped having fun with 40k when I was introduced to fantasy-based, square-based. Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing how many 40k players have been going over to fantasy recently. Yeah. You're definitely knee-deep in the heresy now, Rift Grifter. Ah, I'm a Rift Buster, man. Unashamedly. Yeah. Fucking literally got robots right next to me right now. Yeah. It's what faction? I mean, what faction would be best for doing rank combat in Konflikt? I reckon it'd probably be the British with the bots. Yeah. Just a big line of bots walking across the board. Yeah. Probably the robots. There's lots of things you can do. Yeah. My buddy is getting to Lisbon, so my Bretonians march to war soon. Nice. Wasn't it like 4th edition fantasy or 5th edition fantasy? It was one of the earlier ones. When the starter box was Bretonians versus Lizardmen. I feel like that was a thing. And it's absolutely wild to think about that now. Yeah. Got a super chat coming in here, by the way. Butt Mountain, silly idea in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. It might have been 2nd or 3rd edition. It might have been. Yeah. With an infant and toddler to take care of, it's been a bit of a struggle to establish a hobby routine again. Anyway, had a fun simple idea to ease way back in. Feels like they could make an amusing buddy cop duo. Lol. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, the guy on the ground. The fucking... That's brilliant. We gotta think of the name. So it's what do we call it? What would the name of the buddy cop duo be? He's got to have like so you obviously got like Starsky and Hutch, right? Turner and Hooch, all that kind of stuff. What's the Hans and Franz? Hans and Franz. I think that's gotta be it. It's Hans and Franz. There you go. Yeah. That's it, man. I love it. Hans and Franz. Oh, that's amazing. Maro, thank you so much for the 2-month moment flex, man. Thank you for your support. Any thoughts on the system Northern Exile made? I've not played it, mate. I've not even seen the rules for it. I don't know much about it. I know he made it, but I don't know much about it, to be honest. I wonder if I can find it. If there's a link to the rules set. I think you have to be I think maybe you have to be part of his Patreon at the moment or something, which I'm not. TBH. Yeah. So if I could have a look at it, I'd take a look at it for sure. But I don't know anything about it. I know he did it, but I don't know anything about it. But I'd like to have a quick glance over it for sure. Yeah, Exile Edition. Yeah. I'm kind of curious. Because I know it's out, and I'm wondering what he ended up doing with it. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to take a look at it, but I've not seen it. What have we got? Something I think we want to talk more Star Wars. You know what else is cool about Star Wars? It has ships. No! We've done talking about fucking TV. Yeah. Yeah. At Morning Glory, Asmogan is making his own war game, and I've been privy to some previews. Can't say much, but it's looking great. Cool. Yeah, I mean, there is so... Look. There are so many people making their own edition of Warhammer 40k in some capacity. Right? And that's not a bad thing. Do not get the wrong end. Don't think I'm like, oh, there's so many people trying to... No, that's cool. It's very cool. It's great. And I fully encourage all of those projects. Right? I do. I will say this, though. Never in any other time of playing Warhammer 40k in the last 28 years of me playing it. But to be fair, I didn't really know what I was doing when I was 5. So why don't we say, you know, the last 15 years from when I've been playing it a lot more seriously. Have I ever seen so many people either go back to an older edition or try and make their own edition? It's uncanny. It's uncanny. It's just... I don't know if it's because the current edition is just shit. Maybe it is. Maybe that's what it is. But it doesn't, you know, but it's everyone, maybe it's just an outburst of creative energy. But I've never seen it before. Yeah. I've never seen it before. Like, I remember at the beginning, it's funny. Hand on heart moment. Hand on heart moment. Like, and I'm sure many of us had sort of felt this way a little bit. But at the beginning of the edition, maybe it was beginning of 9th, maybe it was beginning of 10th, I'm not sure. But when we first started hearing people saying they were going back to older systems, I'm sure I can't have been the only one that was like, not looking down, not like looking down on people. That's not the right word for it. But being a bit like, okay, buddy, sure. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe a little dismissive. And look, that's a fault, and I'll own it. I'll own that fault. Like, I think those people were probably ahead of the curve. I think in the fullness of time, those people have ended up being proven very right, and more people are looking into different places, right? Different places for wargaming and whatnot. But as time has gone on, I've never seen so many people go back to playing older editions. Never seen it. And it's crazy because we've had editions that got updated. That got updated frequently in the past, like 9th edition, for example. Like, I don't remember anyone in 9th edition saying they were going back to earlier editions. Yeah. Private John. Thank you, Super Chat. I like my editions like I like my women a bit older. Well, that reminds me of the, what is it? The, I don't know if I can say this on stream. It's going to come across a bit cringe, so I do apologize, guys. But there's a quote from a famous TV program called The IT Crowd. And it's about an IT department in a huge company. And the CEO of the huge company is basically a bit of a womanizer. And he's getting interviewed for a feminist magazine. And they're all giving him like really hard questions, and he's being being the way he is. And one of they're grilling him they're grilling him over an interview he's done previously. And they're like, is it true that you said, there's two bad bits. They're like, is it true, Mr. Renham, that you said that women are essentially no different than radiators? And he's like, what don't you like about that? And he goes, and on another occasion, you said, I like my women like I like my toast. Hot. And he goes, and consumable with butter. Fucking hell. Oh, man. Des, I'm not talking about TV. I know. We shouldn't do. Ah, it's bad. I have never looked in this drawer. Wow, a gun. There we go. What's W? We're also going back to the main topic. We're also in a time when you can put something out and actually have it legitimately placed by a large audience and not just you and your game friends. That's true. That's very, very true. You see, that's going to be taken out of context. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm already basically well clipped into cancellation, so it is what it is. You know, just gotta take the rough with the smooth. There you are. There's a whole series called How to Get Cancelled involving clips of me, mostly put out by people in this community taking the piss out of me. So there you go. I don't really think about what I'm saying. I just say it, and when it's out there, baby. That's the way it's gonna be. I think there's a lot of people going back to the topic at hand, though. I think there's a lot of people that are making their own games, and I think there's a lot of people which are going back to old editions, and I think a huge part of it, basically, it comes down to what we said earlier in the week. So I don't necessarily want to, repeat myself over and over again, but I just don't think Warhammer 40k is a war game anymore. I think it's a tabletop game, but I just don't think it's a war game. And I think fundamentally, by not being a war game anymore, you've got it makes sense, right? It was a war game, so a lot of the existing customers that came up with it was scratching the wargaming itch, and then it's no longer a war game; it's a tabletop game, and so it's no longer scratching the same itch. But people can't really put their finger on it, or maybe people don't want to look at the sun, and they don't want to admit it. So they try and they try all sorts of ways to basically try and fix it or make it work for them again, without really accepting the fact that 40k isn't a war game anymore. Yeah, it's a competitive video game on tabletop. Exactly. Yeah. It's not a board game. I think it's very unfairly called a board game, but it's not a war game anymore. No way, Jose, man. It's a tabletop video game. Yeah. I sent you an audio script of chapter 1 of his book. He's been working on the minis a lot, and they look good. I like the rules too. He's got a website for it too. I'll send you that too. Yeah, send me a few links now, and I'll take a look at it, man. Yeah. UC, the hyper-competitive aspect is a mixed blessing. It is. It is. Yeah. I think on the one hand, it's done a very good job of getting... See, right, let's cut the shit. Let's cut the shit, boys. It's time. You know what? It's Friday. We're streaming 5 hours. Got an hour left. We're getting to the end. Do you know what time it is? It's time for some hard fucking truths. Guys, I'm going places. Sit the fuck up. Lock the fuck in. We're going places. All right? We are getting in to the fucking weeds of modern 40k. Good stuff and bad stuff. And we're not going to pussyfoot around it. We're not pussyfooting around it. We're not going to sugarcoat it. We're not going to fucking, try and, protect people's fifis. We're just going to say what it is. What's good about it? What's bad about it? It's that simple. Okay? Here's the thing, right? Whenever you talk about modern 40K, people always say the same shit. I've said it. You go to every channel, people have said it. You go on any fucking forum, people say the same stuff, okay? And you always hear, oh, well, the best bit about modern 40K is that it's balanced. You know, and it might be lacking in flavor, but it's balanced. That is bollocks. I'm just going to say it. The game isn't balanced. In any way, shape, or form. It's not that much more balanced than any other edition we've played. The only reason people say that this edition feels more balanced is because A, they've heard someone else say it, so they just repeat it, and B, because it's more balanced than 7th edition. Well, frankly, anything is more balanced than 7th edition. Anything. 10th edition is no more balanced than 9th edition was. 9th edition had crazy spikes of power and terrible lows. And so did 8th edition. Okay? It's no more balanced than any other edition. Now, that's a hot take. But people say, oh, but look, like every faction's within like 60% win rate and blah, 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 blah. It's like every the game, most factions have at best 1 or 2 ways of playing. There is this very thin veneer of balance to the game. Very, 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 very thin veneer of balance to the game. Okay? Like, if you take the best shit that every faction has, then you can get the factions somewhat within 20% of each other. Not always, not completely, but somewhat within 20% of each other. But that is a tiny, tiny fraction. It's not even like 1% of the entire game. You are trying to apply like the ideal circumstances that is, you know, read about online keyboard warrior anonymous style. You're trying to apply the tiny fucking percentage of like the of the theory to the actual reality, which is the game is fucked, man. Like, but not in a bad way. It's not, when I say fucked, don't be like, oh, it's fucked, it's in the toilet, GW's dying. I don't mean any of that. What I mean is like it's as unbalanced as ever. Here's an example. What is the common saying in the Space Marine community? If it's not Gladius, it's not worth it. If you're not putting your army in the Gladius attachment, there's no point. Space Marines have, at this point, between all of the spin-off detachment, all the spin-off chapters, all of the special detachments that they have, must have 30 plus detachments. Okay? 30 up, at least someone out there will be able to tell me the number. All right? 30 and out, let's say 30 roughly. And out of those 30, 29 of them are dog shit and no one runs them, and one of them is the go-to detachment. One of them. How is that any more balanced? How? It's not. So the thing is, right? 40K isn't balanced. It never has been balanced, and it's never will be balanced because it's just for 1,000 different reasons, it's never going to be balanced. Modern 40K has done one thing and one thing only better than any other edition. Any other edition, and the number one thing that it should be praised for is not the models, because Blood Angels look like shit. It's not the balance, because as we've just said, it's a bag of shit. The only thing it's done, and it's a very big thing, and it's a very good thing, the only thing it has done is get everyone basically reading from the same hymn sheet. We all play 2,000 points, we all aim for 2,000 points, and we all play the same missions. That's it. That is the unique phenomenon of 10th edition, which we've never seen anywhere else. And even then, it's not entirely true because people play WTC rules, UKTC rules, and GW rules. So even then, we're not all totally singing from the same hymn sheet. Even then, there's a bit of nuance, but it's the closest it's ever been. The closest it's ever been. We all play on the same standardized terrain layouts, the same standardized missions, and we all play the same standardized point size. Okay? 10th edition, the one thing it has done, which should be credited for, and this is the one thing that people should say when they want to say nice things about 10th edition, is it has got people playing the same game. It has created a homogeneous, standardized gaming format. Okay? And the game works really, 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 really well in that homogeneous, standardized gaming format. Okay? That's it. That's it. Other than that, 10th edition is no better and is often worse than previous editions. It is. Like, that is the number one thing that 10th edition has going for it. Everything else, the balance patches, basically window dressing, the illusion. The balance patches are designed to give you the illusion of balance. They're designed to give the players a sense of hope. That if something is broken, they won't have to deal with it for so long. But even then, there's always something else that's broken in the game. Always. And even after 3 years of, I would say monthly balance patches, because I don't think you can say the game gets updated every 3 months. I don't think so. Every codec, for basically 2.5 years, every month a new codex came out on average, and that codex would get an FAQ, right? And then you'd have emergency patches on, after like big tournaments, and then you'd have the quarterly balance patches as well. The game has basically been updated every month for 2.5 years. And after all of that, there is the thinnest veneer of balance. And even after all of that, the game still has bad matchups. There are battles that you will go into where before a single dice is rolled, you have lost the game. You have just fundamentally lost the game. A great example of this is for the vast majority of guard players who play into World Eaters, they're going to get fisted. The only way they can avoid not getting fisted is, did they bring 12 Bulgrin? If they brought 12 Bulgrin, they might not get fisted. At that point, they have some chance. Right? So I do not want to hear anyone ever say, ever again, but 10th edition is balanced. It's the most balanced edition of Warhammer 40k that's ever been. No, it's not. And it's not even, I'm not shitting on it for that. I'm not saying, 10th edition is terrible and it's trash because it's unbalanced. No. But it's just this lie that everyone keeps repeating, and I'm sick of it. I've had enough. And if I may, all right, I'm getting the bananas. It's become way too salty. Cosmic, there's no salt, man. There's literally no salt. I have been praising 10th edition, saying it's got everyone singing from the same hymn sheet. Yeah. Yeah. When did that giant cane to pull MG off the screen let the chair calm everyone down? You want salt? I'll give you some. Cosmic, you want an excuse to get the banana out? I'll give you a fucking excuse to get the banana out. Yeah. I can do it. If you want. Who wants the salt? Who wants the beef? Who wants it? We're saying hard truths. Is it hard truth time? I can go for some hard truths. I've said one hard truth, but I'll only do so if the chat demands the soul. Which you guys will, of course. I got some beef for you. Beef! Beef! All right. I'm not. So here's the thing. The last time you promised me beef, you gave me soy. All right. Well, I mean, we're just going to say the truth. We're not going to be beefy or salty. We're just going to say the truth, whether that's positive or negative. Like the truth. One of the uncomfortable truths that about modern 40k, which I think a lot of people just don't want to face up to, is that the vast majority of people like L-shaped ruins. See, you guys all thought I was going to shit on the L-shaped ruins. The vast majority of people like standardized terrain. They like the L-shaped ruins. And the reason that they like it is because the reason they like it is because back in the day, people would have player-placed terrain or cinematic terrain, and you would lose because of the terrain. And nobody liked it. Nobody liked looking down at a board, rolling off for a side, losing the roll off, and the opponent picking the better side, and then they were just fucked. Nobody liked it. You may not like the look of L-shaped ruins. You may think they look like trash. I think they look like trash. I think they look dog shit, okay? I think they look terrible. I think the boards look terrible. I think they do. But at the end of the day, the vast majority of wargamers, if you gave them the choice between losing the board on the roll-off for table side and balanced L-shaped terrain, they're going to pick L-shaped terrain every single time. Because it removes one of the arguments from the game. GW, at this point, they have this roll-off. Oh, let's roll off to who picks the side of the board. That should be removed from the game. That should be removed from the game. There's no point in it existing anymore. Okay? Like, I don't like L-shaped ruins. I don't. I think they're boring. I like playing on more immersive games. I like playing on more immersive boards. But the vast majority of wargamers out there are willing to accept the necessary evil of L-shaped terrain. That's it. It is a necessary evil. Likewise, people... Like I was going to say templates. Templates are a bit different, though. People just want to play a video game on the tabletop, and I think that's the root of all the shit 40k has become. In many ways, yeah. Okay. People like L-shaped terrain. See, Russell W, we're going full salt. That's not even salty. That's exactly the opposite take of what a lot of people would say. And a lot of people, if I say... But, you know, if I say something like that, they go like, no, L-shaped ruins are shit. Yeah, they are shit. I'm right there with you. But with the vast majority of wargamers, if given the choice between playing on balanced L-shaped ruins and immersive terrain, will pick the L-shaped ruins if it means that they won't lose the game on a roll-off. That's what it is. That's an uncomfortable truth. It makes the boards look like shit. But Warhammer 40k, this is another hard truth for you. It's a hard truth that you do not find. I think you just do not find it in many other war games, which is feel modern 40k is basically win or lose. It's basically win or lose. There's not anything else in the game. I think a huge amount of that comes down to the fact that organic storytelling has come out. But the game is basically, people just care about winning. They just care about winning. That's it. There's nothing, there's no in between. There's nothing else. Basically, the game, in many ways, the game has kind of just stripped away everything else, and it's just boiled it down to the core element, which is win or lose. Let them play chess. I know what you're saying, Denzel Panther. I know what you're saying. But there's a reason people, because I was there. I've been playing war games since I was 5 years old. I have heard all of the conversations. I have seen how the game has changed. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years before, 3,000 years ago. I've played these games before. I have seen these conversations before. I was there about 20 years ago, maybe 15, 20 years ago, on Daka, when one of the biggest threads that blew up on that forum in its history was where there was two camps of people. And this was the first time when I saw the conversation about fixed war gear come into play. And some dude was there saying Games Workshop should make it so that Space Marine squads with flamers and missile launchers, tactical squad, because that's the only options that used to come in the box. Because they're the only options that come in the box, those should be the best options. And that no other options should be available in the box, because basically it puts me at disadvantage if I only buy one box. And this guy was basically arguing for fixed loadouts and basically arguing that if it's not in the box, or if it's not in the box, it shouldn't exist. And if it's in the box, they should all be equal and there's no need for points costs. This is 15 years ago. I was there. Where are we now? And this guy, you think that's a mad take? More people were agreeing with that guy than disagreeing with him. Go back through the archives. You'll probably find it. He probably got a job at GW. He's probably... Yeah, and that man, Kevin Roundtree. You were there, did nothing to stop it. This is your fault. You can go... I'm remembering off the top of my head. So, you know, go back and find the forum, and you'll probably get a bit of digging, but, you know, I know the power of weaponized autism. So someone will find it. Was it during the era of Grav? Probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah. So many modern players like fixed points and fixed war gear. So many. I might not like it. A lot of you guys might not like it. But the truth is, the majority of players do like it. This is the hard truths. The hard truths, guys. You know? You might not like it. But I think these are the hard truths. You know? And the point is that Games Workshop knows that if you don't like those things, you'll go and play another game. But I think the majority, I think the majority of players do. Yeah. Thing is, with free war gear and no force org chart, cat's out the bag. Yeah. I don't know if you can go back. If Games Workshop brings back granular war gear, Actually, do you know what? I don't think there would be a public outcry. Another truth. Another truth. Another one. If Games Workshop brings back granular war gear and makes it so baseline squads of guardsmen, like just las guns, are more efficient and the go-to way of doing things, no one will complain. Do you know what people will do? Do you know what people will do? They'll go out and buy a bunch of guardsmen and build them with las guns. This is it. We'll buy more minis. This is it. We'll buy more minis. That's it. People like how much. Here's an uncomfortable truth. People like how much the game changes. I think people like how much the game changes. I think they look forward to the next update because it gives them something to talk about. It gives them an excuse to do another hobby project. I think they do. Yeah. I think the vast majority of players have no issue with how much the game changes. Controversial opinion. I think the vast majority of modern wargamers would not complain if the game went to a 2-year cycle. How about that for a controversial hot take? How about that? If the game went to a 2-year cycle, I think the vast majority of players would be okay with it. I know. People don't want to hear it. But let me give you an example. Have a good stream, Morty. No, Jenny, no. Let me give you an example. Well, let me ask you a question. Anakin, you're breaking my heart. Let me ask you a question. What do you do in the last year of an edition? When you've been no-lifing 40k for 2 years, you've absolutely smashed it, you've built your army, you've played loads of games. What do? You get burned out. Where do you go? To other games. You go to Old World. You go to Konflikt. You go to Bot Action. Where do you go? Because you're burned out. You've completed that edition. You've completed it. When did I get burned out? When did the year assault begin? Summer 2025. You're going where I cannot follow, Mordian. You dig deep. I'm not saying I would like it. I'm not saying I would like it. I'm not saying you guys will like it. But I'm saying a huge amount of people will like it if the game went to a two-year cycle. And a lot of people it would avoid a lot of people getting burned out. The Jedi move against you, Mordian. This is it. The truth is people say different to what they actually feel. The people, and this is in all walks of life. This is all walks of life. People say one thing and do another. People will go and see a GW price rise and they'll say, I'm never buying any more Games Workshop miniatures. I'm never buying any more. This is too far. And then the next FOMO box comes out and they buy it. They'll say what they think will look good, or think will get them all the social credit, and then they'll go and do something else. They look good, though. But the FOMO boxes look great. There you go. Say what was said, Lord Timmy. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy. I need my ward on his face. And that's fine. That's fine. I want to make something clear. I'm not demonizing any of those people. You should enjoy the hobby the way you should do. In fact, it's kind of sad that you don't think you can be honest. It's kind of sad that you have to say one thing and do another. Just be honest with it. Do you know what? I mean that. And I can fucking prove that I mean it. Because I had a conversation with a Tau player last year. Okay? And I've said this about the Tau community. And I'll say it again. Okay? People don't really hate the Tau community because they play Tau. They hate the Tau community because, well, they don't hate the Tau community. In fact, I'm going to rephrase all of that. Every single time someone tells me, I like playing Tau because of the battle suits, I will look at their army and I can judge like that if they are telling the truth. Why? Because if they like the battle suits, I'll look down and they'll have a bunch of battle suits with a bunch of shitty loadouts. Like, oh, you know, burst cannons, because burst cannons look cool. Right? But you know what? I've never looked down at someone's army who said they like battle suits and those battle suits had a shit loadout. They always happen to like battle suits and they always happen to like those battle suits in the perfect configuration that happens to be the most meta loadout. And I'll play 3 Tower players with exactly the same fucking army and they'll all be like, I like the battle suits. You're lying. Just own it. And I actually had this conversation with a Tau player. I just called him out in a nice, friendly way. I called him out in real life. And you know what? He had a big fucking smile on his face. And we had a very, very good game. It was a very, very good game. Because we just cut the bullshit out. He said, he went, oh, I'm playing Tau. And before he could even say anything, he went, yeah, I know, but I just like the battle suits. And I literally looked down at his army and went, fuck off, mate. You don't collect in Tau because of the battle suits. Look, I went, bro, look at your, literally like this, but with a big smile on his face. Like, look at your army, bro. That's got, that loadout, that loadout. Bro, let's be real here. You like Tau because you can fucking smash people with them because they're a lot better than people think they are. And he had this he had this like moment, like it froze in the headlights for like half a second, froze in the headlights. And then a big smile went on his face. He went, yeah, I fucking love playing Tau. I love fucking smashing people with them. And I was like, bro, that's awesome, man. Like, just be honest about it. Like, just go, like, you like fucking Tau? Look, I went, dude, I collect Tau, man. I fucking love smashing people with my Tau. You know, it's like a power trip, bro. He went, yeah, it's fucking great. And we had a great game. And we had a little bit of banter back and forth. It was awesome. And I literally bumped into this guy at the tournament that I played this weekend. And, had a big smile. Hi, how you doing, man? Big smile. How you doing, man? All great. All great. All great. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with this whole, like, I will never buy a Warhammer model ever again. This is beyond the pale. GW has gone too far. If you actually mean that, then that's fine. But don't tell me that and then go and buy a bunch of models. Don't tell me that. Just be honest. That's the truth. I like my battlesuits grey and unpainted in the meta configuration. There you go. Don't let the story distract you from the fact that Tim can tell the difference between Tau guns. Bro, I've been playing against Tau since they were released in 3rd edition. I know all... When your childhood is full of trauma... of traumatizing stories from your brother just tabling you again because he's 4 years older than you. You don't know any of the fucking rules and you're just blasting your ass off with this Tau again and again and again and again. You fucking quickly learn to recognize the difference between the fucking guns. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Anyway, I can't even remember what other... there were some other home truths. There was some other bold truths I was going to say, but I've forgotten them now. Talked about the terrain. Talked about the FOMO. Talked about the Tau. Talked about the how much the game changes, 2-year cycle, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if there's any other truths. I mean, you guys could ask me, and I could say I could give you the truth on something, but that's basically it. Yeah. There were some bad ones. That was mostly quite glazing of GW. I do feel like I could go and say some bad things about the game. Talked about how Morty Road traumatized you. Exactly. Would you say fluffy rules need to come back / be stronger? No. I think they need to... I think the biggest problem with 40k right now is no one feels special. It's like in The Incredibles. If everybody is super, then no one is. I do not think every single datasheet needs to have an ability. I think that hugely detracts from the game. I think it leads to many forgotten rules. I think it leads to too many layers of rules. I think not all abilities are created equal. I think not even similar abilities are created equal. I think that a huge amount of units should have no special rules. I think the problem though, is if you get rid of a bunch of special rules, people will just take the units that have special rules because there's no force organization. If I could make one change to 40k, one, I would, and this will upset a lot of people, and this is my personal preference, but I also think it would be incredibly good for the health of the game. I would introduce percentage-based force organization. I just do not think that the game is better off for anyone could take anything. I think that the reason why is very simple. Wargamers will optimize the fun out of anything. If you do not give them any barriers, if you do not give them any restrictions, any walls, if you just say, take whatever you like and have fun, they will take whatever they like and they will crush everyone they can come across. And if they find you that is less good, they will optimize it out and then continue to try and crush people. You need the guardrails. You need the guardrails. And it does, and people will go, and the moment you say people should have to take 25% of their army as battle line, the moment you say that, a whole bunch of people will come out of the woodwork and go, but not everyone's battle line is created equally. And the game isn't balanced, bro. You're saying it like that would unbalance the fucking game. Like, you're saying it like it would unbalance the game. It would not unbalance the game any more than any other decision that has been made. Yeah. I say fuck it and take all the guardrails off. No Warlord and no rules of 3. Let's speed run the destruction. Yeah. I don't know if force organization is the way to go. But, like the old force org chart. But I do truly believe that if I was to say, okay, I think let's have a hard truth moment, okay? Because some of these, I'm going to have a hard truth moment. And I'm going to tell you what the biggest problem with Warhammer 40k is right now. I'm going to tell you what the biggest problem with Warhammer 40k is. And it has nothing to do with rules. It has nothing to do with balance or anything like that. It has nothing to do with gameplay. All right? The biggest problem facing Warhammer 40k right now, and the biggest problem that I think GW needs to try and solve, is aesthetically, it has an aesthetics problem. More than the sprues, more than the price, blah, 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 blah. We've already established that people will keep buying, right? The game looks like shit. The game looks like shit. That is the biggest problem for 40k. The rules, they're no better or any worse than any other edition. Maybe 7th edition, right? But that's just, we can't keep comparing everything to 7th. It was a one-time thing. Like, the rules are no better or worse than any other edition. The force organization is no better than any other edition. You know, there's always been differences, like the rerolls, blah blah blah, the lethality, blah 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 blah. They're in their own way no different than the problems that have faced other editions. Okay, no problem. Every edition has had lethality. Every edition has had power creep. Every edition has had price increases. Every edition has had the same problems. The biggest problem that is, we said what was one of the unique things that was good about 10th edition was that it got everyone, it standardized and homogenized everything. The big problem that 10th edition has right now is the game looks like shit. Looking at battle reports looks like shit. The way the boards, it's not even like a board thing. It's more fundamental than that. Like, the armies look like shit. They do. They do not look, they look like random collections of models. Like, you look down at like a guard army, and it's just like this random hodgepodge of shite. You look down at like Space Marine armies, it's this random collection of stuff. Like, it's not random, obviously. Everyone's like optimized and all this kind of stuff, blah, blah, blah. But from the terrain to the armies to the way the armies interact with each other, the game looks like shit. And it's massively overpredictable. Part of it is massively, it's overpredictable as well. But anyway, like people say 40k has the prettiest models with the ugliest boards. That's not even true. 40k is a bunch of shit models on the prettiest boards. Not because the individual models aren't pretty. Of course, the individual models are beautiful. Beautiful. It's not that the models are shit. It's that, you know, you get a model, you pick it up and you look at it closely. Yeah, beautiful. But how do you actually view the game 99% of the time? Do you view the game looking at the individual models beautifully? Is that how you interact with the game? Looking at models close up beautifully? No, that's not how you interact with the game. How do you interact with the game from 2 feet away? How do you view the game from 2 feet away? How do you watch the game from 2 feet away? Or overhead, whatever. 40k's biggest problem, which had nothing to do with the rules or anything like that. They're no different or better or worse, like I said. The problem is the game looks like shit. Even when at its best, the game looks a bit shit. Even if you get rid of the fucking cardboard and unpainted MDF ruins. Okay? The way the armies, the way the forces look, and I said this before, the way the armies interact looks bad. Units just crash into each other. And there's no... it's not cinematic. It just doesn't look nice. Like, in Old World, for example, we said this earlier. Not only the armies look beautiful on the board, because they've made infantry really valuable, so everyone brings at least one big brick of infantry, which is all it really takes. Not only do the armies look beautiful, but the way the units interact with each other is beautiful as well. Because of the whole fall back in good order or give ground system, like, units don't just evaporate. There is the visceral crunch of one unit hitting another, And then there is, even if the combat can be over relatively quickly, like something like Chosen Chaos Warriors is like blasting through like Skaven clan rats, right? There's this interactivity that happens that, you know, you sort of see the unit crumble and then it breaks and it flees off the board. The way the units interact with each other is beautiful. Not perfect. It's a flawed gem. But at every level, I would say 40k has an aesthetics problem. The game looks like shit. The game isn't shit. I will keep saying this because I don't want people to think that I hate 40k or anything like that whatsoever. I think I've been really, actually, despite the tone of my voice, I've been very glazing of the game. I've said that it's done many things right. I've said that the balance is no better than anything else. You know, that's not a problem. I've said, you know, a lot of the things that people shit on the game for, I don't think are actually true. I've said a lot of people will criticize the game that actually not really mean it. I've said a lot of things that are very praising of it. So don't think I'm shitting on 40k. I love 40k. I still play 40k. I still enjoy many different game systems. What I'm saying is, if there's one thing that can be legitimately criticized amongst all of the bullshit that people say, the one irrefutable thing is that the game looks like shit. Yeah, as Squark said, you can glance at an old world game and understand the story of the unfolding battle. You glance at a 40k game and see stuff. Exactly. Yeah, they don't evaporate until you hit a brick of zombies with 30 halberds. Anyway, so I'm gonna end it there because I think I've been going off on one for a little bit, but I think that is, at least from my perspective, how I see the state of the game, the state of 40k in general. I think there's a lot, in summary, I think there's a lot of shit that people say which actually doesn't hold up to scrutiny, especially when you compare it to older editions. I think there's a lot of problems with 40k, but these problems aren't even necessarily unique to 10th edition. They're just a different type of problem. And some of the things that are fixed are now, you know, some things it does better, some things it does worse, but I don't think 10th edition is this terrible edition or anything like that. I think that the game, 10th edition is no better or worse than any other. I think that people say a lot of bullshit about it, both positive and negative. That's not true. And I think the number one bad thing about the game is it looks terrible, and number one good thing about the game is that it has made the game, has brought a lot of standardization and has removed a lot of arguments. There you go. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think. What do you think, boys? What do you think? Salty, beefy, or just some hard truths? Let's catch up with a few super chats, catch up with a few regular chats, and then let's see what people are saying. All right. Second stream clip of the night. It is true, yeah. I've got to get a couple of them in. Fucking hell, I've got nothing for next week, man. Let's have a look here. We've got Greasy Cleric. Thank you for the member flex, man. Some anecdotal 40k truths in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I was talking to a friend who had only played 10th edition. I showed him the old Force Org tables, how characters could change units, a unit's battlefield role in them, and according to him, the most controversial, paying for war gear. He said if he had to math out war gear, he wouldn't want to play 40k anymore because you can't bother to do the math and actually build an army. That's how I knew 40k is just a board game with extra steps. I'm confronting the 40k the same way I had to with Magic the Gathering a couple of years ago. Right now, the plot isn't for me. That doesn't make it wrong or bad, just not for me. I think that is a. I think you're right. One of the things that one thing I'll say is this. One of the great revelations that everyone will have in their lifetime is they will realize that the way some people think is completely alien to them. It's not that one side is wrong or right, although it may seem like that. It's that when you can talk to someone and you just realize that they're just completely wired differently to you. And this is something that I think you, for the beginning of a lot of people's lives, they go through life thinking that everyone thinks the same that I do. But the truth is that they don't. And from your perspective, they are wrong. And from their perspective, you are wrong. But and sometimes one side will be wrong. Like, I hate the term your truth. There is no your truth. There is just the truth. Okay? I fucking had an HR person say that to me once. And I was like, there is no your truth. There is the truth. She didn't like that. Anyway. When someone says to me, I've heard people say the same thing. I like the way Warhammer 40k list building is. That I don't have to add all the different bits of war gear up. That, I think, for a lot of people is a Matrix moment. When they wake up, you know, like Neo waking up from the Matrix, right? And they look around, they see the other people plugged into the system. That is, I think, a Matrix moment. When you realize that something that you just took as a self-evident truth, so it just does not compute with someone, and they just don't get it, and it's just not, they're just not right. Oh, well, not that they're not right, but they just totally disagree with you. But you know, to me, it is self-evident that granular war gear is superior. To many people in this chat, it is self-evident that granular war gear is superior. But for a lot of people, they would hate that. Like, I don't want to do fucking maths in my game. I just want to play the game. Yeah. Now, the big question is, do these people just not like granular war gear because it doesn't exist right now and they just don't like the idea of change? Or are these people actually not liking granular war gear? Because I've been through this experience with a few people recently, people who have come over to like Old World and Bot Action and stuff like that. And people who said to me, who are diehard 40k players who hadn't played other games, some people in this community, some people in real life, and they've been like, they were people that were like, I don't like the way that list building works outside of 40k. I like the fact that it's I'm units up and bang, bang, I'm good to go. And as they've been exposed to the games, it's just because they didn't know how granular war gear worked. So they just presumed it was terrible. I mean, we've all done it. How many times have you presumed something is bad until you've actually tried it out and then you like it? This happens a lot with people with food. A lot of times, if you offer someone food that they're not familiar with, they'll say, oh, no, thank you, I don't like it. And they've never tasted it. Now, sometimes you can tell food you're not going to like it, right? But sometimes you'll try something which you know, initially you're like, nope. And then you go, fucking hell, that was tasty. Fucking hell, that was all right, that. But you said no to it the first time because you thought it was going to be bad. Or, well, not that you didn't even think it was going to be bad. You just didn't. It was you want to risk the unknown. No, I think there's a huge amount of that. I think there's a huge amount of that in wargaming right now. Because so many people are just used to the way 10th edition is, they presume that any change away from 10th edition will be inferior. Or they presume they won't like it because they just don't know. Like, ignorance is bliss in many ways. It's easy. Well, I'm not going to say that, but yeah. Being in 40k since day one, I prefer modern list building. Just think the games look like runny dog shit now. It's going to go to Sean. Yeah, man. I prefer the old way of list building, but yeah. Do you want a hard truth? Do you want a hard truth? You could bring back expansive war gear options. You could bring back granular points on list building. And you could give the people that are saying, you know, they say one thing online, right? You could give them all of this and they'll never use it. Give guard players the ability to take sergeants with like bionics and shotguns and all that kind of stuff, and they'll go, oh yeah, great, thanks, and then they'll just go, What's the cheapest option? Last pistol chainsaw? Take that. Ask me how I know, because that's the way everyone did it when granular war gear existed. The only time people would like put a bolter on a sergeant or something like that would be if they had 2 points left over and it was 2 points to give a sergeant a bolter. Yeah. It was that's the way most people played. Yeah. Exactly, Speed of Sean. Yep, that's how it went. Yeah. I would take all kinds of fun war gear. Yeah, Mad Larkin, you probably would do until you ran into the first person that brought a properly optimized list and you got your arsehole reconstructed and you failed your anal circumference check and you got fucking torn open. You got fucking split open. And then you would take all that fun shit out of your list and you would bring a more optimized one. Because you wouldn't want to lose again. And you can't even deny that, Mad Larkin, because you fucking bought 18 Victrix Guard. So I know what kind of man you are. You bought it, and not only that, you played it, and not only that, you tournament played it. And you fucking liked the power. You liked the cheese. Can't even fucking deny it, bro. This is the thing. People say one thing and they do another. That's because of the edition we live in now. That's a fair statement, Mad Larkin. I'm not even demonizing. And I'll do it again. I liked it. Hell, I'll do it again. There you go. I liked it. I'd do it again. Yeah. There you go. That's the thing. So I'm going to get 18 victories because I'm making a full ultimate chapter. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah. And you'll just so happen to use them because you just think the models are so cool. And you just think that, yeah. And then, you know, when they fall out of favor, suddenly you won't find them interesting anymore. What's the new overpowered unit? Oh, yeah, I've always liked that. I just love my Ultramarines. I'm just building a full chapter. I know you. Because I know myself. I know. This is it, guys, right? This is it. What have I been telling you guys? What have I been telling you guys? I'm a wargamer first. How do I know these truths? How do I know to cut through all the bullshit? How do I know? Because I'm a wargamer first. Before I'm a content creator. Before I am anything else. I'm a wargamer first. It's that simple. I know because I'm one of you. I know because I've done it all. I've done that shit. I've taken the most heinous stuff. I've had the power trip. You know? Sometimes I've put self-imposed restrictions on myself. You know? Sometimes I have. You know? But you know what? The moment Grizzled Company came out, myself and every other Guard player jumped on it. Because it was the best attachment. For 1,000, it was the best attachment. That's it. That's it. I don't demonize people who always take Gladius. Those people are telling you the fucking truth. They're the ones that you should respect. Yeah. Mordian, tell me why you've built 32 Totem Core again. Exactly! I've taken 32. 32, bro. That's beginners, man. That's just a start. I'm going to get another 45. I'm going to have 77 totem core. And I'm going to make them all scoring. And I am going to ruin someone's event. I'm not going to do it every time. But I'm going to have it in the footlocker just in case. Actually, no. Actually, you know what? No. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna introduce you to another truth. This is a serious truth. The way people approach 40k is very, very different to the way people approach other games. I think it might be a case of the way people approach their main game is the way they approach. It's very different to the way they approach their side games. Because you do see some people who play bot action. It's the only game they play. And they display remarkably similar tendencies. No, that's not even true. It's not even true. It's competitive players. Competitive players are the same basically wherever you go. That some of them can be more toxic than others. That's true. But I think something generally comes over 40k players. Because I meet a lot of non-competitive bolt action players. A lot of non-competitive. It's 40k, man. It's 40k. Something comes over people when they play 40k. I don't know what it is. It comes over me. The way I approach games of 40k is so different to the way I approach other games. And it's a natural instinct. It's a natural instinct. I don't know what it is. Something happens when you're in the 40k and it just makes you become super sweaty and optimized. It does. It does, man. Like, it's like I'm two different war gamers. When I play 40k to when I play not when I play, the way I approach the game. When I play, I'm always trying, you know, when I play, I'm a pretty sloppy player. I've always said that's my biggest mistake. But I'm sloppy in ways that typically disadvantage me. And, you know, if I ever get an advantage from it, it's quickly wiped out by a fuck up, basically. Yeah. But, you know, like I've been through tournaments and just not even... I've been through tournaments and basically got to the end and been like, what was the datasheet ability on that unit? And realised I've been playing down, like, massively. It's a scoring every turn? Do you reckon, Lewis? Fair. We've got a few more super chats going in. I should probably get to those before I forget. Fun Jacob, thank you so much for super chat. I tell you what, doing the last year, Helldivers. I'm gonna install Helldivers tonight. I think play a little bit over the weekend. I think the tank has drawn me back in. Yeah, I think the tank has really drawn me back in for sure, man. The Barter Jork, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Bane Blade. Thank you for the generous super chat, bro. Thank you, man. Yeah. Long live Old Hammer. I started in 5th edition. I love 6th edition the most. You are a psychopath. The flavour of psychic powers and possibility to be allied army. I think in Old Hammer you have a lot more option to customize your army to be your army. Sorry, itchy nose. So, Old Hammer, 5th and 6th edition, has many, many flavorful things going for it. In fact, 6th and 7th edition can be argued to have some of the best, tightest rules, core rules. 6th edition included. The reason why those editions are... When you say 5th and 6th edition, do we mean fantasy or 40k? Because there's a huge fucking difference. I feel like you mean 40k because of Psychic Powers and Allied. It must be 40k, right? Yeah. Fantasy 6th edition was the best edition of fantasy ever written and it's never been topped. There's no doubt about that. The old world is better, but it's still a pale shadow to 6th edition. I play 6. I play my favorite Eldar Tau allies, and it's fun for everyone. Yeah, Greasy Cleric. I feel like there's a huge amount of sarcasm been thrown into that sentence because I was about to say, Debated Orc, 6th and 7th edition had the potential to be amazing. The problem was a combination of GW going full send on like corpo mode, more so than they do now. They went too fast in 6th and 7th. People who say that 40k will never go to a 2-year cycle don't understand that 6th and 7th were both 2-year editions. We've already been there. But they did it too quickly. 8th, 9th, and 10th, they learned to boil the frog. 6th and 7th, they realized they went too fast. And they realized they needed to reset things and then do it a bit slower the next time. But anyway, GW has an end goal. We got in their way one time. We won't get in their way a second time. But going back, the problem with 6th and 7th edition is, again, there were all of these great fluffy moments with like allies and stuff like that, and nobody took, and I mean literally nobody, ever took allies in a fluffy way. People only ever took allies to gain a powerful advantage on the battlefield. The way allies was envisaged was you would take a single squad of Space Marines or 2 squads of Space Marines to support your Imperial Guard army. The way allies actually worked is you had a huge Space Marine army supported by a handful of Guardsmen. And the Guardsmen were just there as action monkeys. That's the evidence for why allies won't work. Wargamers will always try and optimize and optimize and optimize and optimize. And you can't demonize that. When someone says something like that, it sounds like they're shitting on them and they're demonizing. But you're not. You just have to own up to the truth. And once you own up to the truth of it, wargaming becomes a lot more fun because you realize that you don't stop lying to yourself anymore. And also, it kind of means if there are problems, you can start fixing them. Like, did you ever take allies, Mordin? I never took allies. You see, if I may wank myself off for a moment, and it might sound, I'm not a perfect person, obviously not. And a lot of my opinions are very flawed, and I'm sure you could pick a lot of holes apart. But one thing I will always say is that I'm one of those people that will often see something that is bullshit and go, or someone will say, hey, do this, it's much more powerful. And often I will be like, nah, fuck you, I'm doing it my way. So I never took allies for my Guardsmen. I never did. I always just took my Guard, pure. I've always been a purist player. If they brought allies in 11th edition, I wouldn't take them. Literally. The only time I've taken allies was when me and Simon were doing a narrative game and I took an Inquisition squad. And that's, I feel, slightly different. Yeah. And in Old World, you can take allies, and I never will. You know? It's just not the way I'll do things. If I'm going to collect, like even in something like the Axis in Bolt Action, not Bolt Action, in Konflikt, even though I can take Italian units in my Axis, if I'm going to collect an Italian army, I'll collect a pure Italian army and then an Axis army. Yeah. Allies for Guard is another regiment. Even then, no. I'll take Mordians. I despise Do you take a Titan? That's true, but I think a Titan is, again, a little bit different. I've never taken I have never taken allies to gain an advantage on the battlefield. There you go. Slightly more nuanced statement. I despise having to take Cadians and pretend they're Mordians. I despise having to take Kriegers and pretend they're Mordians. I despise that I have to mix Cadians, Catachans, and Kriegers together into one army. I think it is gross. A regiment is a regiment. I do not collect Catachans. I do not collect Cadians. I do not collect Kriegers. Well, I do a little bit, actually. But I collect Mordians. I want to play Mordians. And I've always been able to play Mordians because I had generic infantry choices. I had the infantry squad. I had the hardened veterans. Then why do you paint them all the same? Gaming Stuka, I built and painted all of my infantry before there were separate datasheets for them. I basically haven't added an infantry model to my army since 8th edition. In 9th edition, I think, is when we got the separate datasheets. Yeah. I will take those datasheets because it will give me an advantage on the battlefield. But I hate the mental gymnastics that I am forced to do. Give me generic options and allow me to layer on regimental rules that best represent my regiment. That is the way it should be. This is the way it should be for all armies. The way it should be for Marines. Marines, the only thing, if you want to have unique units, there should be like, even then, Marines should, well, unique units of Marines like Death Company, that's fine. Yeah. 5th edition guard book, give it back. Nah, man. 4th edition guard book. 4th edition. 5th edition guard book was, I'm going to say something controversial. 5th edition guard book was terrible. No regimental doctrines. The only good thing about the 5th edition guard book was that you could have never-ending conscripts. Other than that, it was inferior in every regard to the previous codex. And you can't say, put all the tank options aboard in. Yeah, I had all those in Imperial Armour, so it doesn't count. Yeah. That's a personal opinion, though. That is a personal opinion, and one that I do not expect anyone to agree with me on. I don't like mixing regiments. I like collecting pure armies, pure Black Templars, pure Mordians, pure Steel Legion, pure like British, pure Soviets, all that kind of pure Empire. That's what I like to do, but that's the way I like to play. But I would never expect everyone else to play that way. Yeah. What have we got here? Greasy Cleric, thank you for Super Chat, man. That's how I beat the Power Gamer Elder allegations of Index 10th Edition. Eandam Forever, Pals of Wraiths. Also, anecdotal 40k truth in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh, I've already done it. Yeah, as you said. Yeah. There you go. Pure mercenaries, you mean? Mark Land. Mark, I'll tell you this. I like Renegade Crowns from a power perspective. The thing is, Mark, I from day one said my army was an infantry company, was a mercenary company. So the thing is, when I was playing it as Empire, in many ways I was using the Empire rules as a proxy for what I actually wanted to play. And then the moment the mercenary rules came out, I used those, and those were actually right for my army. In a funny sort of way, I was almost... although I do like Empire. I do like playing Empire. The mercenary company background is just very nice for being able to tell stories while you're fighting anybody. Yeah. But the only issue with Empire is I really want the detachment rule to be better. But the truth is the detachment rule has always been terrible. It's always been bad. It's never worked. Because the problem is the enemy will just charge the detachment. There's no way you can make it work. Okay, there is one way you can make it work, and you simply need to have it. You simply need to have it where the enemy cannot charge a detachment if it is not the closest target. It's that simple. So that basically stops the enemy. But the problem with that is it's a little unimmersive. But the problem is if you don't do that, then people will just charge the detachments. Yeah. The other way you can do it is you can remove the restriction on half unit size. So you can have two 40-man bricks. One is the parent, one is the detachment. And so if they charge one, the other one swings in. If they charge the other one swings in. Yeah. Another way you could do it is if you had shooting units should be able to go in front of the so shooting units should be able to go in front of shooting detachments should be able to go in front of the parent unit. Do a stand and shoot, and then flee. Well, fall back in good order, so they automatically rally. So they go through the parent unit and then automatically rally as part of the stand and shoot. And then the parent unit steps forward to take their place. And they have to be within like 3 inches of each other, so you can't like fanny this about. So basically, the handgunners shoot, retreat through, and the parent unit steps up, and then the detachment turns around again. That's how you make detachments work. Yeah. Yeah. That would be a cool way of shooting detachments. That and then having detachments without being half size for melee units, and I think you basically fix it. Because that way you don't have the weakness of detachments just getting charged and just being broken through. And you have kind of a cool immersive, and you make shooting detachments actually worth it. Yeah. That's how I'd do it anyway. Let's have a look. Anyway, I think that is probably it. I think I've been on a big rant. And I also think that we've talked about some good stuff. But I think that probably feels like a natural ending point for the stream. I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, you guys will say stream. No more than 2 more hours. 2 more hours. If I was to say one more thing before the end of the stream on the topic of Old World, I do want to play some more Old World again. I kind of want to play a bit. I do want to. I think I want to play some Tomb Kings and get some skeletons. I'm kind of a little in between Old World projects at the moment, because there's some projects I feel like I should finish, like my Orcs and Goblins, and there's some projects that I kind of want to do, like my Bretonnian army, as we've seen with the poll today. But I'm a little worried. I'm stretched a little thin. Yeah. Yeah. Little worried. I'm a little stretched, a little thin. I think I'll need to finish off a bit of K47 stuff, and then I'm going to go back on Old World in a big way. Yeah. You could paint so many skeletons so fast, though. No, I can do it. I intend to, yeah. Wizard Land Forever. I think Knights of St. Lazarus, a.k.a. Leper Knights, would be a cool Baton army. Just comes down to the colour scheme, man. I think I do feel like I want to do the... yeah, the shields take a long time. You do those I do those separately, though. Like butter scraped over too much bread. I say that all the time, Gabe. It's one of my favourite sayings, yeah. I want to do the... I can't decide if to do the Teutons or the Crusaders. I think the Crusaders will probably look a little... I think the red will be quite an important one for breaking up a lot of the other quite cold colours, because it's going to be like white, and then chainmail is going to be silver, and then you'll have like black and like brown for the leather. So that's a lot of like quite cool neutral tones. And then I think I'd probably need to have the red to break it up a little bit. Pallid bone for Pallid bone is amazing, man. I should just buy a box of skeletons and just see how I get on with them. Yeah. So many projects. So little time. But I do think... I sometimes feel a sense of great urgency. Like, oh, I've got to get this done. I've got to get this done. I've got to get this done. And I think that comes from, and I'm touching wood here, I think that comes from a sense of not being sure how long I'll be doing full-time streaming. Not because I don't want to do it full-time. Like, hopefully I'll be doing this many years to come. But obviously when I was first starting out full-time, it was very uncertain. Like, who knows how this would go? Would it be successful? Would it not? And so there was a sense of, gotta get fucking projects done quickly and that kind of stuff. And I don't know, maybe I don't want to get, I never want to get too comfortable, because I feel like when you get comfortable, you start losing your edge a little bit. So I don't want to get too comfortable, but I do feel like maybe I don't need to be quite so worried and have the same sense of urgency. Yeah. Also, I think we all have this a little bit. I have some like completionist tendencies. So like I'll see like I already have more Konflikt 47 access than I could ever possibly need. Nobody needs 40 style trooping. No, nobody needs, you know what I mean? So I feel like maybe I feel like maybe I need to sometimes focus my armies a little bit. Just like a little bit. Like, I think that comes from 40k. Where there's this like feeling of because there's this constant change, constant treadmill. I feel like there's a you get this feeling that you've got to have everything, or you've got to keep changing your army up and everything. And I think I'm sort of applying that mindset to some games that it doesn't really apply to. Like, I really don't need, for example, I really don't need any more Germans for my German army in bot action. And yet I have about 100. Probably more. Tell you what, it felt so good completing my Soviets, though. Like, literally felt like so good completing them. I think I bought a Matilda for them and a Lee because I bought them because I thought I'd need them for that curse game, but I took them out of the box, so I can't take them back now. But I don't think I need them, and so I think I might just be like, nope, they're not needed for the Soviets. So I'm just not going to. I think I'm going to send them over to my 8th Army. Yeah. Or maybe I'll sell them. I'm not sure. I really, really don't need them. Yeah. What's your Tempestus collection look like? I mean, I got about 150 Tempestus Scions. I've got every option I could possibly want. Yeah. I did that for Soviet block, so many options. Bought, just built 2 T-34 and 2 KV-1s. Couple of squads of daughters and arm platoon command 1500 even, and I'm going to leave them with that for now. I buy every squad from best selling backwards because I feel bad for the squads that don't sell. Yeah, I've had my Scions forever, man. You never see them. I have too many armies, I think, and that's kind of a mad thing for someone as a content creator to say, because obviously you should have all different armies. But I think I have too many now. How do I feel about Artillery Rough Riders? Very good. I think they're one of the better units in the guard right now. I'm not a big cavalry guy, but even I appreciate that they're a fucking great unit. Yeah. You could auction on live stream. I don't know if I want to do that. Like, I'm not a It's not. I don't really know how to put this. I'm not massively money orientated. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm very, very grateful for the support I receive in these streams, especially like, yesterday's stream where it completely popped off. I mean, that is huge, huge, huge. So don't get the wrong end of the stick. I just mean, like, I don't want to come across as being like, I don't want to come across because it's not my way. It's not that I'm like trying to protect my reputation or anything. It's just not my natural inclination to be like, look, and now I could buy a box of Mordians. These are my genuine Mordians. Do you know what I mean? Like, whenever I see people, like other creators do that, I'm just like, why don't you just quietly sell it off? Why are you making a big deal out of it? Do you know what I mean? You don't really see it happen very often, by the way. I'm not even really talking about Warhammer creators. It's just, yeah, I just don't know. I just sort of, I do this because I like doing it. Yeah. Honestly, I'd just keep it simple. If I was going to sell off a bunch of stuff, I'd just put it on eBay. Put it on eBay, wouldn't tell anyone, just get what I got for it. That'd be the way of doing it. Yeah. Just keep it simple, keep it low key. I don't want to ever be like, the only time I've made a big deal about selling anything is when I sold all my Chaos Space Marines, and I sold them off, and then basically I let people know in the Discord, and that was it. But even then, I don't know if I think I said I was going to sell them off, or I said I was going to make a big deal out of it, and then I just forgot and didn't bother. I think. I made a video in my pile of shame saying I'm going to get rid of the. When I did my pile of shame, I'm going to get rid of these. And then I don't think I ever did anything with it. I just sold them on eBay and got what I got for them. Yeah. Do you trade armies and models frequently? No, and I should do. I really, 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 really should do. Yeah. I really, really should do. I'm just I think I don't. So again, I don't think I like selling stuff, even when I should do, because I have a sense of worry. See, the thing is, this is going to sound a bit weird. One of the reasons I don't want to sell off a bunch of Warhammer is because it's not even about hoarding it. It's because I know I'm a person that often gets struck by flights of fancy. Like, I'll go, ooh, I want a skeleton army. Ooh, I want a pure peasant army. Ooh, you know what I mean? I get struck by flights of fancy for cool hobby projects. And the issue is, I have a bunch of stuff, like, in my pile of shame. Big part of it thanks to, you know, Valario giving me all that stuff, which was amazing. But with the way Games Workshop prices have gone, I now don't want to sell stuff because keeping it now, even if I don't use it for like 5 years, if not longer, keeping it now is genuinely the right, sensible economic move to make. Because if I sell it off and then 2 years later decide I want to buy the army, I can't. It is prohibitively too expensive for me to do so. That's why I don't sell anything off. Yeah. Like back in the day, I wouldn't be so bothered about buying and selling stuff and all that whatnot. But now I just don't do it because it's like, okay, if I get these these models now, even if I know that army project's probably something I might not do for literally years, I know I'm going to get to it eventually, and buying it now makes sense than buying it in the future. But I think I do have too many armies. I think I was all right when I only played 40k. But now I don't only play 40k. I've got too fucking many, man. I've got too fucking many. What's your thoughts on 3D printed proxies? Love them. Love them, use them. No issues with them. My policy is the game worthy of support? Then I buy it in plastic. If the game isn't worth the support, I don't. So, like, frankly, GW doesn't need any more of my money. They have enough. So I don't buy anything new in box from GW anymore. But, well, I say GW, 40k doesn't need any more of my money. But I don't mind buying new in-box models for Old World because I actually really like the models. Like, I like the Orcs and Goblins. I like the skeletons, right? So I have no issue with buying those. And same with, like, so I buy plastic models for games that I think need the support. I don't basically buy models for, or I get everything else for 40k essentially. Yeah. Now I'll tell you this: if Warhammer 40k Classic came out, well, not even that. If Warhammer 4th edition really popped off in a big way, like old Midhammer popped off, I'd have no issue with buying, if they were available, I'd have no issue with buying those models, either from GW if they were available or not. Like the other day, I actually was looking at getting, an old Destroyer army for 4th edition or something, or you know, just getting a few of the old guard regiments together, like 1,500 points of each one. But they're because I know that if I get 1,500 points of Destroyers, it'll never, for 4th edition, it'll never go out of fashion, because that game is time locked. But I haven't found a good source for them yet. I think if I was to do that, I mean, I'm not a massive fan, but if I was to do that, I would probably consider going down the recasters route, because I know, like, if I buy a metal Destroyer from off eBay, I'm looking at like £10 per model, if not more. If I get them from a high quality recaster, I'm probably looking at about £2.50 per model. So it's still not like super cheap, because obviously you're still paying like £25 to £30 per squad. But if, you know, maybe not even that much, maybe a bit less actually. But I'm buying models which are out of print. Yeah. Troll Trader, they do some good stuff, Troll Trader, but they charge an arm and a leg. Yeah. 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 Like, I think yeah, so that's probably the way I would do it. I don't have anything against, you can find STLs as well. You can find STLs, that's true. Yeah. You can find STLs. Just the thing with 3D printing is I love 3D printing. I haven't done any 3D printing in about a year and a half now. The only reason I don't really do 3D printing anymore is can't really be bothered with the mess. Yeah, I really enjoy 3D printing, but I basically sort of 3D printed an Empire army and a Dwarf army, and then I was like, I haven't really used it since then. Yeah, I probably just out of practice with it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I printed about 2 years worth of models in about 2 weeks. Yeah. I only do 40k. How does 3D printing go for that particular game? Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. GW's. It's probably the game that has the most 3D printing stuff. It's the biggest, most popular games have the most 3D printing support. I mean, not from GW's point of view, but from from the community point of view. Yeah. Yeah. It's mostly Commander HL because it's just in my garage, and my garage is cold as fuck. That's why I don't like 3D printing. Yeah. A Silent Warrior. Evening, sir. Hobby Hall in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Perfect. Perfect. I mean, this is the note to end the stream on. Yeah. Silent Warrior, let's have a look. Axis Starter Army, Inigo Warhammer Japanese, and when they come in with my Soviet Starter box order, and a legendary pull on the random Spoof and Warlord with Folsham Jaeger. Yes! Great, man. I mean, literally, couldn't be better for you, could it? Couldn't be better for you. Amazing. Absolutely amazing, man. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. I love it. Konflikt just makes me really happy. Yeah, Konflikt just makes me really fucking happy. And just seeing people getting into it just makes me so happy. I do think, if we want to talk about some like self-evident truths, we were talking about some hard truths before. I think one of the hard truths that I had to face up to, and I've sort of said this before, like, you know, I think a lot of people are facing up to this truth. You know, we said it before, like, just 40k as a game has just changed so much. And I think for a lot of us, we kind of assumed that a lot of the changes would be, like, temporary and stuff. And I think 11th edition is going to be a big moment for a lot of people. But I think one of the truths for myself, if I have to be honest with myself and with you guys, is I've probably just I've just played a lot of 40k. I think I've said this before, and I'm sort of repeating myself, so I won't make a big deal out of it. But I think the reason why there's so much negativity around 10th edition at the moment, or seems to be, right? Everyone seems to be complaining about it all the time. And I think there's a lot of valid reasons for that, but I just think everyone just has overplayed it, man. Yeah, I think that's it, bro. I think 10th edition was the no-life edition. More than anything else. I think 10th edition was just the edition that people have just no-lifed beyond anything. And I think if you want the evidence for that, I think look at the money GW's making. Like, I think why has GW made so much money? And it's vast majority of it's in model sales. Yeah, Anonymous, I think you're absolutely right. I think they've tired themselves out. I think that really, really is it. 40k is, I mean, 40k is very addictive. It's very, 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 very addictive. the universe is just so Moorish. It is. And I think so many of us have just basically massively overplayed it. I think that's the biggest truth. The biggest truth that a lot of people won't like to admit. Yeah, I've just got into it and I could do this for years. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I think all of the, like, competitive play, I think all of the, you know, the whole sort of, I don't think I need to over-explain it. I don't think I need to overcomplicate it. I think it's literally just people played a lot of 10th edition. That's all it comes down to. People just played a lot of fucking 10th. They played a lot of fucking 10th. They went to a lot of tournaments. They played a lot of different armies. They just, for like 2 years, just went fucking ape on the game. And that's great. And then I think collectively, loads of people just went, yeah. I think that's it. I think people just have overplayed it. I think if I had to be honest with myself, I think I overplayed it. I think I hugely burned out. But in many ways, I don't even see that as a problem. Because the last taking a step away from 40k, from no-lifing it endlessly, I think has been amazing because I've just played so many other games like Old World and Bow Action and Conflict. Yeah, I am looking forward to 11th. If I was going to be honest with myself, I think the end of last year I wasn't looking forward to it. Again, I think I was burned out. But I am, you know, I am looking forward to it. It's easy sometimes to get lost in the salt. So easy. It's like you end up loading yourself up with shit bullets, and you've got to like go, no, it's only you're a little burned out. You just played one too many games. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very curious about 11th edition though. I'm hearing a lot of different rumors. I'm hearing some people say it'll be 10.5 edition. I'm hearing some people say flyers are going to get fixed. I'm hearing some people saying terrain is going to get massively overhauled. I'm hearing some contradictory things. Truth is, I don't know how much. I don't know how much of it's true. Yeah. Rumors are hopes. Yeah, I feel. Yeah, there's this. It's difficult because so many people will say things, as like a you know, like it's like a like. What's the term? It gets passed through person to person to person to person to person, and what got said as an idle comment ends up ending up as like fact on the internet. Do you know what I mean? L-shaped ruin. Gossip? Yeah, gossip I think is the right. Yeah, so much of it is gossip. Game and telephone? Yeah. I don't want flyers to get fixed. The models are too big. Oh, flyers are cool, man. What do I want out of 11th edition? Chinese Whispers, that's the one Robert said. Yeah. Well, it's not really Chinese Whispers, like, it gets passed around and the message changes. I think it's more like someone says something and then it gets picked. Someone says, I heard this, and then someone says, I heard this, and then by the time it gets to the end, it's like, this is a rumor. So it's kind of like Chinese Whispers, but it's not like the end thing is getting mixed up. It's that what happened as a passing comment ends up people thinking it was something more than a passing comment, rather than the message getting mixed up. But it's kind of like, yeah, it's basically the same thing. What do I want out of 11th? God. It's a very big question. It's a very big question. Where to start? Because it's I would make many, many, many changes. If I designed 11th edition 40k, it would be unrecognizable from anything that exists right now. It would consist of a bunch of new concepts and a bunch of old brand new things and old things. A huge amount of what I want from Warhammer 40k is about 60% of it is probably rules changes, but about 40% of it would be actually policy changes from Games Workshop would be required. I don't like one of the easiest ones is to say cheaper models, but I mean, of course I'd love cheaper models, but it's not even cheaper models which are, it's not even that the prices have to come down. Like that's one part of it. A big part of it is they need to bring back pocket money. They need to bring back cheaper alternatives. The issue is that there's just no option but the premium product. There's just no option but buying the most expensive choice. Like, sometimes I want to buy the best. But sometimes I just need a bit of like unit fillers and stuff like that, man. Like, I don't know if it's maybe GW's done the numbers on it and it's just not profitable for them. But yeah, I feel like bringing back like the snap fit stuff would probably be one of the biggest changes I would make. I said again, if you're spending 1 billion hours on painting, model cost is negligible for an adult. It's more of a vibe thing, man. I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but it's more of a vibe thing, man. I just don't like feeling like I'm getting fisted on every purchase. Even if you can make all of the really, really like logical arguments and present me with all sorts of data and well-reasoned points, I just want to feel like I'm not getting taken advantage of. I guess that's probably the biggest thing. If I could change one thing about Games Workshop, I just wish I felt like I was some. It's a naive thought, right? I am very aware of how naive it is. I just kind of wish I felt like I wasn't being fucking milked dry. You know, like I just wish like I could just get like a good deal. And that the good deal wasn't FOMO. I guess it's one of the big things. That's more of a GW policy change. I would probably get rid of FOMO boxes, and I would introduce significant what I would call pocket money boxes. What's a FOMO box? Fear of missing out. So, for example, GW will release like an army box that maybe has a bit of a discount or has a unit in it which won't be released separately for like several months later. So they will so everyone, and they'll do a limited run of it so everyone feels like they have to get it or they'll miss out on the like important unit. Yeah. Like battle forces. Yeah. I don't like that. In terms of rules changes for 11th, I've covered some of these before, but I'd massively overhaul army building. I think you need to have I won't go into the specifics. I would try and make armies look like armies. That would be my goal. And I would be very, very disciplined on that. So one of the issues I actually have with Old World is that you can take characters that make special choices, core choices, which I don't think you should be able to do. I think a special choice is a special choice. I don't think taking a Black Orc War Boss should mean I can take a unit of Black Orcs with core. I don't think that's fair. I think that all ends up leading to the fact that people just don't end up taking core choices. So what I would probably do is I would be like, you have to take 25% of your army's battle line. And there's no way of trying to make a special unit a battle line unit. You just have to. And I would be very strict on what battle line was. Battle line would be bread and butter, like core units, like intercessors and and not jump back intercessors. I'd say intercessors and assault intercessors for like Space Marines, for example, like tactical Marines. That's what I would do. And it's not, and you'd have to spend 500 points on that. You can put them in rhinos, and if you take a dedicated transport for a battle line unit, then that goes towards the battle line cost. But that's what I would do. We need to get the game more cinematic. That's what we need. We need to get the game back to we need to make the game less abstract, more immersive. We need the rules to we need to get 40k back to a 40k needs to get back to being a war game. That's the number one thing that needs to change. We need to get it back to being a war game. Damn the consequences. That's what it needs to be. Yeah. Yeah, in vulnerable saves, I would cap at a lot of what I would do would be returning things to like the core, like old Hammer style. Like I'd have ballistic skill, I'd have weapon skill, not as fixed points, but as on a chart. I would, get morale back to being impactful. A lot of those core tenets. But then a lot of the ways, Force Org I'd be very different on. Missions I'd be very different on. Yeah. Yeah. No rerolls. I would remove every single reroll in the game. And I would hugely reduce the amount of attacks each unit got. I'd really, like I said, I would make a lot of changes that would be initially very, very unpopular. But I think necessary. I think necessary. The fact that a Baneblade with 24 wounds and a 2-up save and toughness 13 feels fragile. And yet a dragon in like a Necrosphinx in Old World has 6 wounds. And the Necrosphinx feels incredibly tough. I think is an example of how just pumping the numbers up doesn't actually fix the problem. Yeah. Yeah, I'm tired, man. Yeah. Yeah, we I would, to make it clear though, I wouldn't just go back. I wouldn't just go back. I wouldn't just go 4th edition. No. I wouldn't do that. I would... It would not just be... Because there's always the temptation, go back to Midhammer. Midhammer's great. But it's not fit for modern 40k. I think what we need is a combination of the old with the benefit of hindsight of the new. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. I would be seriously tempted to try 40k with bot action rules. But that's not my solution. I just saw someone saying random activation. It made me think about it. Yeah. In your hypothetical version of 11th, can we also give Tower normal faces, not ugly faces? No. Because I would squat the Tower. I wouldn't, actually. I would squat Custodes and Knights, though. I would squat any skew stat check army. I'd get rid of them. And I would consolidate all the Chaos Space Marine armies together. There's World Eaters, there's not enough. You know, give them the option to run mono armies, but don't force it. Yeah. That's what I would do. Bring all the chaos. I think the more that they split the chaos armies apart, the thinner each one becomes, and the less interesting each one becomes. I think it's very ironic. I think that people think that by making World Eaters and Emperor's Children and everything stand alone, I think they feel like they're making them feel more special and unique. But I think all they're doing is hugely watering them down because they just don't have enough options to stand on their own 2 feet. Yeah. I would. In my mind, there's no reason why an Emperor's Children player can't take like a Predator. I would give them a Predator, and then I would give them a Sonic Cannon on the Predator. Like it would be so you've got like everyone gets access to the base units, and then you can even for Chaos, for example, everyone gets access to the base units, but then if you go, the advantage of going not mono god is you get well, I wouldn't I don't even know if I'd. It's difficult. I'd have to think it through a bit more. Yeah. I probably I've no, yeah. Emperor's Children, Hellbrute variant. Yeah, so one of the advantages I would have is you one of the advantages I would have is if you went like so you could dedicate your army to Khorne. But then if you dedicate your army to, so there would be, you could mix and match options. So you could play Chaos Soup, because even though playing like mono Chaos is fluffy, playing Chaos Soup is also fluffy. Like if Abaddon is like leading the force or something, or a particularly strong warlord is bringing multiple traitor legions together. But so I'd have no issue with Chaos Soup. But I would say you could dedicate your army to a specific god, or a specific legion. And if you did so, that would come with some benefits. So, like, for example, but it would also come with some, like, not negative restrictions, but, like, some restrictions. So it would be like, if you dedicate your entire... If you say, my army is dedicated to Khorne, then every unit in your army has to take the Mark of Khorne. And the mark you could, if you took a soup army, you could mix and match, but every unit would take the Mark of Khorne. The Mark of Khorne, for example, could come with like the benefit of like everyone gets +1 attack, but if you are within charge range of someone, you have to try and charge or take a leadership test to not charge. So that could be kind of funny where like you've got like a vehicle that really doesn't want to charge, but you roll the test, you fail it, fuck it, like impetuous basically. I'd be impetuous from like Old World. Now that would be a big deal because I would have charges done in the movement phase. So if you charged in the movement phase, you then couldn't shoot in the shooting phase because you'd be locked up in combat. So it'd be quite a bit, but you'd get +1 attack on the charge, and like maybe you'd get like +1 initiative or something. It would be a good bonus for a bit of a payoff. Maybe the Mark of Khorne would allow you to like. I wouldn't have the Mark of Khorne allow you to reroll the test. I would have the Mark of Khorne allow you to reroll the charge distance or something like that. But anyway, not the Mark of the Icon of Khorne. Anyway, the point is, so everyone's getting a really big bonus in combat, but a little bit of a downside. But one of the things that it would give you access to if you went pure Khorne is you got access to unique war gear. Like you have dedicated yourself to this god, and so he is blessing you with unique war gear and abilities and stuff. So like, for example, if you dedicated yourself to Slaanesh, then you could put sonic like cannons on your predators. So your predator could have like loads of sonic weapons on it, not just like las cannons and stuff like that, which you couldn't do in a soup army. You couldn't do that. Like you could take a, and that would be like you could if you dedicated yourself to Khorne, you're out into your whole army to Khorne, then every model in your army could be upgraded to have a chain axe. Like that would be one of the advantages. So you could have like regular legionnaires with chain axes. Now you might be like, well, what about Khorne Berserkers? Well, Khorne Berserkers would get something better. Like they'd be a step above. Like they get better weapon skill, frankly. Yeah. So that's how I would do it. So you can soup, and you can still take a mixture of marks, but if you dedicate to one god, there's an incentive. So the advantage of going soup is that you can mix and match different marks in an army, but you don't get as much as just dedicating to one god. So those people who want to really optimize, be like, okay, I'm gonna take the Mark of Khorne on my armored, on my melee units, the Mark of Slaanesh on like my shooting units, whatever it might be, they could do that. But those people that dedicated solely to one god wouldn't get the benefit of mixing and matching, but they would get a pretty significant payoff. Yeah. So that's how I do it with Chaos. And you could do a similar thing with Imperium armies. So you could mix and match. Like you could have a unit of salamanders with a unit of ultramarines. You could mix and match things. You have instead of like calling them marks of chaos or legion traits, you could call them like chapter traits. So if you wanted to, you could like upgrade one squad to be ultramarines. So you could allow for that hyper optimization that competitive players love. But you could dedicate yourself to a single chapter, and if you did that, then that would unlock a whole bunch of extra like war gear and rules for you. So like if you're a salamander, if you dedicate yourself to the salamanders, then perhaps you get access to just like better war gear, like just like artificer armor and stuff like that. Yeah. You get access to relics. Yeah, it would be a big one. Yeah, I'd go absolutely ham, man. I'd have so many war gear choices, even if a bunch of them didn't feel like they were that useful. I'd so many. Because the thing is, and I'm going to go to bed in a minute. The thing is, a lot of people will say, oh, but there'll be some choices that are better than others. And there'll be, it'll be better to dedicate yourself to Slaanesh than it would be to, like, Nurgle. Or better to go full Ultramarine than it would be to go, like, full Salamander. And my answer to that is, bitch, it's already like that. This is what I was saying before. 10th edition is no better or worse than any other edition when it comes to power creep and rules and all. It has its own benefits and it has its own problems. But the truth is, it's no, the same arguments and the same complaints that get made about 10th edition were made in some form or another about previous editions. It was made about previous editions. So it's not, you're always going to have better and worse choices. You're always going to have better and worse choices. But you shouldn't really worry about that so much. You should just you shouldn't worry about that so much. You shouldn't let that get in the way of the potential for creativity. Yeah, but a lot of what I would hope for it just cannot exist in modern GW because of the dreaded policy where if they don't make rules for it, they don't sell it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, bedtime. Super chat from Cosmic. Cosmic, thank you for support, man. Space Octa's video about 40%. It's burning me, lads. I mean, you must have the video done now. Not video done, the song done. So is it just the video that's rendering? Fair enough, Cosmic. Fair enough. I look forward. Put it on the Discord when you finish it this weekend, man, and or Monday, and I'll take a look. Yeah. Don't burn yourself out, though, Cosmic. Don't burn yourself out. Mark and Talibetland, thank you for super chat. Last minute, my Battletech purchases in stream discussion. Fuck yeah, man. Look at this. Nice. Wait, you didn't tell me we got fuel trucks. Actual logistics. I'm in. I'm fucking in, boys. Do you know what I would do? Do you know what I would do? Mark, you have inspired me. I have an idea for a 40k game. I don't know if I would do it with modern 40k, but I would definitely do it with some kind of remastered epic 40k. Those fuel trucks made me realize that there's one thing that's missing. Logistics. I would design a game system of 40k, which would not be designed to be played. Why are we trying to make games be played quicker and quicker? I would make a game that would be designed to be played over the course of a day or a weekend. One big battle. And I would basically make this like Wargame Red Dragon, but for 40k. So units would run out of ammo, and you would have to get logistics vehicles to them to restock them with ammo. And I'd have like forward operating bases where your ammo would be stored. And that's what I would do. Wargame Red Dragon 40k game mode. That'd be really cool. Yeah. Like, why are we trying to make games smaller and smaller and smaller? Bigger. Bigger games. Logistics. Ammo. Like, all of that. Now, units should run out of ammo. And one of the great advantages of the Guard would not only would they have great logistics, but las guns basically wouldn't run out of ammo. Like Marines would be really, really, really hard hitting. Like, they wouldn't have a lot of ammo, but their shots would be very, very powerful. So they wouldn't need a lot of ammo. But the idea is that if you drop a bunch of Marines in on drop pods and then don't have a plan to like follow them up with some like ammo rhinos or thunderhawks, or how I would actually have it is Marines would have drop pods with troops, and then they can have drop pods of ammo. So if you don't want to like drive like rhinos up or anything like that, you could be like, okay, I need more ammo for my Marines, I'll drop some in. Yeah. That's what I would do. I think a fort. Yeah, that's what I would do. Command and Conquer. Yeah. How would Tau do it specifically with like battle suits? I think the Tau could have like drone logistics, so they can send swarms of drones out which have got like ammo attached to them if they wanted to. Yeah. Yeah. Like so that you'd have Tau would have drone swarms. I would have Tau drone swarms, both offensively, so you could just like unleash swarms of drones at people. But the way I'd probably do it is like with Tau, I'd have like drone controllers. So the drones are like swarms of drones would be very, very dangerous. But if you can locate the drone controllers and kill them, like the thing is, I don't know if this works on a tabletop game. It definitely work on a would definitely work on a video game though. So like the idea would be because you need the fog of war. How would it work for NIDs? Oh, well, they'd have to eat people, and that would get them more ammo. Yeah. Yeah, so... or Rippers. So how NID logistics, I think, would work is because NIDs they shoot the bugs from the guns, but the guns would need, like, you know, eventually, the energy has to come from somewhere. So I would have it where, basically... either the NIDs can eat enemies to get ammo back, or if that's like not feasible, you could have tunnels. Yeah, like tunnelers, like Trigons could make tunnels, and you could send Rippers in one end of the tunnel and out the other, and the Rippers basically act as like food for the NIDs, because that's what Rippers do. Like they basically eat everything and then go into the digestion pool. Yeah. Yeah. But if your NIDs, like, your logistics are just going to be, like, basically, it'd be tricky with NIDs. If I was to do it as a video game, it would be the NIDs had to go and would have to eat. The NIDs would start off with a big amount of biomass, and then they'd have to send Ripper swarms out to eat the biomass, and as the Rippers eat the biomass, it replenishes the biomass. So yeah, the NIDs, I would have it where the NIDs had a central ammo pool rather than on each unit. So the ammo pool would go down, and then they'd have to eat. So they send the Rippers out to eat people, and the ammo pool would go back up again. Yeah. Necrons. I probably don't think Necrons really need any like logistics in terms of like weapons, because all the weapons are very energy based. So not sure how you... I think Necrons could just be quite... Necrons would just be very elite. Well, maybe not. What kind of logistics would Necrons need? I don't think they need ammo. But I think no logistics but very slow is a good way of doing it, yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Phase out. You could have it where if Necron squads take too many casualties, they're forced to phase back to the to their base, to a forward operating base, where they would then replenish casualties and they could be sent back in. So, but it's something that's forced upon them. So it's an advantage because they basically got like infinite men. But it's a disadvantage because they don't really have much control over it. Like, if they take 80% casualties on a squad, that squad is forced to go back, and then it regains, because it'd be a game designed to play over days. It would might take them like 2 or 3 turns to get back all the casualties before being sent forward again. Yeah. Orc units would need ammo runs. Orcs have ammo. They just need ammo runs. Yeah. Yeah. The orcs always have ammo. Yeah. We're going to talk about food for basic humans. I mean, we could have food as part of it. Yeah. I would reintroduce Squabble. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, this is going to require more thought, and I'm going to bed. But yeah, I have an idea. I would love for there to be a grand strategy game for 40k. Maybe we should do it for next Thanatos or something. Give me a year to develop it. A year and a half to develop it. Yeah. Just have a bunch. See, well, we don't know what 11th edition might bring. But yeah. Because here's the thing, right? I said this before, I'm one of you guys. So I know the kind of things that make people happy and tick. And I know the kind of wargamers that exist out there. For some wargamers, they need to be on the front lines, fighting the good fight. They need to be, the blood angels dropping in from the sky. And raise your hand if you would literally have the best weekend of your life if you got to do this. Imagine you got to take part in a 2-day battle, and all you did for that entire weekend was ferry supplies to your fellow players on the front lines. Like, people would come to you and be like, dude, my units are real low on ammo. I need you to direct a flight of Arbus Lighters to me. And you'd be like, I'm sorry, man, they're just not available. You got to make do with what you've got. And then like, man, but I can send you some like trucks that way. And like, you spent the whole weekend basically, it's like, all you did was move your trucks down the road, send your Arbuses out, drop the supplies off, come, bring them back. That's all you did the entire weekend. Some people would just get home after an entire fucking weekend of, people would build entire armies. I'd have to probably limit the slots. We'd turn up and there'd be like 50 players on each side, and only 10 people have brought combat armies, and the other 40 would be there with like, I brought 20 cargo 8s. Right? People would fucking love it. They would love it. They'd be like, yep. What do you do, sweetie? Well, one of my teammates was really low on ammo, but I managed to get him. Despite enemy flak interception, I managed to get him a bunch of resupplies, and we broke through. Yeah, because remember, at the end of the day, even if people run out of ammo and supplies, you could just tell your blokes like fix bayonets and get and get stuck in. Yeah, yeah, man. I bet a lot of people would love that. Yeah. 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 You got to send your first wave in like fast rope down, and then send in like the waves. You got to get artillery shells to your artillery, all this kind of stuff. The Arbus Lighter Core would come in handy on that game. Exactly. That's a game that I think. How are Tempestas fit in here? Well, Tempestas, I would say lasguns don't run out of battery. I'd say lasguns don't run out of ammo. Or they have a very, very, very high ammo capacity. Yeah. And Tempestas would be at an advantage where they would, their like las guns would last forever, but like plasma guns and melter guns and grenade launchers and flamers, they would run out of fuel. Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of a transport pilot in Planet Side 2. See? People absolutely. There's a certain kind of wargamer that just loves the idea of being like the medic or being like the supply guy. Like they just love it. Yeah. Whenever they play a video game and they can just be. It's like in Hearts of Iron 4. There's always one guy in like Hearts of Iron or Stellaris who you're like, man, I'm really, really struggling for like equipping my divisions. And some guy goes, don't worry about it. And suddenly you get the Lend-Lease thing comes in. And he just sent you like 100,000 rifles. And you're like, what? He's like, yeah, I've just been, I got like 30 mils on this. Don't worry about it. Yeah. People love it, man. Definitely something we need to think about introducing. And you know, you'd have to defend your convoys. Like, you couldn't just send your Arvas lighters in, like, if you didn't have like air cover for them or flak batteries and stuff like that. Yeah. Would Element be super logistics based? Ooh, I don't know. Maybe. AdMech would be kind of interesting. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. There we go. There we go. Advent seems to be wanting nothing but logic. That's true. Yeah. Go to bed. We could talk about this for months. I know, man. Maybe we should do it. What would you call it? 40k. We could just. I mean, we can't really call it Warhammer. We can't really call it Warhammer. I mean, it would just be like a fan rule set. I'd just call it the Grand Tactical. Or just Strategic Warfare. Warhammer Strategic Warfare. War Game. Not War Game Red Dragon. War Game 40k. War Game 40,000. There you go. That's it. Nondescript, uncopyrighted war game. Yeah. Cosmic Conflict. That's kind of good. Cosmic, I told my friends Trench Grey sucks, and he sent me these for discussion. I believe you made these, Cosmic. My friend sent me this when I told him to get into Konflikt 7 and that Trench Grey was dying. Can you verify for all authenticity and correctness, or should I just flay him alive? So, firstly, what the fuck are these minis? What is this AI slop? Okay, firstly, that. Secondly, why Konflikt 7 is fading and Trench Crusade is ascending? So, Trench Crusade is... I don't know if Trench Crusade is ascending or descending, but it's definitely going through a bit of a PR problem at the moment. Konflikt 47 stale meta. I mean, the game has literally been out like a few months. There is no the game is the most fresh it has ever been. Expensive minis, literally not true. We've seen the Totem Rotter commands, Totem Rotter army. Generic lore. Have you seen the law? I mean, the law's not out yet, so like, can't say that. Small player base. I mean, I will say it. I don't know, man. I would say it's got a small player base at the moment, but it's got a growing player base. Yeah. Trench Crusade, dynamic. But the thing is, I have no need to shit on Trench Crusade. Like, Trench Crusade is just its own thing. Like, sure. There you go. Imperial Guard sucks compared to everyone else. Any other faction, innovative mechanics, fairly priced, rich deep lore, community driven. I mean, Cosmic, you are definitely making... These are definitely some AI things that you have made. It definitely is. You've made... Cosmic, you have made these. I know you have. Because, you know, I'm your only friend and I didn't send it to you. Imperial Guard, overpriced plastic, bloated rules, lack of innovation, corporate greed. I mean, I literally couldn't see how you could say that. I mean, I can't even take this seriously. Like, genuinely, I can't. I mean, I can try and defend it and break it down if you want. But truth is, that's bait. That's it. Cosmic, don't feed the trolls. That's bait. There you go. That's it. That's bait. Thing is, you can go through and try and defend these things. You can go through and try and like go, but actually, which I did at first, but I realized that's bait. You cannot reason with an unreasonable person, and someone who would make something like that is an unreasonable person. There you are. There you go. All right, gentlemen. we're gonna wrap things up. I do really like the idea of the Wargame 40k. I might come up with something like that. I'm not really like, I've never done game design before, so I don't know how it would work, but I could figure something out. I could figure something out. If you create it or start the process, where can I go to get involved or find the progress? I mean, Boo, it's very, very, very early days. Just join the streams and I'll keep thinking about it and talking about it. That's the best way to do it. There's a system that Trooper shared using Battletech as a guide. Oh, cool. I'll check it out. Yeah. Yeah, FRVN. This feels like a prime example of the lady doth protest too much. Yeah, for sure. Just do what GW did. Take it as a game, change a few words around, and build off that. I mean, I think it'd be, to be fair, I think it would be relatively straightforward. I think you take the way 40k works right now and just add in a supply mechanic. You'd have to give each squad, it would have to be tokens, wouldn't it? Each squad would need supply tokens or counters, and every time they fired, the counter went down by 1. But then the thing is, you'd have to think about like different weapon systems. You could do it with 40k, but you're gonna have to start thinking about you can't have like a tank. You can't have like 3 Russes with 6 counters next to them. You'd have to have a squad. You'd have to work it in squadrons. Okay. Okay. I'll think about it. Gentlemen, thank you so much for the stream tonight, boys. Thank you for all your support. It's been a mad stream today. Talked about, I've got off on one. I've got off on one. It's been an absolutely mad stream tonight, but it's been a ton of fun. Last stream of the week today, so I won't see you all till Monday, but I hope you all have a fantastic weekend, and I hope you guys all enjoyed the stream. And yeah, thank you for everyone who joined, liked, subscribed, and thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty with all the super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships, all that great stuff. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Maybe see you on Helldivers. Maybe. It depends if I might download it on the Steam machine, but then I probably can't like be in Discord or anything. But not Steam machine, the Steam Deck. I have to keep an eye on the cat this weekend, you see, because he's got staples in his bum. Anyway, maybe Helldivers. If I can basically sit on the sofa and play Helldivers, that would be sick. All right, gentlemen, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.